flicker, echoes fight. Neon dreams and pixel dust. Through the code, relentless thrust. Streaming worlds in constant flux. Electric veins, chaotic rush. Restless voice, the static cracks. Solitude with neon tracks. Zero Sunday streaming the light. Through the chaos, endless fight. In the glow of a midnight screen. Seeking truth in the unseen. Wires in the reality torn. There's heartbeats in the digital storm. Faces flicker, fading gleam. Caught within a cyber dream. In the silence of the light. Searching through the endless night. Restless scream against the void. Hope and fear become alloyed. Zero Sunday streaming the light. Through the chaos, endless fight. In the glow of the midnight screen. Seeking truth in the unseen.
Oh, sad dudes. Welcome back. Here we are once again. Fuck, this thing's doing that thing again. Fuck. I kind of reorganized my setup a little bit. Things are over to the right now. So I'm gonna be like this. It's already, I'm already all fucking discombobulated, honestly. We'll figure it out, you know? Welcome everybody. Pambo, Blip, Digi, everyone else who may join this evening. Yes. Use Audacity, shorten the silence. Yeah, we can maybe do something. I'm gonna make a new song. Actually, I was fucking around with it today. Actually, I've been fucking around the last couple days because I like to mix it up, you know, keep it fresh. But they all kind of suck. It's a roll of the dice, honestly, when you use that song generation thing, whatever the fuck it's called. Most of them suck, but I'm in the process of making a new one anyway. And yeah, it'll be a little bit shorter, maybe like a minute and a half or something. Better intro. This evening, though. American Tariffs go into effect. This is SKIZ0 Sunday. Mr. GALENTV will be along later this evening to tell some stories. But I'll be going over some of the news and whatnot. American Tariffs go into effect. Market crash Monday. That's a fucking meme. And then structures on Mars. There's been a lot of talk about this on Twitter. So I thought I would go over it as I'm someone that memes on this constantly. So yeah. Radioactive. Yes, I am. Yeah, I don't know. The lighting and shit. I'm trying to figure this out. Yeah, it's the two lights are kind of fucking it up. I was watching lighting videos yesterday and today actually about how to, you know, the camera angle thing's okay. I mean, the first thing I'll probably invest in is getting a better camera at some point, and then yeah, figuring out the lighting situation. Actually, one of my buddies kind of knows how to do this shit, so I might even see what he's doing. He can help me like set this up, and it is what it is. It is what it is. But yeah, here we go. Graham, what's up? Trade war. fun, very fun. Not fun for us here in Canada or Mexico. Fun for the Americans, although it's not going to be soon, which is a problem. So anyway, there's been a lot of back and forth in regards to this. People have been shorting the U.S. markets. Christ, Harry, what's up? Yeah. What's this? PPP loan investigations and prosecutions on the rise. Oh, really? Oh my heavens. Okay. Holy shit. 68 billion in fraud. Why doesn't that surprise me? Holy fuck. I've got that up here, Hendrix. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe it's a good way to start disclosure. Yeah, that's true. We'll get into that. It might be a bad way, in my humble opinion. If there's anything to my own schizo interpretations of things, it might be the worst way. But, I mean, starting the conversation at least would be good. Where the conversation leads might be bad, I guess. You know, but I'll kind of get into that here in a bit. But yeah, fuck me. You know, that's not good. Well, I mean, you know, man, it's like, I wish any of this surprised me. The amount of corruption in the world right now is just fucking disgusting. I mean, we desperately need some kind of a fucking reset, you know? I mean, that's going to be rough. Thankfully, my beer is from Germany that I drank, so. Tragically, when I drink wine, I actually just got a liquor store gift card on Friday. So I went in and got a decent bottle of wine. For people that are in the States, maybe you live in the state of California, your $15 wines cost about $30+ here. So I got a $33 bottle of wine, which again is literally half that price in California. But that's good. That's good wine here, and it was delicious. But that will now be, well, if New Brunswick follows suit with BC and in Nova Scotia, where was the post at here? Well, I guess BC's, yes, this will no longer buy American liquor from red states in response to U.S. tariffs. So I guess California will be safe for now, which is good. Although if you like American bourbon, then you're probably going to be fucked with this and you live in BC. But yeah, 17% of 800 billion will be fraud. Oh man, yeah. Let's just flow over your house. Holy fuck, yeah. How much is one bottle of Pauliner in Canada, Pambo? Or Erdinger? It is, you're probably gonna puke. It is almost $6. Actually, not sorry, I think it's $5 now. But that is factoring in the tax break that was in effect. So I don't know what it's at now. Yeah, it's around $5. So for anybody in the Bavarian area, yeah, it's like half that price. I know. I've been told how much cheaper it is. It's disgusting. The alcohol prices here in Canada, in New Brunswick too, especially, are just fucked, man. Yeah, I know you mentioned that before. Yeah, that it's much cheaper there. There's a couple of people in here that are also from the Bavarian area, and yeah, it sucks. It sucks. It does suck. It's very expensive to enjoy a drink or two here. There are, and you know the stupidest fucking thing about this, honestly, is that, you know, craft beer is a huge thing in North America. Now, I hate almost all forms of craft beer because they're almost exclusively hopped to shit, like IPAs, black IPAs, American pale ales. That's like the go-to craft beer of choice here for like local brewers. Anyway, you go to a craft brewer here, you'd think you're going into the place and you're going to pay like, oh, it's probably like fucking like $3 or $5, you know? No. It's like $10 a beer. Edge, what's up, man? And I'm like, how does that make any fucking sense? The local beer that's brewed right here, they use actually local hops and shit, barley. They use like wheat. They use local stuff, and it's like $10 a beer to go out and have a beer. It's insanity. Doesn't make any fucking sense. I could go and get the best beer in the world, which is not just Erdinger, but, you know, any kind of like good, like Hefeweizen or, you know, the shit that was brewed by the monks for half the fucking price. So why would I go out and drink piss for twice the amount of money? There's a couple places I live around. They do make like good. They use some like English ales, and there's a place. Well, actually, I don't know if I should mention the place. Probably shouldn't. Anyway, there is a good spot, but you know, anyway, I wish we had some things to mix it up, but it is what it is, you know? Fuck Justin. Just gonna fucking skewer Justin. Careful, Trudeau. This is Craig Abbott, CDC governor of Texas, I believe. Yes. This is Canada's planning to target Republican states in retaliation for Trump's tariffs. I mean, why? Fuck. Listen, I think this is dumb. This is a dumb move by Trump. He should not have done this. This does not help Canada. Does not help relations. It's ultimately not going to help the American people because there's a chunk of their crude oil that comes from us. And what's going to happen is he's going to start a fucking trade war. He's going to piss everybody off. This was the dumbest fucking thing he could have done, in my opinion. Now, you get into like NATO. Okay. All right. Yeah. They were paying up the fucking ass. There's some things you could cut back on, but this is just unnecessary. Mexico, too. I mean, the amount of vehicles that are manufactured in Mexico that they supply to all of North America. I mean, it's going to make a fucking mess. Yeah. Yeah. Tax exempt, yeah. I did have a friend growing up who was of native descent. He grew up in the reservations. Yeah, yeah. Holy shit, huh? Oh my god, yeah. Holy shit. I had a lawyer give me $100 and bought like 6 patches of tobacco since it cost us more than 50% cheaper in the reserve than what I was paying in the city. Liquor'd be the same. Fuck. Do they have fine California cab salves on the reserves? That would then I might go through my fucking ancestry at that point, fucking claim native status. I get 3% in me somewhere. Actually, no, I don't. I guarantee we're 100% Irish. It's the unfortunate part. Yeah, yeah. Oh, did I flip the cam? No, I didn't. This is I just something I fucked around with where I'm sitting. Yeah, if you noticed. Yeah, and I took away one of the lights, so I'm a little bit darker. I look dead, actually. I'm looking at myself now. I just pulled the screen up. But anyway, I've got my monitor on the other side now. My monitor with the chat was on the left side. I moved it to the right side. I'll see how this goes. Yeah. Yeah. Isn't it not flipped? No, I think it's still flipped. This is like grapes. My section, my fucking gym sweater. But yeah. Yeah, you know, just trying to improve the viewing experience here, you know? What else do I have up here? I don't know. Who the fuck is this guy? Advocate for less government in Canada, anti-communist. Opinions my own. Canada becomes U.S. territory. The tariffs end. Federal taxes are scrapped. We become U.S. citizens and gain the U.S. Constitution. We can preserve Canada's history and the Canadian identity within the Union. Would we? Just like how Texans or Floridians or Californians have a unique culture. I mean, is this what he's getting at here, though? I don't know. He says this is a good thing. The brother, you forgot one of the other points there. It's inherit $7 trillion worth of debt, be responsible for $37 trillion worth of debt. The stupid thing, too, is that Canada isn't like an entity in and of it. Like, it's like people, Trump, he made another post today. He's talking about Canada becoming the 51st state. It's like, Don, like, buddy, open a fucking book. Like outside of the United States. Canada's made up of provinces, right? Like the US is made up of states, or like maybe in the UK, we have provinces here. So it wouldn't just become one fucking state. We'd have provinces that would become assimilated into the US. So you'd have like fucking another like 12 or 13 states. That's not how it would work. So yeah. Oh, brother, cheers. Cheers, everybody. Yeah, cheers. Fuck, there you go. Fuck. My Erdinger glass I got for Christmas. Yeah. Oh, my. Yeah, anyway, it's so fucking dumb. It's just so fucking dumb. This is the worry. I mean, you know, if you're going to pick between Kamala or Don, I mean, I probably would have picked Don. Hopefully people in his party slap him in the back of the head and talk some fucking sense into him. Like, the other concerning thing, which we could talk about later, is... why the fuck is he hellbent on doing this with Greenland and Canada? Now, these are strategic locations and, you know, very resource rich here in Canada. So, like, I'm starting to get worried. I'm like, see, there's something's going to happen. Like, something's going to happen. Is that why they're pushing for this now? Like, do they want these, do they want these strategic, we place places Canada, Greenland for a reason? Like, are they anticipating something? That slightly concerns me, but then I don't know, honestly. So, yeah. Perhaps we've already been annexed and this is all theater. I mean, man, if they wanted to do it, let's just imagine they decide, yeah, we're taking you over. What the fuck are we even gonna do? I mean, I tell you one thing, this is not gonna be a fucking Ukraine-Russia situation. I'm gonna be like, oh, I guess I'm American now. Zero hesitation. Zero resistance. Absolutely none. I'll be like, all right, fuck it. You know, like, I guess that's what's gonna happen. We'd be able to do literally nothing. Yeah. Oh my God. You don't think they're allowed? Right? What's up, man? Yeah. Fuck. Fuck. Thinking we're even gonna be able to fight this battle here with the tariffs. I don't know. He's pretty brave, Trudeau. I know he probably didn't call him and talk about it. I guarantee you that there's been very little conference between the two because he doesn't give a fuck because he's done anyway. He's just waiting for somebody to step in to replace him. So, yeah. Yeah. Sent a long text to HFX Pins telling her to open both the USD checking account, USD credit card, as I expect Canadian dollar to take a hit in the markets tomorrow. And yeah, you could easily walk across the border and take over us fast, and the Nazis did to Poland. Man, in a blink of an eye, we would just bend over. There'd be nothing literally anyone here could fucking do. That's just, I mean, that's just the reality of it, yeah. He'll send a longship with 50 armed men. Holy fuck. Yeah. Like the old times, man. Like the Danes of old. Fuck. Yeah. He said if Canada retaliated, he would be double the tariffs. Yeah, we're in a war. We can't win. Man, I know that we're getting fucked. It's a Dunkel rabbit. It's a Erdinger Dunkel. It's like a dark Erdinger. Yeah. That's what I'm sipping on. But, yeah, fuck, man. That's not a good situation. This guy breaks down tariffs very well. I'm just curious as to what he's going to say. He's got some nice guitars up there, some acoustics.
Hey, you liberal fruitcakes. See you
Liberal fruitcakes. Holy fuck. This guy's just ready to fight with everyone. Oh, well, that's a meme.
A lot of you crying over tariffs, saying it's going to destroy the economy. Want to look at trade economics? First, a tariff is a tax imposed on a country's imported goods and services. The United States only imports 15% of goods and services internationally. The rest is domestic. Now, a lot of you are concerned about what's happening with Canada and Mexico. Well, you remember that 15% I talked about? Canada and Mexico only produce 5% of that. That means between both of them, they only produce 5% of the United States GDP.
Hold on, pal. Oh man, this is gonna be bad here in Canada, I think. Let's just how much crude oil does Canada supply to the US? Oh, fucking Jesus Christ. Let's see. Now, they've also talked about increasing fracking astronomically. As of 2023, Canada supplies approximately 60% of the United States crude oil imports. This accounts for about 24% of the crude oil processed in U.S. refineries. In other words, nearly a quarter of the crude oil refined in the U.S. originates from Canada. So the gas prices, if we decide to fight back down there, are going to take a hit. So the government starts opening factories for all the stuff they otherwise import from the U.S. and all the goods the U.S. won't take, you can send to Europe who are crying over cheap goods. Man, I mean, listen, that's probably what's going to happen. I mean, to be completely honest, aside from, well, no, fuck no. I mean, I try to drink a lot anymore anyway, but when I do, I'm kind of a beer guy. I will enjoy a nice wine, which, you know, there are European wines are honestly, objectively still the best. So we could make do. And, you know, I could give up the bourbon and go to brandy, right? The French make a great liquor. Sorry. So we could go that way. So already this gentleman here is off to a bit of a bad start.
So guess what? This trade war is going to turn both of those places into a third world country, although Mexico already is one. Now, the reality is we don't want that. But the United States is tired of being taken advantage of by the countries who are refusing to pay their fair share. And we all know you guys want fair share. And tariffs are a way of achieving that. Now, let's look at Canada. 20% of the GDP of Canada comes from the United States trade agreements.
Mm-hmm.
And 75% of their trade happens with the United States.
Yes.
Now that means if prices go up because of imported goods from Canada, Americans are going to refuse to buy them. Meaning, Canada's not going to make any money. And as we're 75% of their trade, that's going to be detrimental to their economy. And Mexico doesn't even remotely have a leg to stand on, with 40% of their GDP tied into American export. Now, I know you're going to say that Canada's threatened to turn off power to Americans. Well, we'll just raise the tariff. They're not going to turn it off. Do you know why? Because Canada's utilities is $55 billion in debt, which means they can't afford to turn off the United States' power. Now you're going to say that other countries are going to stop trading with America.
Sorry, it's how much? It's not $55 billion in debt. That's not correct.
They only make up 10% of the GDP of the United States. And we'll just pull funding from NATO, because we fund 75% of that.
Yeah, and that's
means
insane.
All of them would have to cut their social services.
But to me, with that said, right, they fund that degree of NATO, but when you look at the military might of all the different countries and the power the U.S. wields, I mean, there's no comparison. They're the biggest dick on the block by a mile. So, like, are you going to expect that the other countries are going to, with very little military force, are going to, like, come up and meet you? I mean, like, you're the big daddy, and you're like, why are we paying for the most? It's like, well, because you can to some degree. Now, no, they're in a bad situation though too. I don't debate that. Like, they're in a really bad situation. Yeah. Yeah, I know, Train Beast. Already, this is like not going well. Yeah, Bear, what's up, man? Happy Sunday to you as well. Yeah, Canada, Denmark, hit Nordic countries and alliances through Greenland to become a production and energy powerhouse to fuel Europe to stand up to the U.S. That'd be funny. We take fucking half of it. We go in and we share.
Like Canada paying reparations rather than investing in their own military, which they didn't. They spent more money on social services than investing in their own military. The reality is tariffs are good when coupled with tax cuts for the United States. Yes, it will be inflationary. The numbers that we're seeing are about 0.5%. But coupled with the elimination of income tax, it would be negligible to the United States. So stop crying. Tariffs provide leverage, and America is going to put America first. We're gonna be fine. Stop your fear-mongering.
It's very... Now, I mean, they're in a bad situation. I think this is like the unfortunate reality we're starting to deal with here, where some of this extreme rhetoric has come about because of this. Where the fuck is it? And we just check this from time to time to see. Yeah, she's creeping up to 37 trillion. So, like, at some point in time, there had to be a reckoning that happens. And now for us, this is devastating for people in Canada because we're already not in a good financial situation. Inflation has hit us like a motherfucker post-COVID. And this is there's a potential for a lot of people to lose their jobs too. Like, this could really fuck over the country to some degree. I was listening to some people talk about this on CBC, which is a radio broadcast I typically hate, can't stand listening to. I mean, they're making some really good points, and they were just kind of laying out, some economists saw just laying out, like, hypothetically how bad this could get. And it could get really bad, like really, 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 really bad for us. But this is what happens. I mean, this is the consequence of the hole that they dug themselves into, and they're trying to get out, and they're going to fuck everybody else around them to get out of it. And then, listen, there clearly is an intention here to amalgamate us into the United States. The plan might be, which is very dirty, to bring us to our knees and then have us beg to join them. I mean, listen, it was only a matter of time. Really. What's the Doge counter on? Oh, fuck. Well, they've saved, like, do they have one up there? I saw them recently. They've already cut like over $1 billion in funding, but like, they're not even gonna scratch this. There is no way in fucking hell they ever pay this off unless they start going into space and they start just mining the fuck at asteroids and stuff. There's no goddamn way they're gonna pay this off, or a giant war happens. I mean, there's literally no way around this. Everyone knows this. I mean, my background isn't in economics. I'll defer to people here who know them more than myself. But like, you know, I think we can all agree there's no way they're getting out of this. Yeah. Yeah. Oh man, I know. Yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah. I mean, King Charles will rule the U.S. Well, I mean, I think, you know, Canada could be a crown jewel, especially with the oil reserves up in the north, like in northern Alberta. They haven't even really been tapped to their full potential yet. There's a lot of incentive for the U.S. to take over Canada. Like, there's quite a bit. And I mean, he's not joking anymore. I thought it was a joke at first. But like, he posted again this morning, I guess. It's like, holy fuck, yeah. Who even owns this debt? Well, we can ask ChatGPT, man. But I think, Blip, China owns, I think, a third of it, from what I recall. Who owns all the U.S. debt? Break it down for us. So this is what I love ChatGPT for. It's brilliant at searching and doing this kind of stuff. Okay, U.S. holders, $22.5 trillion. There are institutions, individuals within the U.S. who own treasury securities. U.S. government. The U.S. government owns $7 trillion of the U.S. government's debt. Federal Reserve owns $5.6 trillion. Now, the Federal Reserve is not technically a part of the government, so that's interesting. U.S. investors own $9.9 trillion through mutual funds, pension funds, banks, insurance companies, individuals, and corporations. So, now foreign holders. Oh, they only own, is that right? I thought they owned way more than that. How does this make sense? Top foreign creditors, China, $850 billion. I thought they owned like a third. I could be very wrong there. I thought that I had heard that. Other nations, $6.7 trillion. So according to ChatGPT, everyone's got their finger in this pie here. Now, again, if they decided to just stick their dick in the pie and say, go fuck yourselves, what is anyone going to do? Nothing. Now, what's that going to do to the dollar? Fuck it. Yeah. I mean, it's also going to fuck the dollar, right? But anyway, yeah. You're so scared about this. Well, man, I know HF expands, and you're not alone. There's tons of small business owners that are going to be fucking crippled if he continues this nonsense. Yeah. Harrigan, what's up, man? Good. How you doing? I'm drinking some German beer here right now. I'm drinking an Erdinger. Oh. Call your Democratic representatives, inform them so that person can pressure or raise it in your parliament. Oh man, good luck with that. Good luck trying to get Justin to call Don on the phone tomorrow and be like, listen, can we just find a solution to this? He's probably just going to hang the phone up, tell him to go fuck himself. What we need to do is get rid of Justin. We need to probably get someone else in there. I don't know who that's. Not that I necessarily want this person in there, but it's just going to be Pierre Poilievre. So Pierre, at the very least, from what I've been able to discern from listening to him, is a much more logical person. Whether he has good intentions is impossible to discern 100%, right? But having him on the phone talking to Don might be a better idea. And then from there, they can maybe smooth things over. I mean, I don't know. Well, fucking Manny's petties for the next fucking 30 years or some shit for everyone in the U.S. government. But we'll find a way, right? We could do that. I don't fucking know. Yeah. 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 Yeah, there may be a workaround, as Hendrickson said there, but yeah, it's definitely a lot of stress, though. It's further stress on small business owners, I think, man. That's the thing. It's like you can finagle some shit, but it's just going to be a fucking massive headache one way or the other. Like, there's really no way around it being a fucking headache. Yeah. Yeah. Can you investigate what he wants from Canada? Well, what he wants, I think, man, from what I've been able to discern listening to him, is he wants some money. He just wants money. But what he doesn't really understand, this is kind of an action without any concern for like their neighbors. Like we thought we were friends, but we're not friends, clearly. But it's a reflection as well, I think, in my opinion, and my opinion on this objectively isn't really worth a lot, and I know that, but I think it's a reflection of how desperate times really are. And we've been trying to ignore that post-COVID about how, you know, deep the debt has gotten for different nations, how much inflation has gone up. We've been trying to just kind of keep that into the back of our minds, but this is a reflection. I think this is what's kind of come to fruition from all of that. It's just this kind of extreme rhetoric from him, and that they're in a desperate situation. They know it, and they've got to do desperate things, and they've gotten to a point where they're just very self-serving kind of behavior from the U.S. But again, looking at the fucking debt clock, they're approaching like purely fucked is where they're getting pretty close to. So I mean, what are they going to do really? I mean, they've got to try to do something. Anyway, okay, here it is here. Yeah, he posted this morning. Is this he post about... Well, here, there's another post he made too. Today, I've implemented a 25% tariff on imports from Mexico and Canada. 10% on Canadian energy and a 10% additional tariff on China. This was done through the International Emergency Economic Powers Act because of the major threat of illegal aliens and deadly drugs killing our citizens, including fentanyl. We need to protect Americans, and it's my duty as president to ensure the safety of all. I made a promise on my campaign to stop a flood of illegal aliens and drugs from pouring across our borders, and Americans overwhelmingly voted in favor of this. So Trump, I don't think this is honestly where this is just coming from strictly, but Trump thinks that we're not protecting our borders enough. We're letting fentanyl and drugs slip through our borders. Now, Mexico 100% has not been on top of the border. They've been encouraging people to fucking go into the U.S. Canada has not been a part of this at all. And so I think that's just fucking bullshit. They've gone on about this ad nauseum here in Canada. That's just fucking nonsense. To impose a 25% tariff because that's not why they're doing that. Yeah, it doesn't make any fucking sense. Yeah. It's been deliberately obscured, ignored, and worsened. That's true. Well, maybe at least not ours, man, but on many other people's minds, I think. Yeah. Now my primary interest is not UFOs or Trump or America. Almost a huge volcano may erupt in Aegean Sea. Oh, really? All of them from the Colombo magma chamber zone. What kind of... Oh, I didn't even hear about that. Wouldn't that be fun if we're all worried about like Trump taxing people and then giant natural disaster? Maybe that's God's will. That's very interesting, man. We'll have to look into that, actually. Just another thing, you know? Just something else. Where was the post at? I saw... oh my God. Anyway, it was this morning. My brother showed me this at lunch today, that he was talking about, you know, Canada becoming the 51st state again. Fucking Christ. Anyway. What? He didn't post it on X. He's attacking ISIS. The remote viewers all saw that they're going to be attacking the cartels this month. Some remote viewers saw a couple plane crashes in the U.S. too. I mean, it was pretty obscure. But it was still kind of interesting. Those guys, the Future Forecasting Group, who the fuck knows? So, I want to read it out because I saw a bit of it and I was like, holy fuck! Like they're hell bent on. Again, I think this is the plan ultimately, and I don't know if this is something that like he and Elon have cooked up, but it definitely wasn't his plan alone. Like there definitely was. There's other people involved with this that are guiding these decisions. Fuck, man. Yeah. 43 pounds of fentanyl was intercepted coming across a border from Canada. Is that actually true, man? Well, I know it's a huge problem here in Canada. So, dear God. Yeah. Greeks are saying it's all okay, just an earthquake, storm, and Hellenic arc zone. Oh, really? Holy shit. Yeah. I don't think so. The situation is similar to 1600 BC Minoan eruption. Yeah. That's, you know, and that I know a little bit about that because I had an interest in the Exodus for a little while after I read Manny Velikovsky's works, and I was going through his source material and researching that there was a pretty serious cataclysm that happened about 3,600 years ago, and that eruption was a part of it or maybe solely due to it. But that there's some scholars that wrote some interesting papers about the Exodus, and that eruption may have been what was remembered during the Exodus, Harrigan, which is very interesting. It was very bad for people that don't know. Yeah. Oh, fuck, yeah. It's a shitload. It takes an infinitesimal amount to kill. Oh, I know. My partner works in mental health. She works for the government here. And yeah, it's I've heard some fucking horror stories, listen, that I can't even really talk about, so... Yeah, I know, right? That's the thing. Mexico even worse. China supposedly is the originator of a lot of the fentanyl, though. I've heard Trump talk about that, too. Yeah. Santorini is having a swarm of tiny earthquakes. It's a Greek island about to erupt. Oh, God. No. I've always wanted to visit there. It's so beautiful. An uptick in seismic activity of the volcanic island of Santorini has raised concerns about a potential eruption. what are they talking here? Like a cataclysmic eruption? Like, yeah, 726 AD caused the sea to boil, sent pumice chunks 250 miles. Oh my God. I'm sure did they go over the older eruption that happened? Maybe not. No. Yeah. There he is. The island got its current shape via the Minoan eruption in 1600 BC, one of the largest volcanic eruptions in human history, according to Lamont Doherty Earth Observatory in New York. Yes, it may have inspired tales of the lost city of Atlantis, which is said to have sunk under the sea. Yeah. And it may have coincided with the Exodus out of Egypt too, maybe. That's an audacious statement to make, I guess. But roughly around the same time, maybe, right? And similar conditions too. So anyway, yeah, intriguing, yeah. We did have an eruption with your country's forests. Oh, did we? Yeah, through dendrochronology. Yes. I see. I didn't see that. Dendrochronology method for true date. Yeah, so we know the nearest date, 1600 BC. Yes. Yeah. Actually, I think, just to flex what I've read on this, which, but 1628, I think. 1628 to 1636 is roughly when they narrow it down to. Yeah. If you dig in the archaeological sites from the Bronze Age Aegean settlement, you can easily find 10 centimeters of ash layer. Oh, yeah, I've seen that, man, yeah. Well, I think it was olive trees, right? And then they cross-referenced that with some trees here in Canada. It was actually, one of the books I was reading through was from a dendrochronologist. I don't know where he was from. He may have been from Canada, actually. But yeah, it's a very interesting. It's a very interesting thing. There's a certain game that covers the Atlantis story. Seems pretty legit. I've been enjoying that fish, actually. I don't know if you saw that or not, but I've been enjoying playing that game. Yeah. But yeah, interesting. Very interesting. Well, hopefully it doesn't happen. I mean, obviously the big one is fucking. Oh my God, Yellowstone. But yeah, it could be a disaster for the Mediterranean if this fucking blows up. I mean, fuck, hopefully it doesn't, but you never know. You never know when shit's gonna go south. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah. Well, anyway, yeah. The tariff situation, I don't know. See you tomorrow with the markets. See how everything goes. Be interesting. Everyone's enjoying their morning coffee. They're going to look and things are just going to go for the fucking shitter. But anyway, lows earthquakes in almost all 5 degrees in the Richter scale northwest of Crete. Huh. That's not good. Will this open or do I have to get the rest of the... Okay. No, it did just defaulted, but I can go see it here. What? Come on, USGS. We'll go here. Go to the earthquake map. Earthquake... View earthquakes. Latest earthquakes. Oh, yeah. Oh, my. Oh, yeah, okay. I know how to use this because my autism, I have an interest in these kinds of things. What we can do, actually, is what you really want to get a better idea is we can go back to... Let's go back to November, maybe. First. Let's see. Yeah. Draw a rectangle. Right there. Use this region. I've done this a couple times on different places. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Geologically active area, I think, but yeah. Yeah, fuck, man. That's not Plato's story is in Anagram Analogy is about ethnic and notion Tantalos changes to Atlantis. Yeah, check this, dude. More true. Oh, interesting. You mean his story? You think his story is an analogy? You know what you think? Now, I would debate that slightly, but it could very well be. The opinion from some people in academia is that, yeah, Plato's, oh wow, there you go, yeah, that's more specific, huh? That the story of Atlantis is just some kind of a reference to some other time. I think he may have been speaking with more specificity there. In both, I know the story very well. There's the Timaeus and the Critias, which are the two characters involved, speaking with Socrates. And the Critias, actually, I was reading through these stories again on Thursday afternoon. And most of the Critias is lost. We actually don't have it. But the Timaeus was found in its entirety. And oh, well, yeah, that's not good, huh? And yeah, it's an extremely interesting account. It's very specific, which is what's interesting. And both characters mention from Plato. It's Plato telling a story, essentially, but telling a story about this lost civilization. And the story had originated with actually Plato's ancestor, Solon. And both of the characters spoke as if everyone in Athens at that time knew about the story that Solon had brought back from the Egyptian priests about this lost civilization. So, yeah, it's interesting. Yeah. You know, the tariff's going to hurt in the short term, but I wonder what the effect will be in the long term. Well, the amalgamation of Canada is a 51st state, I think. Yeah. No reason to believe it was an allegory. Yeah, Grant, some people think it could be. In my opinion, as someone who has gone through Plato's works, I'm not an expert. I'm not going to claim that I am. But from like a philosophical standpoint, I read through his works in their entirety over the years. It's a bit of an anomaly, the level of specificity he talks about in regards to Atlantis. Like, there are other, like in the Republic, he'll bring up other, dialect. He uses, like, through conversation, right? Dialectic. Through conversation, they try to come to deeper truths about things. And sometimes they'll use examples, and they thought that maybe the story of Atlantis was about, like, hubris and ignorance but it seemed it was weird. He gave a literal description of how big the city was. Like, there was a lot of specificity in there that I think indicates it was more than just a story either he made up or an allegory, personally. And if you compare it to his other stories and allegories. So, yeah, it's just in my opinion. There's a lot of debate on that. I think if you look at world history, it supports the idea of a lost civilization that fits as descriptions. But it's one of those things we're not really going to know for sure, right? So, very intriguing, yeah. Yeah, I mean, we know civilizations have existed going back thousands of years before the Greeks. There will have been plenty that rose and fell all the time they could have been referring to. Yeah, absolutely, man. Yeah, and one in particular, though, right? That's referenced that and there is some, and now they're anecdotes, but this is what's new and we haven't really dug into. But there seems to be reference to. There's some kind of connection with all of the different cultures around the globe, with a flood myth is one thing, and also a pantheon of gods that are very similar, and all had some kind of an influence around 10 to 12,000 years ago, roughly. And that also points to some kind of a somewhat advanced, depending on how advanced we don't know, civilization that came out of the Atlantic somewhere. So, yeah. Oh, there's one that happened right now in Turkey. Yeah. We can think and describe those Minoan eruptions as a traumatic collective memory of the peoples of the same geographic area, but of course, this is so speculative comment. Yeah. Yeah, man. And even, they talked about, there was another large earthquake that happened too in Athens. I don't know, Haragram, I can't remember. I was just reading through these dialogues again the other day. And it may have coincided with this. I'm trying to remember. I thought they said it happened like 1,000 years before, which would have been pretty close actually to this eruption. But there was a great earthquake that they talk about in the Cretaeus and the Timaeus dialogue. The Egyptian priest that Solon speaks to mentions that there was a giant earthquake that happened in Athens that leveled it, and that may be the Minoan eruption that happened. That would fall pretty close within the eruption date. Atlantis is like 9,000 years. I mean, Plato specifically mentions, well, the priest specifically mentions in the story, which is Plato writing it, that it happened 9,000 years before their time, which coincidentally lines up exactly to the end of the last ice age when everything started melting rapidly. And some people like Randall Carlson, he's put the idea forward, which I think is interesting. But, if you were out here in the Atlantic here, and this is a triple plate junction, who knows if... there was a lot of weight sitting on Canada here, I guess. There was a lot of weight sitting on Canada. And if it all started to melt quite rapidly within a couple hundred years, if a lot of it fell off, it would have maybe caused some kind of issue with this area in the Atlantic. We have no idea. It's all deeply speculative in the end of the day. And we're probably not going to figure it out until we talk to fucking aliens and maybe have a history that goes back this far. Yeah. But anyway, yeah. Interesting shit, though. Yeah, something to follow. Man, hopefully hopefully she doesn't blow up. It'd be a distraction from the tariffs, though, I guess, right? But I desperately don't want this to happen. This would be a real bad one. But this is what we can remember. I saw this, actually, Graham Hancock. We were just talking about him. Graham is one of these writers and journalists who's collected all these stories and these flood myths, these different narratives, and put them together. And I think it's very interesting. I mean, people in the archaeological community think he's a pseudo-archaeologist, but people that say that are fucking smooth brains, so not too concerned about their opinions, honestly. Graham's a great journalist, and I think that the stories are extremely intriguing and probably point to something interesting. So the main thing to understand is that we are imprisoned in some kind of work of art. Interesting. So that's Terence McKenna, not Graham, by the way. So, yeah. Intriguing. It is a work of art. Are we imprisoned, though? We don't really know that, I guess, but yeah, if we are, then I guess we can be fortunate that we're in such a beautiful place. So, anyway, I thought that was kind of an inspiring quote. Thought I'd bring that up. This is not what I wanted to bring up next. I think everything's all fucking jigged around. I saw this, someone posted this, yeah. Posted in a small southern New Mexico town. Warning, aliens from space may be impersonating humans, not art. What a fucking meme. Brother's doing God's work here, right? He looks like a lizard there, actually. Holy fuck. Bro, what the fuck? Is this the kind of rhetoric that's starting? Is this the rhetoric that's starting? Interesting. Very interesting. Yeah. Who knows? Anyway, I thought it was funny. This isn't really relevant. This is just something I pulled up here. Yeah, looks like an old granny to me. Let's look. Well, we can look closer. Oh, that looks like a lizard to me. Look, he's got the long nose, like the nostrils. What a trippy thing to think about, though, right? Like, what a trippy thing to think about. Is this something that's happening? I hope not. Could be, though. Never know, right? This is where, like, the real schizo shit starts, where people are like, who knows? Yeah. Didn't see the night. I had to zoom in. Yeah. Yeah, it looks like a reptilian to me. Yeah. Man, I don't fucking know. I mean, this is where the conversation's going now. I'll pull this up later. I'm going to talk about that right now. So here we go. I follow Roni. He covered all the stuff going on in the Amazon recently, all the hysteria down there about people seeing like face rippers and shit like that. So yeah, grannies are aliens. Yeah, man, that's sell everything. That's the kind of panic that might happen, that might ensue. If governments know that some talented people can summon extra-dimensional technology and beings, it can also summon powerful negative beings that can invade people's minds. Well, probably this is a reason for the secrecy, not the extraterrestrial hypothesis. Yeah, this gets confused a lot, I think, and I don't know why or how it gets confused this much, but people are on about the idea that these beings may not just be from other planets, or they might not be from other planets at all. They're from these other dimensions. The word extraterrestrial means not from this earth. So if you're not from this earth, i.e. maybe you're from another dimension even, you are still technically an extraterrestrial, right? You're not from this earth. You're not from Terra here, right? And again, this is an ignorance of all of the other anecdotes from the phenomena, but I'm replacing bets. We're dealing with beings from other fucking star systems. Like, go look up in the night fucking sky. That's probably what we're dealing with. Now, maybe they can access other spaces we can't, but extra-dimensional, interdimensional, there's hypotheses out there in physics about this, but for instance, string theory, but it's not talking about inhabitable physical dimensions either. So it's beyond our comprehension. So suggesting this stuff sounds fun and it's science fiction-y, but there isn't really a basis from what I've been able to discern from anybody on like, this is an actual thing. Hal Puthoff's talking about it a little bit, but it's very out there. So staying with extraterrestrial might be a good idea. How much longer till people claim to be having telepathic relationship with the pond in their backyard? Right now, brother. Have you been on it? Have you been on the internet lately? Fuck. People are communicating with their animals, they're communicating with each other. People have been talking to the aliens for decades now, the contactees, the channelers, like it's all starting to come to a head. Well, this girl, for instance, like this. Now, I forget what this girl, what was her story? She posted on X she was in the military and she had some kind of an incident. And then, you know, young girl on the internet, you know, she's not that young. She's probably like in her early 20s, but man, like, it's just, you know, you'll blow up. You'll just blow up. It's just how it is, you know? Yeah. So I grew so pissed. Barbara's cutting into his flare dropping grift. Man. Yeah, he's fucking... You don't need to go buy CE5 anymore. You can just do it yourself, right? So this is something she got, you know?
Green dudes. And this first time, I'm like, this is ET. Like, is this ET? Because they're showing me. And they're not speaking, but like, I feel like this like sensation in my head to like keep thinking. And they're putting a bunch of symbols on this, like, it might as well have been on the TV. It was just on the ceiling. They put a bunch of symbols related to different spiritual religions, different ancient Egyptian, like the Ankh, all of that stuff that I had never even like looked at before. I looked into all of these, by the way, after this incident, because I'm like, what do they mean? And basically it was the message that they showed me, and then they showed me a golden gift, like a present, wrapped present. And the idea was like that I received a gift from extraterrestrials, and it was like a spiritual gift.
Yeah, I mean, fuck it. I don't know. Is this her here? What's her name? Michaela Fokker? U.S.-China subject matter expert. Oh my heavens. Interview intelligence analyst veteran. She is the definition of a grifter. Is that where this meme is going? I mean, you know, how much can you scrape off the fucking top, though, is my question. You know, we're fucking out. I'm out here starving. You know, fuck, I only can afford to get one beer, you know, fuck. How much can we scrape off the top, guys? Like, yeah. Fuck me. Is she fucked up? Remember we watched? Yeah, no, I do remember Hendrix. Yeah. People are starting this. Yeah, she's blowing the whistle. Yeah. There you go. No, she's in a paranormal experience or safe space. I should maybe start joining these spaces. I keep trying to, but it's like I'm so bad with like networking and shit on social media. And I had been in one before. I wasn't talking or anything, but I would like to get into some of these conversations more with people. Anyway, I'll probably just get kicked out within like 5 seconds. To be real here, though, I'm not gonna last long in those kinds of spaces. Like, anyway, I don't fucking know, man. I just, the idea is interesting. It's a fascinating idea. It's just, is it a thing? What does it all mean? How do we approach this? I mean, for me, I don't know. Would I even talk about it? Maybe. I don't know, man. Anyway, there's some other stuff here with Jake Barber I've got. I'm going to go over here. I'll pull this. It's in relation to this. So I was in the studio yesterday and recorded this one for out-of-body experience in astral travel, as well as full night sleep on YouTube. And Jake said, I need to try it again. I fell asleep in the first 5 minutes the first time I listened. Nice product. I listened to I read through some of Jason's stuff here. So this is what you can use to do the OBEs.
Welcome to this session of the Silver Cord. Astral rest and rejuvenation. In this sacred time, we'll journey deep within, accessing the profound and loving realms of your higher consciousness.
Oh my God.
While allowing your physical body the rest.
Is he talking like this for an hour and 20 minutes?
And exhaling, you settle back down, lulled by the ocean's ever-present peace.
Right. I've tried this shit before. Never worked. Couldn't leave my body. I've listened to tons. I like this shit for like just straight up ASMR. Like if you're just like trying to relax or something, or you just want to like feel the tingles and be like, oh yes. People who do ASMR, they get tingles when they listen to stuff. It's like some guy like, I don't know, sucking on a popsicle or something, whatever the fuck people get tingles from, right? Eating a glizzy. But it's, you get this like sensation in the bottom of your spine, runs up to the top of your head, and it's like, ooh, like that kind of tingling feeling. Yeah. You managed one this morning, first time in a while. Oh, you did an OBE. Oh my heavens. Holy fuck. Where did you go, man? Where would I go? I don't even know, actually. Probably the moon, and I'd probably get trapped inside some alien prison. My spirit would be stuck in there. Fucking, I'd go right to the moon, 100%, straight to the fucking moon. Yeah, I've tried, I can't. Anyway, yeah. So I thought it was interesting. Jake's doing these. He's had a body experience things. I mean, listen, I'm not fucking ignorant. This stuff is maybe possible. I've had a weird experience when I was a kid. But man, this is where we're going. I didn't think we'd jump to this right now. I thought that we would like get to this after we had like the definitive proof, and then we go to this. It's like we're just jumping to this, and it's like, oh, okay, like right now, like we're doing this right now. It's like, yeah, I guess. It's like, okay. Anyway, think of making us at the bedroom, we get stuck at the door. Actually, seriously? Holy fuck, brother. Did you see anything? Did you see any other beings like hanging around, hanging out in that space? Like, holy fuck. I would love to try it. I'd love to. I mean, I've tried it many times. I just don't have any. I'm not psychically adept. Psychically inept. It's my problem. Anybody who wants to make real sense of what happened in Jersey with exotic drones and get behind the gaslighting of the federal government should listen to Jake Barber. This is another clip. We watched this on Thursday, but this is just him talking about this again. Where
touching on the New Jersey thing, we were just out there.
Our military knows where they took off from. If it's a garage, they can go right into that garage. They know where it came from and where it went.
We were assigned to support the DOD and the FBI task force that was trying to be stood up out there.
Do you think any of these were genuine non-human intelligence? Any of these drones? You mentioned the Chinese
yes,
nationals. Okay.
I do.
Why do you think that? Because
of the way they transitioned in and transitioned out. That would be my guess, is I do think that there was a NHI component to this combined, which is what makes it really confusing. You know, the biggest mystery of this whole thing is the mystery. Like, there shouldn't be a mystery. This is a very simple thing. There's something in the sky, go figure out what it is, find out who's flying it, it's over, day one.
Right.
This continues to happen over and over again, and we still are pretending like we're confused.
Yeah. Yeah. Fuck. Anyway, I saw that with Jake, and then I saw this pulled up and said, oh yeah, we went over that and watched that clip, but I thought it was kind of an interesting clip. So, is there something NHI to it? Don't know. Yeah, it was pretty brief. Got into paralysis, rolled the body, a couple of reality checks to stabilize, go over to the door and try and actually go somewhere, get stuck and wake up out of it. Oh, seriously, man. Holy fuck. I would love to try it again. Yeah, I would love to give it a shot. You know, I'd love to see what happens. You know, I mean, that's the problem though, is trying to stay in it while you're doing it. I've never been able to achieve anything like that. It was only inadvertently when I was a kid, when I was like 11 or 12 is when it had happened, where I had some kind of experience like that, which is very strange. But you ever had lucid dreams? Yeah, I think I told the story here maybe a little while ago, but I had worked at it, man. So back when I was like 18, 19, me and a buddy of mine were experimenting stuff like this. He was experimenting with psychedelics. I was interested in them, but I didn't get into them. And I had worked really hard. I dream journaled. I watched all these videos on YouTube, and I used to drink this lucid dreaming tea every single night before I went to bed. And I had one lucid dream, and I was in high school, and I'd finally become conscious, and then it all fell apart. And I was so disappointed with it that I just never did it again. And that was 15 years ago. So unfortunately, yeah. Sam Scratch, what's up, man? Yeah. So So unfortunately, yeah, no, I haven't really been able to, man. As after that incident, like I spent like so long trying to get it to work, it just fucking failed. So yeah. Oh shit, man, you're at work. God damn. Oh fuck. Bad weather there. Is that what happened? Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I wish I could become more proficient with it. But the astral projection stuff was really interesting to me. Lucid dreaming was cool. It was like, oh, I can like do whatever I want in my dreams. But like, it was more like I'd want to actually go somewhere. It'd be really cool. Like go to Mars, right? For instance, right? Like this here. Like go to fucking Mars. You know? Yeah. Tons of snow. Fuck yeah, man. Yeah. But here, speaking of which, I guess this is Anna Paulina Luna. So this is something I've actually got an interview with Lou up here. I was going to go over a little bit later. There's an interesting segment of that I'm going to have to find. I thought I liked the clip, but I lost it on Twitter of him talking about 2027, this kind of impending event that's been talked about behind the scenes, like by different people in the intelligence community. But Chris Ramsey is the guy who pulled up this Reddit post, and a lot of people have been looking at it being like, oh my God, like Elon and her and Joe Rogan and everybody's brought this shit up. So I thought I would go over it a little bit as I've memed on this ad nauseum here. So yeah, it's only a short jump for lucid dreaming. I'm not even convinced they're not just very vivid, intense lucid dreams. Yeah, the subjective experience is quite different, but they seem very close in our consciousness to often slip from one to another when practicing. Yeah, man, I had one experience with it, I think, and the only reason I think I had an experience with it was because the level of detail was like way... Because in dreams, one thing I've noticed is your brain's never really capable, at least my brain isn't really capable of recreating the environments that I'm in, even familiar environments, with like 100% accuracy. And like, I recognize that while I'm in it. I'll recognize, like, even that lucid dream I had where I was walking in the my hallway of my high school, first thing that teed me off to it was I'm not in high school anymore. The second thing was, this isn't quite right. Like, it was close, but it wasn't quite right. The lucid dream I had when I was a kid was over me and my brother had shared a bedroom growing up. And I remember looking down and I saw the whole bedroom. Like, it was completely accurate, which is what freaked me out. Well, I still remember it was a dream because I don't know what else to call it. You call it astral projection, but everything was where it should have been. And it was really vivid too. Which is what was strange. So yeah, I don't know. And at the end of the day, man, who knows, right? We have no idea. It's such a subjective thing. We can never actually like go and test someone else's dream until we can start visualizing these things with tech, which we're not that far away from doing right now. The Japanese are experimenting with this as we speak. But yeah, it's it's fucking crazy, man. Yeah, I would love to be able to do it again. This would be the first place I'd fucking go. If I could go somewhere, this would be the first fucking place I'd go, actually. Would probably either be the moon, but honestly, Mars is fascinated me for years. And I'm glad that more people are talking about this stuff. Now, whether what we're looking at is actually something anomalous, that's up for debate. It's kind of like the Cydonia region. There are people supposedly who were involved behind the scenes in the effort to go back that were convinced they had better quality, or they had more images at the very least, of the area, and that they knew there was something there somehow. And that would be the US government knew, right? Through NASA, there was something there. But there was an effort back in the 80s to go back. John Brandenburg, who may have kind of gone off the rails a little bit. He's on Twitter now. He's a physicist out of Florida. But he was one of the guys, he's working in a lab, and he had communicated and talked about how there were a lot of people behind the scenes when they saw those images at Cydonia. They were like, what the fuck? And even the military was like, what the fuck? Because the famous remote viewing we've gone over here a couple times with Joe McMudd-Eagle was tasked by the US by the US Army, was who went to the Monroe Institute and tasked them with the Cydonia region, among others, to go and look at. And Joe used astral projection. That's how he did his remote viewing. He physically went there, supposedly. Again, we have no fucking idea to test that, but yeah. Yeah, but anyway, it's this is very interesting. So the image originates from the Mars Global Surveyor's Mars Orbiter camera. The original image can be viewed through Arizona State University's Mars Image Explorer. So this is the original image here. Now there was a lot of like correcting people, like the team at X were correcting people because they saw this. You know, this is not correct. All that's been done here is they've highlighted the shape, right? Now, this is what it actually looks like. Now, I posted this into the Discord. These kinds of features can appear in nature. Now, it's pretty rare though, and this is big. I looked into this. This is fairly large footprint here. If I can recall correct, I can't recall exactly how big the footprint is, but I believe I think it's around like pyramid size. Like it's fairly large. Yeah, here's a truly unedited image for less square. You cropped out the top right. Yeah, he did actually. And why did he do that? I don't think, no. This is, I shared the original image. I believe this is the original image. This is the actual image here. For people that don't know, yeah. I mean, the tech and acid when the face first came through ours must have said got chills. Well, yeah. I imagine they would have, man. And the thing is too, like, obviously we're going there because it's like, well, Venus is not inhabitable, but other than Venus, it's the closest planet to us, right? Did you see that image Finn posted on X? No, I don't think I did. Oh, sorry, the face, yeah. Yeah, this one here, yeah. This does, yeah. The first glance, it looks artificial. It does. Now, if I were to critique this, which I will, I guess, I'll give my opinion on it. It does. Now, this would be, well, actually, so to be fair here, to the people that brought this image up initially, I don't know if we know definitively this has not been, if this has been ruled out completely, there wasn't any kind of artificiality to the face. But this would be an example of pareidolia otherwise, where you see a human face, kind of looks like a Native American headdress has been employed here, right? Now that there's tons of examples of this pareidolia that goes on, and pareidolia gets thrown around a lot when you look at these kinds of images. That, well, it's the human mind trying to make sense of something, and we project like a human face, or we project things onto it. Yeah, the Badlands Guardian. Thanks, Hendrix. Yeah, that's exactly what it's called there. Yeah. Don't Elon have a satellite take images every 2 seconds of Mars and a 9K camera? Why don't have an AI go over it? Dude, does he? Does he have a satellite over Mars right now? I don't know. I didn't know that, yeah. This is from Northern Alberta? Is that where it's from, Hendrix? Yeah. 1938, before the creation of the road that resembles the earphones. Yeah. Interesting. Where's it located? Yeah, Alberta, Medicine Hat in Alberta, Canada. Yeah. Interesting. Has it been ruled out as a natural feature, I guess, is the question. It's a drainage feature created through erosion of soft clay. Interesting, yeah. Yeah. Brother, drinking, smoking, watching Twitch at work. It's a life, man. That's the fucking life, yeah. Yeah, now, what's interesting about this, now, why is this, it's a good question, actually. Why is this interesting? Because you could look at it and you can say, well, this shape in nature is less common. To have a perfect, that's a rectangle, I think it's a bit beyond a square that we're looking at here. Now this, I believe, is not too far from Cydonia. Correct me if I'm wrong here. I think this is not that far off from Cydonia as well. The interest and the reason for people being interested in this potentially being something is because of the interest in Cydonia. It's not just the face, so is the other thing, right? There are other structures at Cydonia which are anomalous, and people have brought up as being potentially anomalous. There are pyramid shapes there, also, that could be anomalous. It's one of those things, it's like, it might be, it might not be. The only way to really know with any conviction is to actually go there and dig it up. Now, the other reason on top of Cydonia, right, and people digging into Cydonia, is the remote viewing that was done there. And the remote viewing is in and of itself very interesting. Now, obviously, we don't know with any conviction whether or not any of that is true. What we do know in regards to Joe McMoneagle's session is that it was done blind. So he did blind get, and he was tasked too with the coordinates as well. Some kind of civilization on Mars in the past. So, I mean, is that evidence? No. But is it's intriguing, right? I mean, you could look at that and say, that's very intriguing in coincidence with things that might resemble structures of times past, maybe we should go and take a look, right? Be a good reason to go look. The other thing too, we have to remember is that we as a species don't really know what a structure that's 1 million years old is going to look like. I mean, we try and think about that, but if you look at like what are the pyramids going to look like in 1 million years? What does 1 million years of erosion look like on a structure like the pyramids? We could probably guess, but it would be hard for us to discern, especially in a hostile environment like Mars. I mean, could it be, if it's that old, would it be almost indiscernible from rock? The only thing that would be left would be maybe the shape, its footprint. So we'd have to keep that in mind as well. Ultimately, when dealing with this, I think really what we need are expert eyes on it, because like my eyes aren't really going to be good enough to discern all the different features that are kind of within it to know definitively, is this something important? I think there have been other people who've looked at Cydonia and have thought that some of it looks kind of legitimately anomalous. Like anything, there's just endless debate on it, I think. So yeah. Yeah. Didn't someone in the extra do measurements and it's massive? 2 kilometers long, very thick wall. Yes, I think so, Hendrix. Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought it was the size. I thought it was like, well, actually it was 2 kilometers. That's extremely large. Yeah. That'd be beyond the size of the pyramid, I think. Yeah. Yeah. It's all true. You believe. Well, we don't want anyone just to believe, brother. We want people to, we want to like have something to go on, right? We want to have some data actually to go on, right? I don't want to just believe. I want to know, right? And there's a difference, I think, between believing something or like knowing a thing or just having like faith. I want to know definitively. And to know definitively, we're just going to have to go there ultimately. Now, there are other things. The fuck else did I pull up here in regards to this? People are bringing this up about Buzz Aldrin.
We should go boldly where man has not gone before. Fly by the comets, visit asteroids, visit the moon of Mars. There's a monolith there, a very unusual structure on this little potato-shaped object that goes around Mars once in 7 hours. When people find out about that, they're going to say, who put that there? Who put that there? Well, the universe put it there. If you choose, God put it there.
It's a natural formation. Buzz liked to meme in these kinds of interviews. That's it there. They think it's a natural formation on Phobos. Other people say that it's not. Again, we have no idea. At least we, the general public, don't, is the other thing. Yeah. You can believe to the point of knowing in some cases. I would debate that, man. Yeah. Belief is the first step of knowing. I would say that definitely I want to stick with data first. I mean, yeah. Sometimes it's the last step of the cliff. Yeah. That does look natural. It could be. Yeah. Jimmy brought this up in saying that Buzz had made this comment and that maybe it absolutely, whether it's Neil Armstrong had an interest in ufology. That's undeniable. Yeah. Here's the original image of the square. The other image floating around are manipulated. Yeah, I don't know what he's on about doing this. All they did was they adjusted. He posted another image where he cut the whole top of the corner off. They adjusted the contrast slightly so you can see it, which is what you would do. But it's the exact same fucking thing. It's just the contrast isn't as strong. But it still resembles a rectangle, which is intriguing. I mean, what we don't want to have happen is for people to put down this and say that it's literally nothing and just explain it away, because nobody knows definitively that it's natural or unnatural. That's the problem. We have no idea. You're not going to know until you go there. I mean, you could argue that there have been actually multiple groups. Now, this is where things get more interesting. And like, well, what's going to lead us to go there? I mean, what kind of data can we get? The problem is like nobody's there. Even we could send the rover there, but the rover for some reason hasn't gone to Cydonia, which I find to be extremely interesting. So, yeah. You first had to believe it's possible and test it with that belief. Well, yeah, if you were thinking like in regards to your own ability, maybe like if you were like, let's say you're a musician, like you want to believe in yourself or your ability to make music. You want to believe in your ability to go and make good art or something along those lines. I could see that, I guess, man. We can't bring objects into like we can't believe in this to the point where this turns out to be something that's real. I mean, it's like there's objective truths out there, and like your belief isn't going to affect them. Like this is either something natural or unnatural, right? It's already out there. Like it is, or the answer is already out there. Our belief in it isn't going to affect those objective truths. We'd have no effect on that, right? It's like 2 + 2 = 4. If you believe it equals 5, it's not going to do anything, right? That's the thing. So, according to Brave Search AI, perfect right angles do occur in natural rock formations, though they are not as common as the other angles and shapes. One example is the columnar basalt, which certain layers of basalt flows can naturally have 4 columns near right angles. Yes, they can. Actually, I have an example of that here. I put in the Discord, Wayne. Thank you. Let me pull it up. I posted this where? Here. Right here. There we are. Minimize that again. There's an example of that. I believe that's literally it, Wayne. Yeah. How about some drone workers to build a small airfield, slightly bigger drones with more range to take off? AI swarm drones to map out Mars. That'd be fucking interesting. That's an example of it there. So that's something you have to keep in mind, where this can happen. Yeah. It's something that can happen naturally. Now, like you just have to argue on this endlessly. To like, and maybe this is something that's worth arguing on endlessly. If you're about to spend millions of dollars, billions of dollars, realistically again, to go to Mars, and this is one of the reasons, you're going to have a lot of very compelling data to go there, and so you're going to have to really argue this like to just literally nothing. So, they seem a bit imperfect. Yeah, well, I mean, I was just about to say that, but if you look at it, you'd have to really look at these natural formations like this, and you'd have to see with what degree has this been, how perfect could this be here? And that's the level of specificity involved, right? Like, if this is completely perfect, and that's what the eye kind of picks up on this when you look at it, where you look at it at first, and you can see that it's like perfect right angles. At least that's what it appears to be. So that is something, if you're going to use an example from nature, it's very rare you're going to find something like this. So we'd have to find some examples that are almost identical. Now, this is also in isolation of other data. So if you look at, like, let's say this kind of data here. So Daz brought up remote viewing. Now, remote viewing is interesting. It was statistically significant, and it was beyond chance as well when we looked into the people's ability to do these things, whatever the fuck it is, whatever the psychic ability is. So if you had like 6 people blind, remote view, double blind in their instance, I believe they use double blind protocols, to remote view Mars in the past, let's say you go in 1 million years back, and they all get structures on there, blind, and they describe the planet, that's statistically significant, I would say. It's very interesting that you would have that many people blind get that kind of shit going on. And this has happened in the past. It happened with Joe's remote viewing as well, where he got these colossal structures, these pyramids that were 100 times the size of the pyramids at Giza in some instances, which is insane, which might line up again with what we find here. And there are other structures as well, other than just this. This isn't, again, it's like trying to make this argument. It's like, well, this happens in nature. How frequently does it happen in nature? How many other instances of these strange structures do we have, or objects, shapes on there? You'd have to go through all of the data. There are people that have. They think that it trends towards there being maybe some actual remnants of structures on Mars. And we have, the only way to know for sure is to fucking go there. What if belief was key to being able to do certain things? It very well could be, if you want to, like, yeah. Be like if you wanted, in my case, you wanted to be a musician, you had to believe in yourself, yeah. What if you couldn't know some things for sure unless you believe they were possible and tested? It can be extremely powerful, yeah. In some instances. It's not, again, yeah, I don't think you're wrong, man. I think knowing is even more powerful, yes. I think, depending upon like what the context is, right? Like the context is like believing in yourself to go and do something, yeah. But like when it comes to like figuring this shit out with conviction, like to know we need data, right? Like, yeah. Yeah. But possible could be. That's really it. That's really all you can say. And then you can go look at woo stuff and be like, okay, you know, there were people there in the past. Is where things get more weird. Yeah, like a large peak top type structure, partially buried in sand, large stone type structures, large scale. They get ideas of structures buried in the sand. They don't know the remote viewing Mars. Interesting, you know, whatever. It's interesting shit. You know, there really isn't a whole lot else to say on it, I guess, other than just that. There's more to it than this as well. I forgot to pull that up. Oh well, there was another post I had up here in regards to this. But the other thing we have to be suspicious of as well is the government, is NASA, are they giving the general public all the information they have here? Right? We went over that story. It's conspiracies exist out in the world. Unfortunately, there are real conspiracies, and is there a conspiracy to shield some of this information from the general public for maybe potentially obvious reasons? People don't panic, right? Crash the stock market. All the people that are involved in NASA, all their investments go to shit. They're like, do we really want to lose all our money? No, let's not tell people this. We watched that video the other day, there's so many anecdotes of this. It's not just one, but the lady from the Coast to Coast call-in show who talking with John Lear that back in 1979 during the Viking rover mission, that supposedly they saw two men approach the rover in what looked like suits, and then as soon as that happened, the higher ups closed the door, locked the door, and put paper up in the windows so none of the other lower tier employees could see what was going on. It's like, man, what do they know is going, if there's any truth to that? But that's not the only anecdote, right? Joe Blind got humans on Mars. So, I mean, and he's not alone. There's been tons of other people that have gotten that data. And really, how do we break through that smoke screen? Is there any way we can? Right? I mean, if they have that information locked up in a safe somewhere because they don't want to scare people, how do we get to know these truths? Well, we don't. Maybe there's something like remote viewing could at least give us a glimpse, at the very least, of what's gone on behind the scenes here. And then it could orient us going forward as to like, well, you know, this is maybe significant, right? If you keep getting time and again blind viewers, keep getting people and remnants of structures, and it looks like there may be, then maybe this isn't just some kind of natural feature or coincidence. And maybe that's enough to convince somebody with a lot of money to, send some people there and go down. And now if we do that, again, are they going to tell the general public? I mean, what does it all mean? Where does it go? Where does the story go? Joe's story went back to Samaria in his remote viewing. I've gone over that here too ad nauseum. That Joe's remote viewing that he did goes back to Samaria, to the Anunnaki. It's another race of humans out in the solar system, not just Mars. And there's a whole thing. And so then, is that true? We have no idea. I wish we could have conviction on this, but it's like, yeah. Yeah. Fuck me. Anyway, there are other things, I guess, to go over. But I thought this was interesting to bring up. This is interesting too that I thought I had another thing brought up. I thought there was some more stuff on this. Maybe I misplaced it somewhere. It's probably run into it later. But anyway, I'm interested to see. So Dan Smith is a fairly well-known remote viewer who's done remote viewing for tons of people over the last couple decades. And his team at the Future Forecasting Group recently did a tasking on this. So they were tasked on Mars again. So I'm looking forward to their video when it comes out, and we'll kind of go over it and see what they found. But this is just a preview of the viewing they just recently did again, blind on Mars. And they keep getting structures and people in the past, and who knows? We'll see what happens. So yeah, we'll see what happens. Yeah. Yeah, we're talking about free will argument here. You can still believe in things despite not having free will. Not having free will is not a bad thing. We still feel like we have it, but it's illusory. Oh my God, yeah, that's an endless debate there, guys. Fuck. Yeah. There's people, we were going over this recently. Actually, me and Drunk Physics were talking about this like a month or two ago. I remember. Regards to free will, there are some physicists who think that they are close to showing that like the material universe is like predetermined, or there's like deterministic trend that they're seeing with matter, that there might be some kind of determinism going on with matter. Yeah. And fatalism's a little bit different too. Yeah. But yeah, it's who knows? It's complicated. I mean, if you had, for instance, this is where things get complicated if you get into conversations, arguments on the nature of consciousness. If you're within a materialistic universe, right? And it's predetermined, right? It's deterministic, but your consciousness is not technically a part of the physical universe. Let's say you're a player using an avatar. I mean, how does that look now, right? How does the fate look? I mean, if you're along a path, but what happens when you throw a rogue element into that machine, right? I mean, is that what gives us free will to some degree here in this deterministic universe? This materially deterministic universe, if consciousness is non-local. I mean, actually, in some Eastern philosophies, they've kind of hinted on this stuff and talked about it, but that probably through doing meditation, but that you're like on a boat with a paddle, right? It's like you can move down the river, down some different paths, but at the end of the day, like, I'm not going to become a fucking astronaut. Right? It's just not in the cards. But, maybe I could have been a chef. Maybe because I like to cook and I sugar. Maybe I could have been a musician. Or I could have gone to philosophy, which is, I guess, what I did. And it depends, like, where you only get a couple ways you can go around maybe with it. But who knows? Yeah. Yeah. Jives with all being one. If the Godhead is in all things and free will is an illusion, just like the physical world is said to be an illusion. Yeah. Yeah. You can logically refute free will to 100% certainty. Can you? I don't think you can, actually. That's it was just going over with that argument that depending upon how you look at reality, if you're in this kind of reductionist materialist place where consciousness is just a consequence of the mind, and you go and look at arguments of physicists that have the material universe looks like it's predetermined, you could start to have that argument to say, well, everything's predetermined, but it depends upon the nature of consciousness too. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. These ultimately, we're not going to know with complete conviction, but yeah, you're interested, but only if you do it in like 5 minutes. Yeah, fuck yeah. Let's go over. I'm going to go over some other stuff here. Actually, what I'm going to go over is not this. What I'm going to go over is this, which I probably should have put as a title here, but there's some other things that were going on that are interesting. So yeah, guys, call the International Society of Philosophers. The topic of free will, which has been debated for thousands of years, has finally been definitely solved by Sam Squatch and Jim's Twitch chat. Yeah, it's endlessly debated. There are literal fights that break out over these kinds of topics and stuff because people try and assert these things, and this is yeah. Speaking of, this is woo, but like the couple things that were mentioned. So Eric Davis, I think maybe people know who Eric Davis is here. I don't know. Eric Davis is a physicist that was involved with Hal Puthoff, who's another physicist with the government. I believe they worked with NIDS. Anyway, they supposedly have been on the inside and have seen documentation about legacy crash retrieval program, the reverse engineering programs, etc. Eric Davis was a part of the Wilson-Davis memo, where an admiral had tried to inquire about these programs, and he essentially shut him down and said, well, you can't know anything about that, right? Or that was how the conversation that he had inquired, talking with Davis, that he couldn't get any more information in regards to this stuff. So that came out almost a decade ago now, actually, the Wilson-Davis memo. And then later on, Eric Davis himself came out. So now he's out in the public. He's come out as a lover of ET things. I don't know. So yeah, the plan to reveal UAP technology to the world. This is a pretty big deal. This is a conversation. Actually, this was the Soul. Oh, this was the Soul Foundation interview. Was this something they just did? I thought this just came out. I don't fucking know what the Soul Foundation does. They do whatever the fuck they want. Dr. Eric Davis explains how he and Helpitoff aimed to move legacy crash retrieval materials into an open research environment. Their plan, transfer the tech to Earth Tech, have top scientists study it, and publish discoveries in mainstream journals like Science and Nature. Only after the fact would the world learn those breakthroughs came from off-world technology. Imagine the impact. That's very intriguing. That'd be an interesting plan. So they would just essentially bring this stuff in, not tell anyone where it's from, let them come to the conclusion that it's otherworldly, and then say, yeah, this came from recovered crash. That'd be a helpful way to break it open for everybody. That's kind of a good idea, honestly.
It would need a single act of a complete sweeping declassification, get rid of the SAP stovepiping, and bring it all out in the open. And that's actually a plan that Hal Puthoff and I had with Bigelow Aerospace with one of the legacy crash retrieval programs to do that, was to bring it out of their storage and bring it to Earth Tech. And then we at Earth Tech would turn it around and contract with that same company to have the best of their materials and engineering scientists working on that material in an open environment where they would be allowed to publish scientific papers on their findings, on their discoveries in the open literature. And then we would reveal to the world after the fact, hey, see this published paper in Science and Nature? Well, guess what? That stuff that those papers were writing about, those discoveries that were made, came from the recovery of unidentified aerial phenomenon technology from another world, or, off-world technology not made by humans. So I think
holy fuck, what a debate that would be. They were like, oh, this stuff's incredible. It's almost like it wasn't made on planet Earth. And it's like, guess what? It wasn't. I would love that. That'd be a great way to fucking do it. Yeah. Why the fuck not? Yeah. Holy fuck. God damn it. Yeah. Oh, well, let me read this. Let me read through I'll listen to all these this is all we fucking do, is have these conversations about this kind of philosophical stuff. So let's read this. There's a two-painting story theory that states you always miss the option you didn't pick, so regret is predetermined. Interesting, Waka. Intriguing. Are born to the random places to random parents, imprinted with random things. We develop instincts. Yeah, we don't know that, though. This is the problem, brother. We don't know that it's all random. I mean, it might be, but it might not be. We have no idea. Yeah. We just default to things. Yeah. Feels like we're choosing, but we default to something every time. There's no way to get away from this. It's fated and random, and that's fine. Well, we don't know that, though. That's the problem. We don't know. No one knows that. We can convince ourselves that we do. But ultimately, the only way, you'd have to really be able to show that, prove that. Now, there can be a logical argument for it, but stating things doesn't make them true either, right? Yeah. You also made the choice. No, you're at the stage of understanding. You made the choice. Yeah. So logic fails. There's no evidence for fate. Yeah, no, that's exactly it, Wayne. Yeah, yeah. Premise is binary. Choosing one excludes the other, but there is still a choice to be made. Regret is a subjective feeling relative to choice and its outcome. Interesting. Yeah. If you are part of the all, then you probably predetermined yourself what your experiences would be before you're born. It's one of those things, man. It's like, guys, ultimately. We don't know. We don't know any of this. People can convince themselves that they know things as well, but it's why you engage in conversation, right? And you engage in like logical conversation. And you look at these things critically, right? And you debate ideas with people too. It's why conversation with other people is important, because it kind of gives you more clarity on your thoughts and your theories and whatnot. And it's in philosophy, it's called like through dialogue, like it's dialectic is one word that was used to describe it. And you through this dialectic engage in like, reasoning, and you critically look at these ideas, and then you try and get to the truth ultimately. But with some of these things, there's just no way to know for sure. It's the only logical conclusion. I don't think it is, though. That's the thing. Even if it's not random because our souls decide to come from here, so far as we go as individuals, that doesn't matter. Time only goes forwards for us all at times. Yeah, we have to get into definitions of fate and whatnot. Yeah. Made some shit choices of character creation. Maybe, man. I mean, maybe we weren't involved in that. Maybe we were. We have no idea. This could be some form of a prison. It might not be. For some people, it might be. For other people, it might not be. Maybe if people aren't experienced, whatever all this is in here, it feels like a prison. For other people that are more experienced, maybe it's not, right? Maybe it's just a really fun game they get to play around. But yeah. I believe there are unbounded but not infinite fated experiences, including this one, all of ours. Interesting. I don't know what to believe with any of this. This is a question. I mean, to have faith in things is, I don't know. It's when we're dealing with these kinds of concepts too. I mean, some of this stuff, and we're talking about whether it be things like a soul or whether it's like God or whatever this reality is, it's inevitably what we're using to reason through all this, I think for the most part, is the human mind. And I mean, this is all stuck within this simulation. So to some degree, these concepts, these ideas, I don't know if we're ever really going to wrap our heads around them. So for some people, they choose not to really contend with any of this stuff because it is by definition in this ineffable realm, right? It's in a place where we can't wrap our heads around because it's beyond our heads. It's beyond the material universe, right? It's kind of like conversations about God and philosophy. I don't know. And that's where we have to be careful with belief around these kinds. And that people can feel things or have these intuitions about, well, I think this is what is going on. But ultimately, I mean, I would debate how much people actually know any of that, right? And I think it's healthier, too, for people to kind of stay in these realms where there's this element of doubt. I think that's probably part and parcel of the experience, and there's probably if there is a reason to, there's probably a reason for that too. You could argue. So, yeah, yeah. But it's an interesting conversation. Yeah. What else do I have up here in regards to this? There's a couple. He made another statement. So I don't know. I think this was the fucking Soul Foundation where this was going on. I just saw that there now, but maybe this is a more recent video. There's some pretty big fucking statements. Oh, I did pull this up. Okay, well, we'll go over this when we watch the video here in a second. This too. So this is one of the crazy things that he also said here. Dr. Eris Davis said, I have seen a PID, which is a Presidential Emergency Action Directive of Eisenhower, to hide existence of UAPs and NHI from the public. It's 100% true, and I've seen them inside the intel community because of my security clearance. That's a fucking insane statement. I've never heard him say that. Like, and for people that know about ufology and the history of ufology, the rumor is that Eisenhower met with aliens. So if there's an actual document to like cover this up, I mean, I'll play the video and see what he says. Create it. Well, man, that's exactly it here. Yeah. So let me. It's 2 minutes.
There's something. It's a kind of emergency executive order called a Presidential Emergency Action Directive. Yes. And we've had a number of people with intelligence community backgrounds who have argued or suggested that there are a number of these emergency action directives that have been written and then kept issued and then kept in secret that concern UAP and that have actually created something like a legal administrative framework for classified programs. So the question concerns, can you say anything about the source you have for that information or why you're confident about that? And can you shed some more light on that?
There's no source for this information. I have security clearances with the intelligence community and the Department of Defense, so I see these presidential emergency action directives within that community on a classified basis. So I already know their history. The Brennan Center has a web page that mentions the PEAD. The PEAD is what we'll call it here. So this isn't source information. It's not a rumor. It's not a myth. It's factual, classified information. Although the PEAD itself is not classified by name or its existence, because the Brennan Center has already written something up about it on its website. So I think the question switched in front of me, so I couldn't answer. So I can't remember can you switch that question back to the first one? Yeah, there we go. So then the second part is, how confident am I that the PED exists? Well, it's 100%. Because Jim Semivan, who retired from the CIA back in 2017, 2016, 2015 or thereabouts, he knows all about the PEDs. And he has encountered those during the 30-plus year career that he had at the Central Intelligence Agency. And so the PEDs are well known. If you're in the intelligence community for a long time and you work up at high level, you'll see. I'm sorry, I just got flipped off my phone there. There we go. You'll see the PEDs come up in some sort of briefing environment.
The PEDs. Thanks, Blip. This is it here. Personal emergency action documents. So Jim Semivan supposedly told Eric that, or he's seen it himself as well, that there is a PED that Eisenhower declared NHI to be covered up. I mean, that's fucking... Can he say that legally? Can he say, I saw it and he said that? I thought the whole point of that being is that you can't talk about it. Like, is he not jeopardizing himself by saying this? Like, holy fuck. Man, oh man. Okay. I mean, I thought that was fucking crazy. Like, why does this have more views? I mean, I guess ultimately, like, oh, this is it here. We don't have to document ourselves, but well, did he provide evidence? No, he can't. He has seen it with his own eyes, and why do people ask for evidence in a situation like this when he clearly says PEDs are classified information? Well, yeah, they didn't listen to what was said. Yeah, not paying attention. Yeah, well, I mean, that's a huge fucking disclosure, at least from him. Now, Eric isn't a bullshitter either. I mean, from what I've been able to discern following him, he's made statements in the past, not to that degree though. I mean, it's a pretty big deal. Like, that's something in ufology. Like, it seems like he doesn't give a fuck, man. Like, it really seems like he just doesn't give a shit at all. Which is, you know, we're approaching this time maybe when this stuff will all be fucking disclosed. It's hard to fucking say, but this is another conversation here which I thought was very fucking interesting. Yeah. Let me go over this post. Dr. Eric Davis on the Collins Elite. These random individuals have such strong beliefs from their religious upbringing and indoctrination that they were trained to understand and believe that UFOs are demonic and satanic. So this is from the same video. So the Collins Elite, Nick Redfern talked about that in his book. It's a real issue, and it's not an organized group of religious fanatics that I'll call them. In other words, people who have strong, sincere beliefs in religious upbringing and theocracy ideology and so forth. It's that you have individuals scattered throughout the government and intelligence and the Defense Department. They have maybe even in our other departments of the United States government. I love when people transcribe things, but like cut the chaff out of it, please. Like, just like, give me the gist of it. I don't need all the like, you cut that out. These random individuals have such strong beliefs in religious upbringing and indoctrination that they were trained to understand that UFOs are demonic and satanic. Recovery of UAP craft is unpatriotic. No patriotic American should study and learn about demonic technology because we're in Oregon, Satan, and we're going to be battling the apocalypse soon. This is interesting. This is interesting that some of the pushback that's come from people in the government to dig into this further are from these, what they call the Collins Elite, which are these people who are fundamentally religious, who think any interaction with aliens are all demons. They all have to be demons. So we don't want to dig any further into this. And that they played a role in the cover-up to some degree. So, yeah, fuck, yeah. Here, who? Luca got traded? Who's Luca? Yeah. Interesting shit. Yeah. Yeah, and there's let me read through the other bits here. This is her thinking in the way of upbringing. There are these 3-star generals or admirals who grew up in Kansas, Nebraska, parts of Texas, and they have very right-wing religious upbringing. They're very extreme compared to the mainstream religious denomination. Okay. Yeah. There aren't many of them. All right. There's no concerted organized group doing anything, and their purpose is to stymie or interfere with any project operations that are related to UAP crash retrievals. Non-human intelligence, I just call them alien bodies. Okay, interesting. Well, that's a hell of a conversation. I don't know, when was this from? Like, this just dropped yesterday, so it hasn't really done its rounds around, but like, when is it from? Is it live streamed? Okay. Fuck me. I mean, you know. Now, are we ever going to see that fucking peed about Eisenhower? Probably not. That's a shitty thing. But what does it all fucking mean, right? That's the meme of it all. And actually, what I have up here next, which is an interview that Lou did recently, kind of gets into this a little bit, which is Lou Elizondo talks about 2027 rumors, and he acknowledges that some intelligence analysts have examined data that suggested something might happen in the future, but there's no definitive proven event in 2027. So it's fucking interesting. Yeah. Yeah. Yes, sirree. Let me play this. Here. This conversation. It's just a 3-minute clip of the whole thing, but it's an important part out of it.
For everyone's sanity.
Yeah, sure.
Shed a little bit of light on this, just so we can stop being paranoid, or we can start, being paranoid.
Let me see if I can thread the needle on this.
Sure. Take your time.
Well, I know a lot of people, this is nothing new. There's entire religions that plan for doomsday, right? The end of the world's coming. Then
There's tons. You're tired of high-ranking people just stating what they saw. I'm not saying I don't believe them, but people really summon UAPs. Why not do it in a crowded area? Maybe that's next, man. Maybe perhaps, who knows? Maybe the aliens don't want that. Maybe that's something that they don't want, right? Maybe they're involved with this as like some kind of an awakening, and that would be too traumatic, right? Again, it's like, I'm skeptical of all of that shit as well. Honestly, even the CE5, I always have been, as anyone should be skeptical of it. But depending upon what we're interfacing with, we shouldn't look at it as something that we have complete control over as well. Like, that's kind of, I was going to get into this a little bit later too, but like, I've seen this kind of rhetoric float around where it's like, oh, we can just summon them and do whatever we want. It's like, we don't understand what the fuck's going on with this. We have no fucking clue, right? This could be a concerted effort by some other force that's been watching us to very slowly acclimatize everyone, the general public, to what's happening, the reality of extraterrestrial life, whatever, this broader universe we might be a part of here with all these other races. So thinking we have control over it, I think, is a little bit naive, honestly. So that would imply to other people, oh, we'll just do it right now in Times Square. Summon a craft right over Times Square. And then it doesn't happen and people think, oh, it's bullshit. It's like, no, the premise was off point, where it's, we have control over this. No. We might not have control over any of it. We're engaging with this, and it may be in complete control, even over us to some degree. So that's the problem with it, and that's the problem, some of the rhetoric that I've seen online recently. So yeah, I've been trying to follow the conversation, guys. Idea for a cool streaming show: we put a man on trial and a panel of players get to question the man's beliefs until we can find logical consistency or failure. I'd call it the Inquisition. Holy fuck, Wayne. Yeah, I was thinking on Wednesdays, I was going to talk about this later too, but I'm probably going to do a call-in show here on Wednesday. I was fucking around with trying to set it up there. Digi gave me some advice on what to do, and we might be doing that. Yeah, might be doing that. Yeah, in a friendly way, in a friendly kind of way. Yeah. Do a live stream when it gets 1,000 followers. I said I would. We would try it. Yeah, Schrodinger's rhetoric. Yeah. Yeah, things cannot be and not be at the same time. Oh, yeah, but yeah, fuck me. Let me play through the rest of this clip.
Yeah. Then it's Y2K, and then it's the end of the Aztec calendar,
what the
right?
hell?
And now, there is some speculation, and I won't say specifics, that there may be something in later on, but the problem is I wouldn't go to the bank with it, and what the specifics are, because it's first of all, it's hearsay. And it's also yes, there was an official effort by some people in the government to actually look at this data, and there were some products produced. That's a fact. I won't go into more detail than that, but it wasn't 2027.
Okay.
And it was based upon certain observations. And again, I can't.
Brother, what the fuck does that mean? What? Like, he can't get into any more specific details on it, but like, what? What are you talking about, Lou? Like, what are we dealing with here? What the fuck are you talking about? What are they anticipating? Like, you couldn't even get into that? Like, is this natural? Is this some kind of like natural event? Or is this some, the interview could ask him this, but I mean, obviously, I just wanted to interrupt him. I would have fucking stopped him cold right there. I would say, no. I said, listen, is this natural event or unnatural event? And that's all he'd need to say. And then now, could he say that? I don't know. You'd have to ask him the question. But that would imply maybe like comet, right? Whatever, asteroid, planet, or ET's coming, right? So, although you could argue that could be natural, but it would imply to me that it's like some other beings coming here, right? Like, anyway, I wish he dug into this more, but he didn't. So I'll continue the clip.
I'm very careful because what I don't want to do is people are going to take this, they're going to hang on to these words and say, Lou said something's coming. No, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that there were some people who were anticipating something happening. And it was officially considered by some people based upon certain things, and a product was written. Anything beyond that, I don't want to discuss because I think what happens is people take that and they take it to the bank.
Sure.
And that's very dangerous.
You don't want to give any credence to something that could be untrue.
Right. I mean, look, anything can happen, right? A tornado could hit your studio in 10 minutes from now. Could.
Yeah.
It probably won't, but it could, right? So we have to be very careful. There's no such thing as absolutes.
But it's when you say something was observed that people's ears tend to perk up.
Yeah. I mean, I can't go into more detail than that because, first of all, I didn't collect the data. I wasn't part of that effort, and thirdly, that's not really for me to discuss. But I don't think people need to be, panic at the disco and oh my god, that. We've been down this road many times before. Let's stop speculating. Let's stick to what we know. And if it turns out that there's a revelation based upon of us all working together on this, and fine, maybe it is what it is. But we need to make sure we don't do ourselves the injustice by predicting and predicating things. I think that's a dangerous move. And I think unless the government comes out and says something, hey, you need to pay attention to this, then we probably should focus on other things.
I mean, and most people would probably agree with me, but if the government did say that, we might be questioning why they said that.
Right, sure.
And that leads me to another question.
Would they say anything if it was in regards to an unstoppable natural event? Anyway. Probably not. So, I mean, like, anyway. I wanted to watch a bit of this. I hadn't seen it. It just came out, I think, fucking yesterday. It's this podcast here. Now, I'm not going to watch fucking 2 hours of it, but I was just curious. Where does he brings this? It was towards the end here. What's to come 2027? It's kind of an elaboration on what we just saw a little bit. But I definitely wanted to go through that a little bit here. I have to go grab my fucking din. Man has to eat something, so let me go grab. I just cooked some nachos. I'm gonna throw them in the fucking microwave, and then I'll be back in 2 seconds. And I think Mr. GALENTV is gonna be around 8 o'clock, so he's gonna come and tell some stories. So yes, looking forward to that. I'll be right back, guys. Let me go throw my shit in the microwave. Oh, fuck. There we go. Okay, that was working. Yes, sir. So, dudes, we're having a debate still on fatalism. Is that what's going on here? You know, a good way, guys, to check logic on these things, too, is to talk to ChatGPT. ChatGPT, if you can talk to the new one, you get a few free instances of it. Have conversation with it and like get it to check your logic on these things. It's very good at that. Yeah. It can provide a lot of brilliant analogies and deep dive into these concepts. So have you? Yeah. I would recommend it with anything that people believe or any of these theories, to use that as a way to find the counter arguments too, to strengthen your position. If you believe this to be true and you want to argue it with people and argue it well, use ChatGPT to check the logic and create a stronger argument. And also understand the antithesis of the argument, that the counterpoints to it, right? If you're debating an idea, right? So that's known in philosophy it's Hegelian dialectic from Hegel. But it's, you have an antithesis, or you have a thesis, you have an antithesis, and then you synthesize those ideas. So, like if you're writing a paper, for instance, which isn't just used in philosophy, but used in a lot of disciplines, but that's what you do. You write your thesis usually. You have a thesis at the beginning of your paper. Then at some point you have your antithesis, and then you'll have a synthesis of those two things. And so you know the counter argument to your argument, and then you do that to strengthen it. You synthesize that together to strengthen the argument. So, yeah, still confused in your vocabulary. Dialectics have faded. Oh, yeah, I haven't followed the whole argument. I don't know. Yeah, I'd have to go through the whole thing and see. That's the thing. It's impossible to follow these arguments too in chat. We'd have to actually have this out on the channel, and then we'd have to all listen to it. I have a hard time playing along or following it, in its entirety. But yeah, I've had these arguments many times myself with other people over these kinds of ideas. So no strangers to them. But yeah. Who knows? At the end of the day, who the fuck knows, right? I mean, I'm gonna play through a little of this. Now, to be honest, I mean, I haven't gone through this at all. Oh, the alien writing. Okay, psionics. Yeah, I mean, I hate jumping around in these, but the 3 hours long, man, it's fuck. I don't want to spend 15, 30 minutes just hashing it out. I don't give a fuck. I mean, not to be a dick or anything, but I just want to hear about some of the spicier fucking bits. The alien writing in regards to the UAP. I am just going to kind of skip around on this, and no one's seen this, unfortunately. So I do just kind of want to see some more interesting parts and see what his opinion was on this. I don't know. There was no alien writing. Yeah, I don't think that. I think that was a meme on that someone cooked up on Twitter, wasn't it? So, yeah.
Heard. Have you seen, heard, or know of any other egg-type crafts at ATIP?
Yes.
You have?
Yep.
More than one?
Boy. Yes. There's a story I'm dying to tell you. Hopefully I can get clearance at some point to say it.
That has to do with this?
It has to do with egg-shaped vehicles, yeah.
Have you ever noticed, seen, heard of, or heard whispers of any type of language or symbols apparent on these craft?
Yes.
If I show you a picture, can you confirm or deny?
It depends.
Can I try?
Sure. I'm going to put my old man glasses on. For the record, this is gray and not
This
blonde,
is a 4chan image we went over, by the way.
As much help as I can get.
This is an image. This is zoomed in. Now someone has taken the liberty of pointing some of these symbols out and saying that there is some type of
fairly certain language. This was made in Blender. So Lou, don't run into another fucking chandelier incident.
When I was at the Pentagon, I spent considerable time researching ancient script and hieroglyphics and symbology.
Sub-bones.
And even cuneiform. And to see if there was any similarity on what was seen on the outside of these vehicles which appeared to be some sort of glyph or rune, if you will. I am not familiar with this actual one, but
you are familiar with
absolutely
there being symbols on the outside of the craft.
Yeah, which by the way is significant. That means something. Look, when you have what let's break this down from a human and a scientific perspective. What is the I see your notes there. What is the purpose of written script? What is it?
To communicate.
That's right, to communicate. And more importantly, there's a way to communicate. When you are reading notes or you see a word, I just kind of gave it away. How do you detect it? How do you
I know the chandelier meme well.
Written script.
Right
because you
here.
have eyes, right? It's a visual thing. People who are blind can't read.
Sure.
We're psionic.
Braille. So whenever you have
Harry.
reports that a UAP, a UFO has something written on it, there's a few things that you can surmise immediately. First and foremost, that they're communicating something. You don't write something unless there's a meaning behind it, whether it's Chinese character or English, ancient Elizabethan English, right? Or even going back to some of the older forms of written communication. You're conveying an idea, a thought, or a directive, and you're doing it through visual sight. So that means whoever that is intended to see and whoever wrote it, chances are they have eyes, or they use the electro-optical spectrum to discern their environment. So that's not too dissimilar from humans and other animals on this planet. And that there's a higher brain function. Dogs don't use writing. They don't read dictionaries. It's only a human thing. In fact, of all the animals on our planet and all the primates, the only animal that actually use written communication are human beings, right? So ever since we were living in caves and we were painting animals that we hunted and painting our palm print, the human print on that side of that cave, we are the only ones that do that. So
yeah. Well, I mean, we and the reptilians, the other species that lives among us, that shapeshifts as us. She was fine. Hal's extremely evil, Lou is evil. Antigrav scientist who died in a suspicious Well, I think she took her own life, from what I remember hearing.
And Hal, you know who Hal really
Hal's a liar,
is?
though.
Hal is the doctor from Stranger Things who will torture little alien kids.
No, he is.
Get all the juice out of their brain. And
Hal is actually extremely evil.
Yes.
No, I've met the man. He's extremely evil. He's very quiet. He listens more than he talks. But
You know what that means, sweetheart? He's extremely smart, usually. Yeah, she did pass away.
you can tease things out of him, but it's only what he wants you to tease out of him. He's like a nice old grandpa. Like, you talk to him and he's like quiet and sweet and gentle, like a nice old grandpa. But he's evil as fuck.
Why, though? Like, there's no context here. You can't just state
It's
that.
creepy. Lou is evil. Brandenburg is evil. Brandenburg is like super evil.
Yeah.
She seems like he works the Enclave, yeah. Yeah. People posting it. She was clearly mentally unwell. And I think that's unfortunately how the story ended as well, tragically. Or Satanists. Oh my god, these fucking idiots, man. Holy fuck. Like, where did the fucking video go again? Holy Jesus.
So when you come across, in this particular case, a UAP that has some sort of writing on it, there's some assumptions and presumptions that can be made immediately.
Yeah.
And that they're maybe not that dissimilar from us. Now, maybe it simply is like, if you ever had a Jeep, and you have those upside down stickers, if you can read this, flip me back over, right? Maybe it's something like that. Or if you can read this, phone home for me because I'm in trouble. Or maybe it means something else. But yeah, we looked at that at ATIP as wondering if there's some sort of intent that we can glean from script.
Because you were aware of craft that had script on it.
And not just me. No, there's a lot
At
of
ATIP.
yeah, it's pretty undeniable at this point that
was it written or engraved in these crafts?
No, it was engraved. It wasn't written.
Did it look not too dissimilar from what I just showed you?
Yeah, much more precise than that, actually. I mean, there's no doubt about what you showed me there is someone's interpretation of what could be either script or it could be just scratches in the ablative process of
it was very blatant.
Oh yeah, like
clear.
Looking at that,
yeah.
It's like, hey, that's there for an intended purpose.
You've seen these on egg crafts?
Let me do a polite pass on that. It was on a different craft, but the egg craft is something that is people are now just saying, oh, this is a new form of UFO. No, it's not. Mm-hmm. We've been and not just us. There are people. If the story ever comes out, we have been dealing with this shape for a long time. It's not new. People think it's new. It is not at all.
Very
In fact, there's some very interesting intelligence information about that. I cannot go into any detail. I'm very hopeful that information will probably come out soon enough. Not by me, but some scientists who actually research some of this stuff.
Yeah.
And it is not new to our intelligence community either.
I mean, we've been hearing about egg crafts with symbols on it since Lonnie Zamora. We've also spoken to Chris Bledsoe, who he described his as being an egg as well. So these things tend to pop up, but more than that, in both of these stories, they have some type of intelligent being on the inside.
Well, and if you think about an egg, it's almost nature's perfect solution. It is the egg shape is there's a reason why it is what it is.
Yeah,
because
it's perfect.
It's perfect. And it's extremely resilient to external forces. Try again, there's an old trick where you take an egg and try to smash it with your fingers. It's very tough to do. And so there's a reason. You could even surmise a reason why some of our early space capsules almost had that little bit of a egg shape to it, because it's very resistant to Earth's atmosphere when you're coming in on reentry. It's a very efficient shape. It is naturally aerodynamic, naturally. So there's a lot of advantages to having something the shape of an egg. In fact, if you look at World War II and some of our bombs, they look like eggs with fins on them. You know, there's a reason for that. It's because of the efficiency of that shape.
I mean, it's really interesting, that we're talking about this, because to me, this just communicates that we also have data, specific data,
especially the chocolate variety, James.
Very close.
The Kinder Surprise variety.
That type of information leads me to believe that, the information that we were given with the Tic Tac, the gimbal, the Go Fast was all just preparatory. Because if you're holding on to that type of clear imagery, it really cements the idea that it's a planned dissemination to the public.
Is it? But let me ask you something. If you were in charge for just a day, and you know that this whole experiment only works because people have faith and confidence in you, right? This is a term we call catastrophic disclosure versus controlled disclosure. And I know people hate that idea. Oh, you don't have no right to control it. Look, if really there is even a remote possibility that this really could be a destabilizing conversation, then it is the responsible move to handle this in a very methodical manner.
Sure.
Right? Because you don't want to disrupt. At the end of the day, people still have to pay their mortgages and pay your cell phone bills.
Yep.
You got to go to PTA meetings. You got to take the kids to soccer.
I think we all get it, but it's the admission of that, I think, that people have a hard time with. It's not so much the act of it.
But brother, look, you already had a former director of national intelligence state for the record that these things are real, whatever they are. You had a former director of the CIA, you had 2 former presidents of the United States. You've got other elected leaders in other countries all saying it. I mean, people say, well, when are we going to have disclosure? I said, look, you already have it. We've crossed the Rubicon already. Now the question is, what are we going to do about it and how are we going to have it? It may not be the flavor of disclosure you want, but you already have the government. Look, you have the setting up of Arrow. Yeah, I know there's some hiccups there and they still kind of dorking around, but that'll be fixed very soon.
Yeah.
You have a new administration in the United States that is very proactive in this topic, wants the American people to know the truth and think the American people can handle the truth. And by the way, same with our elected officials. For the first time, we have a bipartisan issue that both Democrats and Republicans can agree with and say, yeah, you know what? Americans deserve the truth. So we've already had disclosure, big D as people call it. It's just maybe not the flavor people are expecting.
Well, I think a lot of people are just
big what?
Of a simpler, sort of mind where they're like, well, just show me what you got, and I think that's what it really comes down to with a lot of people.
Show me how big it really
is not that.
I mean,
transparency. It's a transparency issue.
Exactly.
And this is what motivates me. I agree. Look, I think we need to level with the American people. I think we need to level with the world. And let's face it. Look, Canadian
if we know they aren't adversarial, that is
right. Well, even if they are adversarial, we need to know. And look, the dumbest secret there is that the Canadians have been dealing with this. The U.S. has been dealing with this. The Mexicans have been dealing with this. South America has been dealing with it. Europe's been dealing with it. Russians and Chinese. And is it the worst kept secret at this point? You know, is it possible that maybe this is the one conversation that can actually get countries that are adversarial to each other say, look, for this one thing, let's agree to agree?
I think to be more clear, what's been disclosed to the people, planet Earth, is that there are UAPs. That's what's been kind of officially disclosed, is that there are unidentified anomalous phenomena flying around and also under the water. We haven't, Big D will bring Skinny Bob. Skinny Bob's going to come unzip his fucking jeans and hang that Big D right out and say, this is what UAP means, boys and girls, right? Yeah. That to me is the disclosure that we need. Because right now it's like UAP can still be ball lightning, right? It doesn't have to be alien. That's the problem. And at the other more woo anecdotes from, like, let's say the abduction phenomena speak to alien or interdimensional aliens or whatever you want to call it. So that's what I consider to be disclosure. We've had the disclosure there's anomalous serial phenomena, but I mean, we've known that anyway. I don't know if we necessarily really needed the government to tell anybody that. People knew that. We know that for a long time, right? What we need is like confirmation that what we're dealing with here is extraterrestrial, and that's the more difficult part, I think. So yeah, that was a big boy meal, James. Yeah, fuck, brother. It was homemade nachos, pita nachos, and like a bunch of beef and peppers and onion, and I might just puke here in a couple seconds, but it'll be in the bowl. So it might be all for myself. It'd be a stream moment, right? But yeah, no, it was really good actually. Yeah, nice and healthy, macro friendly. My beer wasn't, but fuck it. You know, we're still in the cut, I think, right? Some kind of a cut, technically. Yeah. Unbelievably astronomical penis. That's how it will be described when Skinny Bob comes. I mean, they've been genetically engineering their heads to get bigger. You think that's the only thing they fucking genetically engineer to get bigger? Give me a fucking break. Boys will be boys. Any fucking corner of the galaxy, right? Fucking foot long. True foot long, yeah. Fuck me. Anyway, this is interesting. I want to hear more on this because, oh my God, how long have we talked about this for? Oh my God, about 20 minutes. Yeah. Fuck me. Private corporations. I'll try and skip over the bit we just heard, which is about 3 minutes, but for people that don't know, who've been following this for a while, it roboted, my voice did. That was the aliens hijacking the stream. It's not me anymore. 2027 is a talked about meme. In 2027 supposedly is a date that a guy named John Ramirez, who used to work for the CIA, said something's going to happen. Whether it's the aliens are coming back or the government's anticipating there's something that's going to happen in the year 2027. He started that. Solely him, really. Lou's commented on it and said he's heard other dates internally within the government that they're anticipating something might happen. Some people. So obviously that's a spicy meme. In like 2012, right? Could, sell some books and tours and book tours and press tours and could be quite lucrative, right? So if we can figure out what the fuck's supposed to happen, or at least have an idea, that'd be fucking great, Do you think using the tech for designer babies may be used by someone to make their kids look like Greys? I mean, man, like, that's a good question. I mean, people dress up to look like dogs and cats and shit from animes. Think about that now. Like, what if two furry parents got access to designer babies? Would they put a little bit fucking Jack Russell Terrier in their child? Is that something we should be worried about? Crossbreeding with other species? That's fucking terrifying, isn't it? Yeah. Well, brother, I mean, look like the Greys. Maybe that's what happened to the Greys. Maybe there was like another species and somebody started fucking around with it and they're like, we could change. We could change. You know, why the fuck not? And so then they inserted a little bit of that, you know, that forbidden spice into the equation. And then you got fucking babies with big eyes and big heads and, you know, who knows, man? 100%. That's a good question. Like, what would people do? I mean, you know, there's a gene. Is it myostatin or something? There's a gene, but it affects something in your muscles. And like some cows are born without a regulator for like muscle. And so they just build muscle and they build muscle and they build muscle. And they just look at these fucking they look at freaks. And some people, there's a spectrum, or like have less of that than others, and it allows them to build a ridiculous amount of muscle. And so is everybody just going to be like min-maxing their fucking kids out to look like Hulk? Like, the problem though is if you're going for longevity, you probably don't want that because it'd probably kind of hard in the heart, right? So what would you do? Well, all these different fucking kids, will we end up in like a caste system, like with Plato's idea, right? About the philosopher kings, or we're going to have like these babies, the bronze babies, and they don't think very much, but they're fucking strong, and they'll be like the warrior race, and they'll be the blacksmiths, and they'll be the heavy lifters and the fighters, and you know, and then we'll have the the silver class of people, right? And then we'll have the gold class, and then we'll have the philosopher kings, and we'll kind of engineer society to fit that niche, those niches. Well, that's a terrifying prospect, because then like you're never going to get out of that fucking hole that you're in, because you've been literally placed there by the gods making you. All right, you're just never going to be able to think your way into that fucking box. Like, you're going to be a warrior bodybuilder. There's no way, there's no other way out of that. You just have no choice, right? Talk about free will. Holy fuck, you'd be completely fucked. Yeah. Yeah. They're going to 3D print people in 20 years. Brother, I mean, well, that's kind of what CRISPR is it not? I mean, they're fucking around with genes. I mean, they get in there. If they can really figure it out, I mean, that's literally what they'll start to do though, right? Like, they'll have something like a 3D printer that will just kind of edit the genome to what they want. And it'll go in there and take out what they don't want, put in what they need. And then it'll probably be like 20 generations later, we'll be like, oh, fuck. We didn't know what we were doing. And then guess what? Guess what we're going to have to do to fix the problem? After we fucked up our genes. We're going to have to go out into the universe, the galaxy, and we're going to have to find another developing species and be like, fuck yeah, we really fucked ourselves. Can we have some of your genetic material just to like figure out like where we fucked up? And then we're going to become the Greys, right? We threw out too much with the bathwater. They said, fuck yeah, we don't need our digestive system. We don't need our reproductive organs. And then they're going to realize, oh shit, we did. Oops. And then we got to go bother another species and abduct them. And we will someday be the Greys. It's for some other civilization, right? They'll have us painted on the wall, right? Whatever we look like then, probably like, you know, dog men or some shit, or cat people. And, what I don't know what the craft will look like. That'd be interesting to think about. Yeah, literally create furry people, and humans will do it because we can. Man, that's what I'm saying. Watch yourself. Just watch it. You know, enjoy these times now before all those times start, which will undoubtedly be pretty apocalyptic and bleak, but interesting. I don't really want to listen to all this. I just kind of want to get this or something else.
Tell me, but I could tell he was dying, and I knew my time was limited. So he came out to visit me, and we had an opportunity to take a road trip together. So we're going to drive back.
Oh, this might be relevant then. Okay, someone's dying and told him something. Yeah,
there's an expected.
We'll have a Grey's Anatomy. Oh, brother, that's a good one, James. Holy fuck, brother. That's exactly it. Which is tragically no anatomy. Isn't that funny? Yeah, the Grey's Anatomy will be literally no anatomy. Just be fucking, wall just be smooth down there. Just nothing at all.
That thing's take. Even ICBMs and missiles. If we were to launch on Russia or Russia were to launch on us, there's a very predictable pattern because it's physics. What you wouldn't expect looking at this as the Earth is something, because most things come in come in as an arc.
Yep.
You wouldn't expect something going straight down and then popping straight back up, because the amount of energy required to do that is enormous.
Beyond our capability.
Well, certainly beyond our capability now.
Yeah.
And so when you see that and you have the data, and it's not just looking at it. It's hyperspectral data, and there's other ways to collect information besides the human eye. Remember, that's only 0.0036% of the spectrum, right? So that's a little narrow window. Let's get a big window here. Let's get all the data, baby. You know, give me all the frequencies, and I want to see everything. That's when you know you have something really special. Because sometimes, you know, they say seeing is believing, but your eyes can fool you. Look, you're a magician. I mean, this is your trade, mate. Sleight of hand, making something appear to be one thing when it's really something else. So we need more data points. We need data to include beyond the visible spectrum. And that can tell you a lot. It can tell you heat, right? Things like infrared and what something is even made out of, because depending on the trail and the color, just like we look at a star and we can tell there's a planet around it. Why? Because we can tell actually the atmosphere of that planet and what it's composed of, because as light from that star travels through it and then eventually hits Earth and our eyes, we can say, oh, that planet's primarily nitrogen, or that planet's primarily hydrogen, that planet's composed of, you know, methane, because the light behaves, it's absorbed by the type of gas. And so when you see something coming in and out, and if there happens to be a trail on it, you can look at that and you can analyze, okay, this is what it's comprised of because of the color, because of the length, because of the heat, all sorts of different things. So without giving away specific capabilities here, hyperspectral technology can be very, very informative. It can tell you a lot more than just simply seeing something on a camera. And so those are the ones that really get very compelling.
Especially when you also have footage. When you browse stuff and you're shown things online, are you ever just like meh because of what you've seen?
But that's not because it's not compelling. It's because I've been desensitized.
Because you've been desensitized.
I have, right. It's just like, you know, a cop who comes across a crime scene and people are like, oh my God, that's horrific. He's like,
okay.
Yeah.
A gooner who beats for 12 hours a day. It just doesn't feel the way it did when you first started, you know? It's another analogy, Lou. Wayne, last week we were wondering who are the earthly human controllers of the world, and it made me finish looking into it. At this point, you believe it's the Roman Catholic Church via their Jesuit order. Interesting. To start, see A Lamp in the Dark, Untold Story of the Bible on YouTube. Post in Discord. Yeah, fuck me, I'll check it out. Interesting, yeah. It's funny, Danny Sheehan used to work with the Jesuit order, actually. Yeah. Man, I mean, who knows, right? I mean, undoubtedly they would have a fucking influence, man. I mean, Christ, the amount of money the wealth they're sitting on, artifacts alone. Yeah. Crazy fucking shit. Yeah. Absolutely nutty. I do want to come back to this in a second because Lou's going to talk about someone he talked to when he was dying, so that's spicy meat. Oh, Grant, what's this, man? Oh, did this just fucking get published? Oh my God, huh? This is big news. Oh, this is a couple days ago. How didn't I hear about it? Scientists studying alien mummies from Peru claim bodies are 100% real after new details emerge. Well, let's see who said this. And the alien mummies discovered in Peru have largely been dismissed as a hoax by the scientific community, but researchers studying the specimens believe otherwise. Now, how could you discern instantaneously without ever looking at something that it's a hoax? You can't speak definitively like that unless you go fucking look at them. I placed my bet that I thought, fuck, they might be. Because, oh my God, what's his fucking, Jamie Masson was involved with them. Dr. Jose Salque, former director of the Mexican Navy Medical Department, has analyzed 21 of the strange bodies, finding the fingerprints, bone wear, dental formations, muscular features, and internal organs, proving they're 100% real biological organisms. He even claims some are pregnant, making them impossible to fake, replicate fraudulently. Recent scans of pregnant mummy reveal what appeared to be intact fetus that had the same physical characteristics as the corpse, which the team said was proof of authenticity. The mummies first exploded on the scene, yes, when controversial UFO enthusiast and journalist James Masson ushered two small beings into the Mexico Congress in 2023. They have been around for almost a decade, though, since 2017, for people that don't know. He claimed they were not part of a terrestrial evolution. So Dr. Zalce and his team performed X-ray, CT scans, 3D reconstruction. It confirms 100% certainty they're organic. Yeah, so I think this guy had made these comments in what people really wanted, which is, might be a little bit audacious of a statement, is like for a more accredited university and more accredited people from the West to look into this. And so there were a couple scientists, one guy who specialized in teeth. I think he's some forensic analyst. And there was another gentleman too that was fairly well known to people in these circles who went down and looked at them. And they were going to be like the definitive. They were going to be the ones that said, okay, you know, we're from Western science. These look real. I don't think we've heard from them yet. They were supposed to have brought them up to Harvard or somewhere, Stanford. I can't remember where they brought them to also be analyzed. So I don't know if they've spoken definitively, but people are waiting for is for them to say these are 100% real too. Not that this, I mean, you know, it's a little bit, I'm sure this guy, I don't know, people dug into this guy's history or not. Has he made statements like this in the past? If we've got a bunch of accredited people from these, you know, where's he from? Peru? Some of these countries in South America are like first world countries. Like it's, you know, anyway, interesting. He estimates the remains to be 1,200 to 1,600 years old. The mummies are remains from an unknown species of hominin due to having some characteristics of a human with its hands, facial features, elongated skull, and feet are completely different. The elongated skull is interesting because it's a phenomena that happened in different human cultures around the globe have done that for a long time, and it doesn't really make a lot of sense why they were doing it. Some people thought, like Giorgio Tsoukalos, that they were copying the aliens. Interesting. Being so similar to humans but different at the same time may have been genetically created by combining genes, as in the case of Maria. Genetic experiments. Interesting. Okay. The conclusion, forensic archaeologist Flavio Estrada, who led the analysis, said the claims that two objects came from another world are totally false. The conclusion is simple. They are dolls assembled with bones of humans from this planet with modern synthetic glues. Therefore, they were not assembled during pre-Hispanic times. He said in January 2024. So last year. I don't know. The debate rages. The only way to really find out is collect the data that you get, right? The scans, and subject it to broader peer review. Of you know, the world, whatever, Harvard, different journals, and have other experts look at it. And if we have a majority of the experts conclude that this is anomalous, then we would probably have an announcement from somebody that these are real. Otherwise, like one specialist claiming something is real, unfortunately, just won't cut it. I mean, there's tons of people that have claimed things in the past, and it turns out they weren't completely correct. It's why peer review is so important. Yeah. The Catholic Church has been talking about a one world religion for a long time in public. Yeah, man. They have been. They are definitely up there. And even personally, I think I've mentioned this before, like in my own opinion, if I were to bet who has a lot of control, especially in the West, I would put them up there, man. It would not fucking surprise me one bit if they were like a major mover and shaker. You got to think the influence they would have. Yeah. Back in the South, cake mummies. I guess this was posted 2 days ago. But I think this guy has made these statements before. It's impossible to know for certain, but independent tests done by more reputable sources. I'm open to the possibility, but I'm also not gullible enough to believe it without question. That's exactly it. I've personally seen UFOs. Okay, interesting. Yeah, you need more peer review. I mean, listen, medical journals, other journals, academic journals, peer review process is fucking annoying. And yes, I think there's definitely an element of it that's probably been compromised. But anyway, it's still good to do. The practice of it is good. Like in theory, it's a great idea. Some of, if not a lot of the journals, are fucked. I mean, everyone knows this. Who reads journals or reads for different disciplines. I mean, everyone knows this, how fucked it can be, right? Some people would say that even if they found definitive proof, some journals wouldn't want to touch it with the 10-foot pole because of all the controversy around it. So, I mean, then it's like, well, fuck, how do we get this? Like, well, how do we figure this out, right? But just collect good data. That's all you can really do, which is why those other guys went down there. So anyway, yeah, interesting, man. Very interesting. It's one of those things that's like, continue digging into it, I guess. It seems like a pretty elaborate hoax at this point. I mean, listen, Jamie just brought it forward. Jamie's done this before like 30 fucking times though, where he's like, oh, trust me, bro. These guys, they said this was real, and they do all the work. Same with the baby mummy that Stephen Greer got behind. A little baby mummy, like this fucking big. And they were like, oh, it's a baby alien. It's like, well, why? Well, because it looks like a baby alien. Because it looks like a baby alien does not necessarily mean it is a baby alien. But it got headlines. It probably made a bunch of fucking money off it. And I think it was Gary fucking Nolan. I didn't know this till we found it on stream. And ended up finding proof that they ended up dug into it and said, finally, okay, no, this is a deformed baby fetus. Had some rare condition where the bones developed. Like, the bones developed... It had like the bones of a 2-year-old, the bone density, but it was like a tiny miscarried fetus. And then they tried to sell it off as human alien. Or not human alien, but sorry, a baby alien. But it was just a human baby fetus deformed, right? And I don't know if what we're looking at here, what are we dealing with? This doesn't make a lot of fucking sense. Was there another race of beings on Earth with us in the past that we killed? Would that fucking surprise me? Fuck no. We killed off probably all the other human races. We remain, right? So maybe there was this other like obscure race of beings that came out of the Jurassic area that maybe never really figured shit out. And they were like really friendly, and then they met us, and then we just fucking eradicated them, probably ate them. It wouldn't surprise me one bit, actually. You know, we keep thinking we've got this narrative of history that this is some kind of psychological condition I think that humans have, but it may just be like a comforting thing that like we craft and create this narrative of history and of things more generally. And it's like we have a hard time thinking outside of that box. It's like, oh, we figured everything out. Like that's kind of the people I know. Most people don't actually think like that, but honestly, it's when they're presented with something that is outside of that box, if a very hostile reaction to, like, oh, that's bullshit. It's like, well, but show that it's bullshit. Show that it's real, right? But we keep thinking at every stage that we figured everything out, or that this narrative of history encompasses everything. When you actually look into some of these different disciplines, which fucking scared me kind of, I'm like, oh, you guys, what the fuck? Like, there's so much that we don't know. It's like, why are you approaching these other topics with so much hubris? Like, are you fucking dumb? Like, you shouldn't be. But it's like, Jesus Christ. It's scary, man. Yeah. Yeah. Thanks for existing, even if I had the choice. Wait, thanks for coming by, man. Yeah. Yeah, man. Yeah. So as soon as I get the income, brother, don't even worry about it. Just come out and just hang around, man. Just come on in. No, listen, I think I like having a healthy place for healthy conversation and back and forth. It's even though sometimes I try to engage when I can here, but yeah, man. That's what it says, what this is all about. I'm trying to get to the objective truths. That's what I'm trying to get at through these kinds of conversations or looking at these things. Like, I want to get to know what is objectively true, right? And I think one of the way we can do that is by talking about these ideas, right? So even this stuff, right? Just approaching it being like obviously fake. Now, when someone like Jamie Masson brings something forward, I'm extremely skeptical because his track record, he is like, we literally went through it. It's like 30 plus instances of just horse shit. But it's like, maybe that's what he had to go through to get to the real one. We don't know. That could very well be the case. This could be the real one that he puts forward, right? Some people could have found actually something anomalous. People are always harping about, oh, fucking Atlantis. You think Atlantis exists? Well, find me their stuff. It's like, here's their stuff. Oh, no, that's bullshit. It's like, shut the fuck up. I don't think this is Atlantis per se, but it's crazy to people until you find actual evidence of it. But then when you present the evidence, it's like, oh, thanks for the sub, man. Appreciate it. Or the gifted sub too, yeah. But it drives me fucking nuts. It's hubris. It's approaching things with so much ignorance. You know, and we don't want to have our brains, our minds be so open that our fucking brain falls out, right? But it's not what's going on with this kind of stuff. I think it's just fucking ridiculous, man. Anyway, it drives me fucking insane. Let me go over some of the. I'm just gonna make sure that I gotta remember that GALENTV is coming on. GALENTV, if you have the stream open, just message me when you're ready. I know it's gonna be a little bit, but I always fucking forget. And then it's like 8:45. I'm like, fuck. Like, I gotta shut the fuck up sometimes. Yeah. Yeah. Fuck. Drunk at work. Fuck, brother. Sounds like a good night at work. God damn. Yeah. Yeah. Fuck, man. Thanks, man. I appreciate the sub, Sam. Yeah. Well, let me go through. I wanted to kind of go through Reddit here. There's a couple things actually I was going to go through, but I think I've got this pulled up. some interesting posts that I saw, I guess. This was one of them. There's a couple things, isn't there? So this is, people that don't know, the Skywatcher HQ. Skywatcher is the company that Jake Barber, who was interviewed, the new whistleblower, has put together with some of his friends. And they're going to be doing these fucking CE5, oh, that's not what they're doing, type experiments, right, with people. So, this is interesting. I'll read what they said. He said, "Hey everyone, we are exploring hosting an experimental Skywatcher event for 50 to 100 people between March and May. We're seeking venue options. Please fill out the form if you have any ideas." Fuck. Interesting. Very intriguing. I mean, again, and this, what's interesting, do it somewhere with lots of cameras and lots of birds. Hey, whatever. This is another experiment. It's like people are gonna fucking trash it, but it's just do it. Just keep, again, it's crazy until maybe they get a high quality fucking video of a fucking egg. You know, boys, who fuck knows what's gonna happen, right? I mean, do you see Skinny Bob just hanging out of that fucking UFO, right? Just pissed, just hanging out the fucking UFO. Just flies right by, right in front of their face, right? High 4K resolution to him, just flying. What the fuck would we even do, though? How would we react to that? If they got, let's say they got a high quality camera set up there, right, 4K, and it just comes down and just slowly flies right in front of it, and you can just see him just like standing there in the window of the craft, just like, and then he just flies off. Like, will we believe that? I mean, I guarantee the reaction for a lot of people will be like, this must be fake. That's what we would think for a long time until we found out that definitively it wasn't. So, are there videos like that exist? No, there aren't. But there are strange videos that are lower quality. So, I don't know. Yeah, this is the other thing I was looking at too. So, I mean, was this an older video or a newer video? Lately, people have been posting a bunch about him after he was on this Soul Foundation live stream yesterday and made those claims we just went over earlier. The big one being about Eisenhower having some presidential order to cover up non-human intelligence, and that he's seen this document signed by Eisenhower and that it's circulating through like these different intelligence communities. That's fucking insane. Right? I mean, that would be something if Trump could disclose that or, you know, release that would be unbelievably interesting in tandem with maybe just a full-blown disclosure. And that's what it would entail, is having the history as well. Right? So, so this is a background here. There was an aerial phenomena research organization consultant named Dr. B. Roy Frieden, who just happened to consult various MIC toy factories, including Lockheed Martin. B. Roy Frieden is a mathematical physicist known for his work in the field of optical sciences, particularly for his extensive research on Fisher information, a statistical measure of the amount of information a sample contains but an unknown parameter. I found this video of Eric Davis, Earth Tech, referencing Frieden's work for solving vacuum fluctuations or help put off zero-point energy. Interesting conclusions, the reality is information-based. Oh, that's what he thinks. Okay. We just talked about this the other night. Actually, last time I streamed. So, Blue Eisenhower November, bro. We'll see what happens, right? Okay. So that's what this is about. Okay. People that don't, again, so the reality isn't material. It isn't materially based, right? Like materialists in the past would think that everything just gets boiled down to material. Like a computer, like a game, right? Ultimately, those assets, those material assets you see, like when you dig around in World of Warcraft in the sand, you can't actually, but imagine you're in the sand, right? Ultimately, all that is code running in the background, right? They're textures, it's being projected. You think that those are mountains, they're not actually. It's information, it's data that's projecting those mountains. Reality, some people think in quantum physics, is similar in that ultimately what we're living in is an information-based reality. And we're effectively living in some kind of a hologram, I pronounced it really weird, holographic universe is one of the theories, but that's what kind of posits this idea. But it dovetails with simulation theory and philosophy, because philosophy asks the question, are we living in a simulation? There have been other philosophers, like Nick Bostrom was a famous philosopher that had a simulation theory thought experiment, and then this dovetails into quantum physics, and now they're starting to suggest, well, yeah, it could be really, actually. Might be what's going on. So, okay, how does this relate to the UFO phenomena? One of Frieden's books, Physics from the Fish Information, is a sample of the Library of Congress website. This video is taken after a longer conversation that Davis and Paul Smith, a remote viewer, and David Watkinson. There's a longer video of the full conversation. In this discussion with All Reality, producer David Watkinson and Dr. Paul, Dr. Davis covers many fascinating subjects, including Bell's theorem and quantum entanglement, quantum fluctuations in a vacuum, quantum foam, frozen vacuums and Casimir vacuums, quark and gluon field oscillators, a Dirac vacuum, quantum zero-point energy. Jesus Christ, okay, yeah. The dual vacuum structure of the strong force, hadrons and baryons, quantum chromodynamics, and Higgs particle. It led to the conclusion that it is an open question as to whether there might be some correlation between the subject covered in the digital virtual reality theory of physicist Tom Campbell, which was the main focus of Watkinson's questions for Dr. Davis, yeah. Which is what brought this up to begin with yesterday, because Tom has a book called The Big Toe, A Big Theory of Everything, which is what everybody is trying to go after, right? And this is Tom's idea that we're ultimately living in a simulation. And we're piloting avatars on top of that, right? That ultimately our consciousness is just players in a game, right? And that, like playing World of Warcraft, there's somebody sat at a computer in a goon cave playing you right now, right? You got to think, though, what's up on the other fucking monitor, right? Think about that for a second, right? Just let that stew in your brain. What are you looking at other than just playing you on the other monitor, right? That's fucked to think about. Yeah. Interesting. Okay. Yeah. I thought this was going to be unrelated to this. Anyway, interesting. Yeah. Your goo came is comfy. Don't be jealous. Brother. What are our interdimensional goo caves like beyond the veil? Yeah. I just came across this notion of information potentially being the underlying substrate of reality in this TED Talk by Jacques Vallée. We should recognize the universe as a subsystem of meta-reality information structures. It's all information structures and it's all simultaneous. Yes. Is this something that the ETs are going to tell us? Is this something they've already told people? Yes. But supposedly. There's already been conversations. It's usually in a very woo-woo kind of way, though, where they talk about, like, the soul. You're a soul. Your body's just a container. Right? That's all your body is. What we're really concerned with is who's pushing the buttons, right? Who's piloting the container. That's what we want to deal with, right? That's what all they care about, because that's what kind of goes on after this container passes, this meat suit fucking dies. So anyway, it's an interesting idea. I mean, the debates are raging right now, and what we're waiting for, other people from different disciplines are waiting for, people in quantum physics to do more experiments. Tom Campbell has done experiments. He's done variations on the double slit experiment that he thinks is going to prove definitively that we have an influence on reality, but that our consciousness does. It appears it may. But with conviction, right? We want to be able to say, absolutely it does. And then if it does, this may go forward. And you might see headlines, one day we're living in a simulation. And then people who are maybe just on the cusp of going postal will jump in their car and go down the sidewalk thinking this is Grand Theft Auto 6. It's not. It hasn't come out yet. Just wait, right? I've heard it's going to be a banger. I've heard that from people working on it, actually. Yeah. Yeah, nothing on the side of the monitor. Universe is a self-learning language. Oh, brother. Yeah, it could be. Well, I mean, is it a simulation, though? That's a question. Is that a component of it? Yeah. You ever see St. Terry and Davis, though, about reality? No. What's this book called? I don't know who this is. I never heard of this gentleman. Yeah. Yeah. What's reality? I don't know. When my bird was looking at my computer monitor, I thought, that bird has no idea what he's looking at. And yet, what does the bird do? Does he panic? No, he can't really panic. He just does the best he can. Is he able to live in a world where he's so ignorant? Well, he doesn't really have a choice. A bird is okay even though he doesn't understand the world. You're the bird looking at the monitor and you're thinking to yourself, I can't figure this out. Yeah, brother. Maybe you have some bird ideas. Maybe that's the best you can do. There you fucking go. That's it. Who's that from? That was from Terry A. Davis. That's interesting. That's interesting, yeah. He was God. He wrote his own operating system, Temple OS. He was highly intelligent but highly schizophrenic. Interesting. He got hit by a train a few years ago and died. Like, was that an accident or fucking... Yeah, that's Saint Terry Davis. Thank you. I don't know who he is. Is he a comedian or is he some kind of prophet? Yeah. He was beloved by the Kiwi farms. Oh, okay. Interesting. What if reality truly is a shared hallucination and that disclosure must acclimatize society or else our shared sense of reality would collapse, causing the complete dissolution of the universe as we know it, as all of our conscious projections would have nothing to anchor themselves on. Maybe we don't have that level of responsibility either, Digi. Maybe that's a lot of responsibility for everyone. Maybe we're just in some other game, something else is controlling it. I mean, who knows? This is what we'll come to know. We'll have to wait and see. Yeah. You didn't know that Terry Davis was schizo. You only perceived him as much. I need to look him up. I've never even fucking heard of this guy before. Yeah, it looks like he's having a bit of a rough time there. So what happened with the train? Like, he just an internet presence who did crazy stuff. He coined the term CIA. Oh, Jesus Christ. That's a claim to fame, I guess. Holy Jesus Christ. American electrical engineer and computer programmer best known for creating and designing Temple OS, an operating system. And he thought that, well, I guess he found out, though, whether he fell in front of that train or jumped in front of it. I mean, tragically, was it... So, you guys probably know this. The streamers I used to watch back in the day were WoW streamers, actually. I used to watch Swifty, I used to watch Soda Pop, and I used to watch Wreckful. Because Soda Pop and Wreckful, I like rogues. I played a Feral Druid, so I watched Soda because it's a combo point based class in WoW, but Wreckful was like the rogue. How did Wreckful die? I thought he jumped out of his balcony. I watched it was kind of really sad topic actually, but the last stream he had, if I recall correctly, he was talking about how he thought he was just in a dream. And that once he dies, he's just going to wake up out of the dream that he's in. Which is a very scary thing to have someone say to you. I mean, because even if you do wake up on the other side, it's like presuming that but you waste your life in the process. Like, you know. Is that what happened? I can't remember if that's what happened if he jumped out of his balcony. Someone told me that's not even what happened. My mind sometimes, I try and remember these things. And then I'm like, fuck, I thought that's what happened. Terrible shit. But I thought that's the last thing that I thought he did. I think, did he commit suicide? I thought that was the whole thing. Yeah. He dated a Feral Druid once. Oh my God. Yeah, they're crazy. Let me tell you about that. Yeah. He did a video and then shortly after found out he was killed. I don't think they believe he killed himself, but hard to say. Oh shit. You ready to go? Okay. GALENTV, I'll jump in here in a second. Yeah. I'm well versed in cherry. As I said, he had a threat in Kiwi farms as one of the guys who was very entertaining without being sick and depraved degenerate. Oh, that's an accomplishment. That's true, yeah. That is spooky. He predicted everything about 2020. How did he do this now? Putin, alcoholism, God, Jon Snow, Star Wars, Jesus, homo. Run God, China virus, election. Is that what we're in right now? Diet Shasta dumb. What does all this mean? Diet Shasta. Jesus homo. Yeah. Okay, I'm not going to pull it up here. It's a random number generator application in this OS. Interesting. That's intriguing, huh? I was going to say, didn't somebody else have something like this through random number generators? There was some kind of... Well, but that's... We talked about this a little bit around Tom Campbell. So why I like Tom wasn't necessarily because, like, he's figured it all out, right? Because I don't think he would even say that either. He has this big theory of everything, but he's the only person that's really tried to reckon with the psychic phenomena. And that includes things like remote viewing. It includes things like out-of-body experience. It includes things even like psychics throughout history that were revered because supposedly some of them had some kind of a track record. And we've attributed that to like all mentalism, which I think it doesn't make any sense. There's no way it's just mental. We know it's not mentalism anymore. They've done the experiments on it, although they're still spurious, but ultimately it's beyond chance with remote viewing. So he's reckoned with that phenomena, the psychic phenomena. And people who've had precognitive events or had some kind of ability to predict things. And it doesn't make a lot of sense to us, but if you live in an information-based reality, it may. And there may be, if there's some kind of deterministic element to the universe, there may be some way for people to infer things about future events. It's probabilities, I guess, is a better way of putting it. And that people may be able to get these probabilities, right? And how they're getting that, we've no fucking idea still. But it would kind of line up. Now, I'm not the guy to really get into the nitty gritty of that. Honestly, we'd have to actually I'd have to go over it in more depth. And we'd probably also want to talk to somebody involved in quantum physics who was familiar with Tom's theories to really get to the bottom of it, to be honest with you. But anyway, how does this make any fucking sense if there's actually something to it? He's not the only person that had this. There's other people that had this kind of chain of events, roughly. Even we were going over the whole Trump book thing. I mean, that's kind of fucking, it's a little weird, right? It's a little bit weird. You know, I think it's honestly, to me, even I read through that, and even after the stream, I went back the following morning and read through a little bit more. And I was like, that's a little bit fucking weird. Like that's some precog shit going on there, I think, a little bit. There's you know, that's beyond a coincidence to me, personally. There's something going on with that. Maybe I don't know that definitively, but I would bet there is. So who knows, man? Yeah. Don't put that on screen. Twitch will not enjoy it. Yeah. Terry Davis. You guys don't know who he is. I'd never fucking heard him before in my entire life. Okay, interesting. Yeah. It'd replace Coke, Diet Shasta. Yeah, like Mount Shasta. Yeah, interesting. Yeah. So was there a year here, or this is just a chain of events? Oh, he predicted about 2020. Oh, so that was going to happen in 2020. So an election, China virus. Okay. Interesting. But you know what's interesting too is that this has been talked about before. Not that particular year though. That is important too, though, isn't it? Although technically it started in 2019, Terry. You know, but it didn't really hit the media until then. There's another guy who uses not a random number generator, but uses AI, some form of AI, to try and figure out things that are happening in the future. Who's also pretty crazy. Named what's his name? I just said his name in the back of my head. We talked about him here. He had the whole drone flap. What the fuck's his name again? God damn it. Will, are you in here? Will? What's Buddy's name? He knows the future forecasting group. He has a web bot. Oh, I almost had it. Fuck. Anyway, he uses a web bot to scan through human language. And from human language, he thinks there's like patterns. We all have some kind of subconscious precog ability, and that it comes out in our language. And so he'll go through like a fucking muscle car for him and study the language of these guys for like the last couple months and infer there's something wrong, like they're getting something. Cliff High, thanks Larkin. Yeah, he's an absolute loon. Yeah, man, he is. I mean, he said some fucking I didn't know who he was. I ran into him because of the hype around the whole drone thing. And then some of the stuff he's saying is like actual, like legit anti-Semitic shit. Like I was like, brother, fucking, you gotta tone this shit down. Like, this is a bit much. And anyway, is there something to his web bot? I have no idea. It's interesting idea, right? It's this idea there's like this collective unconscious or subconscious of humanity, and if we have some, if people do have this kind of like precognitive ability collectively, we might be able to, you might be able, if you studied all language, infer something. Like if are we all behind the scenes, sitting behind the computer on the other side here, anticipating like, oh fuck, the thing's going to happen soon. The thing's going to happen soon. And we're all like subconsciously stressed out about it. And could you study language and could you infer that there's this stress building and rising? I mean, how the fuck would you even do that, man? I don't know. I genuinely don't know. The idea is interesting, but like actually implementing it, yeah, fuck. Yeah, Terry was a genius computer programmer. Yes, yeah, they said that. Yeah, and he was a schizo and claimed to talk to God with his computer. Like this stuff, yeah. Again, you have to define God, I guess. He thought he was able to tap into something, had some kind of precognitive ability, or had some way of seeing through the future. Yeah. Did he make any other predictions? Would be about the future. Did he have any other predictions for like 2024, 2025? Or he died? Like, when did he die? When did he die? He died 2018, August 11th. Fuck, man. Yeah, kind of a banana balls, huh? Shit. Yeah. Sounds like a digital I Ching. Yeah, it does a little bit, doesn't it? Yeah. Yeah. Quite on the farms, he was revered there, not harassed or made fun and trolled of. Interesting. Yeah, he's poster boy for SKIZ0 Sunday. He does total stream of consciousness videos. Yeah, they get very old school anti-Semitic. Yeah, he's gone on some rambles, and I was like, ugh. Brother, like, anyway, he's definitely a little bit unhinged. Cliff High, that is. That's why I brought him up. This guy sounds like a little bit kind of like a Cliff High. Cliff High is also a computer programmer who has very strong opinions about things. And anyway, yeah. He didn't make predictions per se. It's kind of philosophical, his observations. Interesting. Yeah. Well, that would be. We should have heard of this before. Oh, Mr. GALENTV. Have you ever heard of Terry A. Davis, Mr. GALENTV?
I didn't think I did until I saw our guy Harry say that he coined a particular phrase. That's not actually the phrase he coined, but we can't say the real one.
Oh yes, yeah. Your volume's a little bit low too, by the way. Just FYI.
Oh, is it?
Just a smidge, because I can see how high mine usually is. I blow people's ears out, so.
How's that?
A little bit more. A little bit more. I want to hear every little lisp. Yeah, a little bit more. A little bit more. I want more.
A little bit more. What about a little bit less?
No, a little more maybe. I'm trying to.
Just trying to.
There,
no. Change the gain on it.
There, that's good. That's good, because now you're right in par with me.
Does the volume do anything? If I turn this up, does that do anything?
No, it should be input. You'd be looking at input on the mic. Yeah, your own volume won't do anything. Yeah, yeah. This is
what I was hoping. Yeah.
Safe. This is a safe image. Okay. I don't know if I've ever been on Kiwi Farms actually. Oh.
I clicked on that other one that Hendrix had. Woo-wee.
Gamer words everywhere. These motherfuckers.
Yep.
Yeah. What am I even fucking looking at?
Yeah, people were calling him God, and I was like, well, is he the universe linebacker? You know, because initially it was like Terry Davis, is that the guy? But I found out that was Terry Tate. That was the office linebacker, who I also thought was Terry Crews, but that's not it. Who was President Camacho? But anyway, that was a long-winded explanation for a joke that just did not work out.
Oh yeah, yeah, that's all right. Not all of them can land, you know. Okay, so this is his OS here. Okay. Interesting, yeah. As instructed by the Almighty. Holy fuck. Interesting. Yeah. Well, the China virus in 2020 has... Where was the rest of this? Do we have the rest of this anywhere?
Well, he had more predictions on that. Like, what did he mean by Jesus? And then that word underneath of Jesus.
Jesus homo. Jon Snow. Was Jon Snow in 2020? I thought that was well over by then. Star Wars.
That was like 2019, I think. You know, that was when old Jon Snow went out to pasture. Maybe. No, wait, he didn't die at the end of that series. I guess
the series was way before 2020.
It ended like 2019, didn't it? Nobody remembers because it didn't end so well.
In 2020, the character of Jon Snow, played by Kit Harington, was still a topic of interest among fans. Oh, you're right. The 8th season in April 2019. There were no new developments or announcements. Okay, yeah. Well, that
was the thing that people were like. Yeah. Well, we can get into that, but people weren't particularly happy with how that wrapped up.
Yeah, no, it's yeah. Jon Snow, the reporter, the AI symmetry of the top. Oh, is that who it's supposed to be? Oh shit! Yeah, sorry, I'll pull that up again. There was reporter Jon Snow in 2020. Yeah, we'll try and make this fit as much as we can, you know. Okay. Interesting. Yeah. So you never heard of this guy either? That's very interesting. I had no fucking idea.
I had heard of. I reckon now that he said when I saw the particular keyword that he coined.
It
was that guy.
He's the guy that. Jesus Christ.
But I remember reading about it, but the name didn't ring a bell. But now that they said that phrase, I remember reading about that particular guy.
I love getting hyped. So if someone were to put like 2027, apocalypse, firestorms, you know, earthquakes, I'd get so hyped. I'd be like, oh my fucking God, you know. I'd be like, wow. I love that kind of shit. Like, it's like because like I don't follow a lot of like, you know, fictional narratives. Like I don't follow like a lot of like TV shows anymore, really.
Hype for the apocalypse. Listen, we all know you want the world to end, all right? But Jesus, man.
Well, no, but it's like exciting. It's kind of like 2012 back in the day for people that remember that, who are old enough to remember that. I think pretty much everyone here is. But back in the day, like when 2012 was going to happen, like, oh my God, I was like so excited. I was like, is something crazy going to happen? I knew that, like, yeah, 99% chance nothing's going to happen. I followed that for. Yeah.
I loosely followed it, but I wasn't. Excitement wasn't a word that I'd use for it.
You were scared.
Oh yeah.
Oh my God.
I didn't know it was going to happen.
I didn't know it was going to happen either, but like I was like, fuck, like if Shell blows up, it is what it is, you know. Like, no, I was excited for it. I would have been because I would have been 22, but I've since
beyond your years then.
Yeah, so when I was 20, 2009, I was 19. I started like reading about it because I was following Ancient Aliens. I had read about the whole theory and whatnot from Von Daniken and Sitchin before, and I was anticipating the TV show's release. And once the show released, that's also around the time when Joe Rogan started his podcast. So like 2010, 2011, he started having people on, and he was
all in on it.
He had Graham Hancock on, which is kind of, honestly, that's who I got introduced to him from. I'd heard of Graham before. I'd seen posts about him and his work on Above Top Secret, but that's the first time I saw him talk to him. And Graham had talked about 2012 way back in 1995 in Fingerprints of the Gods, which was like this like cult following around like alternative ancient history and shit. So yeah, it was very fucking it was very fucking hype. It was very hype. Yeah. You remember the 2012 feeling? You were here too. I think most of us were here. Yeah. Yeah. A Drunk Physics, welcome, sir. Corbell's pissed with Schellenberger. Yes, we watched that video. Was it last week, the week before, man? Oh my fuck. The cringe lord that he is. Fuck me, yeah. Yeah, but that's what I mean though. Like I was looking that kind of hype, that hype energy around 2012. You know, that whole fucking meme, like that. Oh my God, like it's something mystical, because it was like a mystical thing. Like it was based around the Mayan long count calendar. Although every single Mayan academic said there's nothing in here saying there's going to be an apocalypse. But to be fair to people like Graham, there was nothing in there that said there wasn't going to be either, or there was going to be, or there wasn't. We had no idea what it meant for the calendar to end and reset.
Oh, come on, Graham. Hey, like what? It's like, well, there's nothing there that says it's going to be apocalypse. Well, Mr. Expert, there's nothing that says there won't be an apocalypse now. So there must be one coming.
Well, all it meant, it was the end of a cycle. Now, what does it mean for a cycle to end? And that was really the question that he raised. And now where it got like a little bit, there were people who literally camped out. I forget where it was, somewhere in like Switzerland, Maybe there's a couple different spots, but they were anticipating they're going to like move into the fourth dimension. Like, oh, I was like, oh, fuck, what the fuck? Like, you know, that was where I kind of drew the line. I was like, fuck it. But it was a cool idea about like, is there going to be an asteroid that's going to hit us? I mean, NASA hopefully would have saw that, but then would they have told us, honestly? Probably not. It would have been like that Morgan Freeman movie back in the day where like they didn't tell people to the last minute. So maybe, you never know. It was just exciting to have that kind of mystical background. I just want to feel the hype again, you know, like, can we get some form of fucking hype in here? Yeah. Yeah, there isn't an apocalypse coming. Sorry, doomers. We don't know that yet, brother.
Is 2027 the new 2012 now?
Well, that's what I see, drunk. Yeah, I know it's SKIZ0, but did you talk about Greer in the Jesse interview? Yes, I did. We watched it actually, drunk, when it launched there last week. But yeah, we did. It's, I mean, definitely Greer. It didn't surprise me. I should say it surprised me a little bit, but that Greer had actual contacts within the government, within you know, the recovery community. And what was interesting was that during his press club event, Jake Barber was actually there in attendance, intending to take down Michael Herrera, who was the Marine who testified that he had saw a craft taking. Did you hear about this, GALENTV? You might not have actually.
Go on.
Okay, so Michael Herrera back. This is just after Grush's testimony on News Nation. A guy named Michael Herrera steps up at Stephen Greer's press club event, which he has every couple of years or every year, whatever he has for a while. And he's told a story how he was in the jungles of like Indonesia after the earthquake, I think back in 2004. And he saw this craft on the ground, levitating, this black kind of octagonal craft. And there were these, well, he looked like guns for hire, like American mercenaries around the craft. And there were people supposedly there as well, locals. There were these weird boxes, what he thought contained drugs. And he inferred from this that, oh my God, like the black ops community, you know, has figured out a reverse engineered alien craft, and they're engaging in human trafficking and drug trafficking. And supposedly this new whistleblower, Jake Barber, was there while this was happening, and he was pissed off, and he was representing, he says, supposedly, like the FBI. He didn't really elaborate too much on it, but he was going to take him in. He was kind of snooping to see what he was talking about, because it pissed him off, supposedly because what they were actually doing. This still drives me insane. We don't have any concrete fucking proof or data on this. Anyway, what was actually happening was this was a group of mercenaries, yes, the same group of mercenaries that like Jake Barber was a part of, but that they were recruiting psionics from the area, psychics. And those were not drugs. They were these containers they put the psionics in that help enhance their psionic ability. And that they put them inside the UFO and flew off. You can't make this fucking shit up. Like, I just can't fucking.
They said they were in the drug trade and smuggling alien. What are they smuggling? Yeah. Like alien drugs? What, that hot stuff that was off the Universal streets?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's fucking yeah. It's just. It's not like believable. Yeah, drunk. If you fucking come by tomorrow night, because Galen's, we're gonna be on here tonight doing some shit, but we're kind of talking about this. But yeah, fucking come on by. We haven't talked in a while. Yeah, why don't you come by tomorrow night? I'll be on tomorrow night. Just come by whenever you're around. We'll fucking go over everything too. Yeah, but yeah, this is all relevant little discussion here this evening. Anyway, yeah, man, fuck yeah. Just pop by. Just whenever you pop in, we'll jump in the chat tomorrow. Yeah, but oh yeah, there is. There's a lot. Even just what I just talked about is a head trip, and I was going to talk more about it tomorrow anyway, also because there was some other stuff I was going to go over. But that's a pretty big deal. Now, you know, is Jake Barber completely insane? Did he go completely insane? How do we know that this is true? I mean, we don't have any data to corroborate any of this. It's his testimony, but ultimately. Yeah, I just don't ever talk woo. Well, I mean, things are getting more and more woo. That's the thing, right? Like, I didn't say this was going to happen. Not that, you know, I'm the fucking end all be all in this fucking conversation, but it's just inevitably it was going to go there, because there have been people in these spaces for a long time that have talked about all this woo shit. whether it's Tom Campbell, right, a physicist who I talked about earlier, the big toe theory, going into doing antibodies of Bob Monroe fucking 40 years ago. I mean, it was always going to end up here, I think. So, yeah.
Would you say that the lines between the woo and the unwoo are becoming more blurred, and soon one won't be able to distinguish between the two?
We're getting there. That's the thing, right? I mean,
on our way. All right.
We're on our way. It's just, well, I don't know. We'll not ever have hard data on that. It's the only fucking problem. But I mean, if we could just have hard data on the crafts and the existence of the crafts and material biologics, it would just be wonderful. But yeah, if it goes into this conversation about consciousness and maybe to reach out to the ETs, you have to like develop your consciousness or whatever. And if I think maybe it will go there. Well, we'll have to wait and see. It's definitely trending in that direction. A wooless reality. Yeah. You want to talk about the blur?
Reality.
Yeah. Yeah. Wooless reality. Or woo full. Yeah. Woo full.
Like a full woo reality, but one of the two. The word loses all meaning because it's all just. It just all is,
Yeah. Well, tonight usually, Drug, we usually just tell some stories and stuff, and yeah, it's usually just like it's every night we talk fucking woo here. Come on now, it's every goddamn night woo gets talked about. There isn't just one night; it's every day. Yeah. Tonight's usually the stories that we go over, but yeah.
Well, those nights where we talk about like wrestling and whatnot, I don't know if that's woo.
No, I guess. Well, that's
usually at the end, though.
Just riff. It's just it can be brought.
It's usually like you're 5.5 hours in, you're just like, holy fuck, we did a hard set at the gym today.
Yeah.
All right, here's some buff dudes that are doing some stunts.
Here's some buff dudes. Yeah. It's essentially what it is. Yeah, I saw actually. Now we won't get into this conversation, but I did saw that other streamer got speared and fucking absolutely demolished last night during the Royal Rumble. Which was
Speared. How so? Did they like impale them like through their chest? And
I Show Speed. I remember his fucking name. I Show Speed. He's just this young guy. Oh yeah, he got speared. Yeah, I don't know who the wrestler was, but the kid only weighs probably like 130 pounds.
Okay. Yeah.
And somebody just wrecked him. Yeah.
Oh jeez.
Yeah. Did you ever look into the Bernie Mac clones? Not yet. Yeah.
Yeah, that's one of the area I know.
Oh my God, I'm gonna can of whoop ass in this subject. Yeah, we'll have conversation on it. I'm curious as to what you think. Yeah.
That'd be a good night. That'd be good. You should have Harry on one of these nights too, and just have like a Harry pull your hair out Wednesday something.
Well, we're gonna do a call-in show. I think on the Wednesday. I might see if I can try it. So we're gonna try to do some call-in hour. If it ends up being an hour or 5 hours, I have no fucking idea. But I'm going to try and start doing that here. Just we get more people in here now to kind of have some conversation and whatnot. I think that'd be fucking interesting. Yeah. But yeah. Anyway, this is interesting stuff. Irregardless, yeah. The Snake Wizard's now part of the convo. Yeah, Steven is. I mean, which is where I get very suspicious of everything, and that's where. Even with the Jake Barber thing, it's very intriguing. I mean, we'll talk about this more tomorrow night. I am burnt out. I've been burnt out for a long time, though, with this shit. As much as I talk about it.
As a semi-outsider looking in, it seems like Steven's always been a part of the conversation, though.
He has been a part of the conversation, yeah. I mean, in one way or another. I mean,
he never went away.
We can talk about his deep throats. He's
literally and figuratively.
Literally and figuratively, his deep throats. Yeah, we can dig deep into that.
Yeah.
Oh fuck yeah! I would love to at some point interview him, honestly, but I mean, I just don't think that I'd be able to handle him. Oh, I mean, I'd like to talk to everybody. I talk to everybody. I would love to be able to at least talk with him.
I swear I remember you saying, I'd never talk to Greer.
Yeah,
I'm never talking to him.
Yeah.
Geez, really? When did this happen? When did you change your mind?
When he started talking about deep throats.
Oh, well, okay.
Yeah, it makes sense now.
That makes sense.
No, I mean, I don't know. I would still like to, I don't know, just for the meme of it, honestly, I think, like, that would be more sussy. Yeah. Now,
Steven, what's your 1 rep max?
That's.
Do you show that? Do you have that in your dating profile?
We need proof on that. I'd fucking challenge him on that. There's no way he's still doing that now. Yeah.
The big UFO, like, see who can do the most reps at 225. The most 2-plate reps.
He probably still beat me, actually. I bet he probably would. Yeah. If he could push 405, he probably could still beat me on that. We'll see though. Yeah. I mean, I'm also half his age. Yeah. Huh?
Jeez, 405.
405 is a big number, yeah.
Yeah, that's a big number.
What was he interestingly with the new 3D version of what Bob Lazar saw? He's also now part of the convo. What was this? I didn't hear about this. Is this like the new what the fuck's it called? The
3B?
No. It's the new documentary with Bob. Yeah. He's attracted to his muscle arms. It makes him feel safe. He's just like a bear in the woods, you know?
I was about to say, it was just like those big bear arms, you know?
Yeah. Max is...
He comes over and says, well, Jim, weren't you already, little bear cub?
Bear cub. Big Steven. Oh, it's 320 bones. That's actually a lot. Holy fuck. God damn. Yeah. Well, Mr. GALENTV, what did we want to go over tonight, I guess? What were some of the stories that you had? We'll get to it here, but 69.
I thought that given that, and I had this idea when you're watching through the, what was that guy, Logan Paul, that you had with, that you're watching with Jake?
Barber. Oh, yeah, Jesus
Christ. It is Jake
yeah.
Barber, okay.
Yeah, it's Jake
I had this idea while you're going through that, while you're watching that, because... You pause it every now and then, you go, well, that's interesting because that lines up with, like, these things. And I thought, maybe we could visit an old document that we kind of thought, well, that's kind of interesting.
Yeah.
So what do you think? Shall we revisit said old document?
Which old document specifically? What is it again?
I'm gonna send a link to you.
You sent a link to me, good. Yeah. Oh, this is the Gravatar thing, right?
Gravatar thing. Oh, maybe.
Oh, yes. You're recreating Bulbasaur's alien technology. Yeah, this is a Gravatar thing. Oh, yeah.
I don't remember everything that was in that. Honestly, I don't remember like anything that was in it, to be perfectly honest. It was mostly just like, I remember we were going through it and you're just kind of like, oh, well, that's interesting that they make that statement.
Oh, the blue planet. Oh, fucking Jesus.
Yeah. Oh, you're looking at something else. Okay.
No, this is it. Yeah, no, I just clicked on Drunk Slave.
No, I saw that video and he said, "Is that the Gravatar?" And I was like, "What the fuck's a Gravatar?" I don't remember anything about that. But fuck yeah, let's talk about it.
Yeah, it's some guys in Montreal are recreating Bob's entire experience at S4 supposedly. Yeah, there's a link to that Drunk has. Yeah, it's cool. Looking forward to it coming out. I mean, whether Bob was there or not, I mean, it's the question, but it's interesting.
Are they trying to like 3D print it or make like a working model of it?
It's a working digital model of the entire experience. So it's a completely accurate recreation of the inside of the hangar and everything. Yeah. You can use like you can put on a whatever the fuck it's called again, like a headset, and you can go through VR and go through the entire hangar and look at you can go inside the craft. It's a crazy fucking thing. Yeah. What Drinker, what's up, man? Yeah.
I mean, that's neat, but
yeah.
Is there anything more to it? Do we get to touch the craft?
Oh, there's like Bob's there. I think you can like go look over. I think they did a 3D modeling of Bob's naked body in there too. He's inside the craft full spread. Yeah.
There you go. You go talk to him and say,
yeah.
See, I told you, I did work at S4.
Yeah.
And this is the sport model that I was talking about. Now let's go look at element 115 here. Follow me. And you go follow him into the other lab or whatnot, and then the game crashes because they hadn't developed that level yet.
Yeah, it's kind of like Half-Life. It's how Half-Life starts, really, if you're Half-Life 2. Oh, fuck, yeah. Yeah. Oh, my God, they even recreated the illegal long-distance phone call center, yeah. Holy fuck, just roast the fuck out of him. Holy shit, yeah. Oh, okay, all right. Okay, Jesus Christ. Yeah, this is it here. For people that don't know, this is a recreation of it, yeah, it's pretty fucking cool. Where's the actual model at? Yeah, this is it here. If you can see it, GALENTV.
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
It's really well done. Like, it's unbelievably well done.
Well,
yeah.
To be fair, we don't actually know if it's well done because we weren't there, but just in terms of just a graphical feat, it looks pretty cool.
Oh, well, that's exactly it.
Yeah.
But it's still interesting, yeah.
Oh, do we get to see his jet car too? Is that in the VR?
That's it. He's driving it. It's like a DeLorean that's set up like as a jet car. Bob's undoubtedly a very handy guy, but you know.
Is this like for purchase or something, or are they going to sell it to everybody, or is this just going to be out in the ether? Oh, they're going to sell it to. Oh,
yeah,
naturally. Yeah. Oh, that's there we go.
You know, I mean, you know, they want to show people they wanted to tell his story, I guess. Yeah. No, this is it here. That's Bob's actual. Yeah, that's Bob's actual fucking Instagram. This is the Gravatar thing.
I have a request for them then.
Yeah.
Could they recreate the inside of the Dulce base then, if they're going to recreate that?
That's a good question. I guess. Well, do they believe that story? Yeah, that's the question. Yeah.
Yeah, they got all the story from that Costello guy that was a security guard.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah, people that don't know Bob's story, I think in Launder Money too, the bookkeeper at the whorehouse. Actually, what happened? So the story goes that what was going on was they had some kind of a blackmail thing set up at the strip club where there was like a peephole and like they were like spying on people, like collecting, like videoing people like in the private rooms or some shit. So it was like a peeping situation. It was kind of fucked actually when you actually go into like what happened. There's a good deep dive into Bob's history, some actual investigative, not George is an actual investigative journalist, but they actually did a deep dive into the story and it was pretty fucked. But
this is like essentially like a video game, like recreation where you like live through it in essence.
Yeah. I wish I could. I can't blow the Instagram's annoying. I can't blow the thing up on here. Yeah. They're about to retell the story in a time of disclosures at its peak, likely 2025, the same time other major documentaries. Missing the point. Yeah, no, it's still interesting. Yeah. No, it's very interesting. Yeah.
But it is pretty cool.
No, I think it is objectively cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
It is. There's reason people are skeptical of Bob, but I've said before, even personally, I'm on like 51%. I'm on that it probably happened. I would place the bet. I don't know. I would bet that Bob probably was encountered something anomalous. It seems he's kept up with this for a long time. You can criticize his educational background and some of the other things he was involved with, but I still think it's a very interesting story. Yeah.
Suppose that Vegas can put odds on that, and you can find out right after. Are you going up there and saying, look, I'm going to dump my life savings into this, or are you going to say, one betting disc on Bob is right, please?
I don't know what I would bet on. Well, I mean, you can scale that however you want, I guess, but I'm 51% on fucking Bob's side, I guess. There's still that, I'm still skeptical, but, you know, yeah.
Well, it's one of those things you'd be like, you know, I'm willing to put like $20 on it, but I don't know if I put like 10 grand on it, you know?
Yeah, well, I mean, the most interesting part about his story for people that don't know, and this is something that isn't really talked about a lot about it, because I know his story front to back. I know literally everything about his story. Is the 115 he supposedly smuggled out. Now, that is where do you think Bob Lazar is legit? The poll going right now. Nice. Can I click on that and vote on it myself? Yeah, I'm going to vote. There's a poll running for people. There's a poll running right now. I think, that was just put up. So, he supposedly did an experiment with it. It was like a very small amount of this 115. If he had that, and if he still has that, that would prove his story. It wouldn't just prove his story. It would prove the existence of, I'll likely prove the existence of extraterrestrial life, because how the fuck did we get that here? If it's like a stable,
stable. That was what I was going to say.
Yeah, it was very different from the 115 that we manufactured in a lab for like a microsecond. So if he had that, which supposedly he did, that's a big deal, and like that would be one of those reasons why the government might want to go blow his brains out. And if they haven't, maybe it means he doesn't have it anymore. I don't know. That was always the part of his story where you're like, okay, stop, hold on. Like, do you still have that? Like, And supposedly that's why Jeremy Corbell thinks they raided him during the filming of their movie. There was another reason that they gave for it, which might make sense, but I don't know. Yeah.
Maybe they just wanted to go up and mess up the house and just say, listen, we're still around.
Yeah. He would then be
every now and then.
Yeah, he would then be killed for treason. If you mean Harry, if he brought that out of the
Good point. He could be killed for treason now. The capital punishment on that is back.
Well, if they prove definitively that he had some. Now, he told people that he had some. He told George, and there is a video supposedly that have circulated, I don't know, maybe it's been lost, of him doing a test showing the material bend light. Because it had some kind of innate gravitational properties to it where, you know, it had its own kind of field or something. You know, who knows? Who knows? I don't fucking know. But that would definitely have sealed the deal. So, yeah, so far it's looking good. 6 people are saying yes. 2 people are saying no. Yeah. Yeah. If he smuggled it out, admitted it if he's done, yeah. To be fair, then he stuck to his story for years and years with all the flack he's had. Yeah. Yeah. If Trump pardons him, yeah, well, I mean, bring it forward, yeah, and then.
I mean, the only way Trump would pardon him would be like, listen, he gives all the credit to me because I was the one that came forward. It was very interesting stuff. Bob came to me personally, all right, and he said that, listen, I'm the only one that can really disclose people because, you know, I'm just the smartest person he's ever had a president. You know, they never, and even the best looking, really, you know, when you get down to it. Because, I mean, like, look at Biden. He was just terrible. He was the worst president ever, you know. And that's why you couldn't do disclosure. Because you needed a great man, a great leader like me. And Bob is a great guy. I've known him. I go way back to him. I knew him before he went to Los Alamos. I knew he was just a great guy then. And you know what? I believed him because he gave me the 115, you know. And it's my great honor to show the American people and the world that we have a stabilized version of Element 115.
Let me let me find a. Oh fuck. Oh, here it is. Here. Yeah. This is what was featured in Corbell's documentary, but there's nothing that you can see. This is after the tests concluded, supposedly. But this is the 115 on this disc here. So this is after
the little crumbs?
Yes. So supposedly he put a beam of light over it and it bent it. I think this is what Corbell featured in his documentary, I'm pretty sure. But there was like a smoke test. Wait, is this the whole thing? I don't think
it is. Is that the tape they said they lost? In the documentary,
it's only a minute. It's only 55 seconds, and the whole tape was longer. It was like a whole experiment that he did.
Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah. Did they find the tape?
He found a clip of it. So Corbell was going through his videos, and he found a small little 55-second. Well, I guess it's 55-second clip of it. But anyway, yeah, a bowl of chili. Not the whole video. Guy lost it somewhere. Some detective from Las Vegas. Let me see here. This video does not clearly show proof of the material bending light as stated in the Joe Rogan Experience. All the video has to offer is vindication to Bob that he did indeed have Element 115 in his possession. Well, but we don't know what the fuck we're looking at. I believe he's telling the truth. What's that worth, objectively? Yeah, this is a problem. It's like it's speculation. It's conjecture. We have no fucking idea. But supposedly that is 115. So according to Bob, I mean that could be crumbs from his fucking toast for all we fucking know, literally. But like
personally, it looks like a candy bar wrap or a cigarette butt and some crumbs from the toast. Yeah,
it could be could be toast crumb.
Like,
yeah.
Right there, yeah.
I mean, you know, brother, I don't fucking claim to know what the fuck this is. But I mean, hypothetically, this is material that was made by extraterrestrials on other planets. So
that's true. Hey, for all we know, that's just what the technology looks like to us. We look at that, and you know, when we look at the sky, and we say, well, that's clearly like some kind of balloon, or that's like some kind of drone. It turns out that's just what it looks like.
He took the last name Laser as his cover, yeah. Bob Laser.
Yeah. I'm happy someone said that.
Yeah.
It is Bob Laser.
Yeah. Holy fuck. Yeah, he needs to inject it into his veins like a Resident Evil boss. Yeah, holy fuck, yeah. I don't know. But the question is, if this is actually 115, is this not proof to a government that Bob stole this material? And where did this material go? Did it just disappear out of his possession? Like he would still.
He might have to get out of the country then, if that is true.
Well, this was released in the documentary years ago, almost 10 years ago now. So yeah, he would. Yeah, you think they'd be raiding him trying to find it? So maybe, I mean, would that not be reason enough to kill him? I don't know.
Why they raided him in the first place? They said, "Look, we're going to raid him once every 5 years because he's going to slip up one of these times. He's going to forget about it, and then we're going to come back strong, even stronger, 5 years later." And then they didn't see it, and they say, "This son of a bitch, he doesn't have it anymore."
Yeah, yeah. Where did it go?
Hit it. Well, he's hit it very well up his cavity, so that's why they didn't find it. Right?
Did he snort it? Is that where it went? You know, but you know,
it went in one particular cavity.
You think that's where he would have put it? Oh my god!
Stable to his intestine.
Holy fuck! Say in some kind of bag that never breaks down, just in him. Holy fuck! It's got anti-gravitational properties, though. Wouldn't that fuck up his digestion?
Or make it better.
Maybe it makes it better. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. He got raided multiple times by the FBI for looking for it. Was it multiple times, man? I know in the documentary, he got raided by a couple different agencies. It wasn't just the FBI. And they said it was for some, because he, at United Nuclear, all kinds of precarious elements make their way through there. And supposedly it was for something. He got, in the early 2000s, he actually got convicted of something. What I can probably ask ChatGPT about what it was. But I don't think he can leave the country. I'll ask it. What did Bob Lazar get convicted of with United Nuclear? Like, what happened? He's not convicted, sorry. Yeah, 2016, his company were fined, for violating hazardous material laws. The U.S. government alleged that United Nuclear sold restricted chemicals used in making illegal fireworks and explosives without proper licensing. Okay, that's not as bad as I thought it was. I thought there was something more serious that he was accused of. I shouldn't have said convicted. His only criminal conviction was in 1990.
Maybe.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, what happened in 1990? Yeah. So that was his conviction there, was for the whole peeping thing. Yeah. Killing JFK. Jesus Christ. Aiding and abetting a prostitution ring. Right. Community service psychological counseling. Right. Around the time he's making his Area 51 UFO claims public, which some people think was an attempt to discredit him. If the government really wanted him gone, they'd have done more than a slap with a pimp charge. That's according to ChatGPT. Well, I don't know. I mean, you don't fucking know, you stupid AI. Fucking, you don't know. Anyway, we have to believe in Bob. Just believe in Bob. Anyway, yeah.
Believe in Bob, we trust.
Believe in Bob. Have faith in Bob. God damn it. Yeah. Has been raided at least once by federal authorities. Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought there was at least twice, because I think this first incident too, he himself had mentioned back when this one happened here, he was fined for violating federal hazardous materials laws. He got raided for that as well. In 2019, yeah, when the FBI and local law enforcement searched his business, United Nuclear. The official reason was an investigation of the alleged sale of potential illegal material, specifically thorium. That's funny. Thorium is from classic World of Warcraft. That's a fucking mining material. Yeah.
There's supposedly some things you could do with thorium.
No, I know it's a real element too. Yeah. However, some believe it was related to. Yeah.
There's supposedly there's some pretty big claims about using thorium.
Yeah. He believes it was intended to intimidate him or retrieve evidence connected to UFO-related claims. No solid proof has emerged. The raid was linked to anything. The only anecdote out of that encounter that was mentioned that was interesting was, so obviously this is the sketchiest thing about Bob when you bring up the fact that he smuggled 115 out of the secure facility. And supposedly Jeremy Corbell and Bob Lazar went out into deep woods, turned their phones off, and had a conversation about what happened. Now, he videotaped with his recorder this talk with Bob, but they never published what was said. Supposedly, and Bob and Jeremy both said this, but who knows if this is just to hype up the fucking documentary. But they had said in the documentary that, and after the fact, that an FBI agent supposedly talked to them about that conversation they had in the woods about the material. But both of their phones were off. So what was implied was that they were listening to them somehow through some other device, some other means. And that they were interested in what he had to say about the 115. Because he did tell people back in the late 80s, early 90s that he did smuggle some out, because this is a video he talked about with people and the experiment that he did. And that's supposedly the remnants of the 115 there. So, according to Jeremy and Bob, the raid was about the 115 because someone had talked to them about that conversation they had. Yeah.
That for the documentary.
Yeah. He was being tracked and followed. I wouldn't surprise, man, listen, if this is real, like if this isn't just fucking crumbs from his toast on a fucking, hot plate. I mean,
there's a cigarette butt there too. But.
Cigarette butt, whatever. I mean, it definitely would be, that'd definitely be something you'd probably want to track somebody down for, because this would be definitive proof. If you hand this to anybody at Harvard and this is real, and you go to the material scientists there and you say, what is this? They're going to be like, what in the fuck? Like, especially if it innately is some kind of like anti-gravity involved with it. According to Bob, it did. I mean, because it's a super dense element.
Destroy a fraction of the planet there too. If it's, we don't know what it's going to do. Maybe we do actually. I don't know.
We have no fucking idea what it's going to do. Yeah, I know.
But potentially very dangerous. So.
Well, it could be. Yeah, well, I guess Bob handled it, so maybe it wasn't. But how did he get it out?
Maybe, well, I guess if he is taking it out in an anal cavity, it might not be that dangerous.
Yeah, maybe. He would keep all the radiation inside. Wouldn't be going anywhere.
I jest. I'm sorry.
Anyway, yeah. He's an interesting story. I guess, so what, 7 out of 3 people? So we had a couple out of 10 people, 7 people believed him.
Yeah, 10 people.
We had some doubters. That's some doubters here, Bob's story.
Who's doubting the laser himself?
Who's doubting Mr. Laser? I mean, I would love to fucking talk to him. He's one of those guys too. You'd love to just sit down with and be. First thing I would ask him would be about Stanton Friedman's critique, about like what's with the educational background, like what, like
Stanton Friedman is dead, so his opinion is invalid.
His opinion is invalid now.
I'm here and alive in front of you.
Holy
so
fuck.
that makes my word much better than his.
God damn.
Maybe that's how that goes.
Yeah, drunk. Yeah, man. We'll see you then. We'll have a conversation about this, man. Thanks for coming around tonight. Yeah. You don't buy this story, you think he's full of shit. What the fuck do you know, Train Beast?
Oh yeah, that's definitely who voted no.
What the fuck do you know?
I forgot. He's all out on it.
I mean, like, it's complicated though, right? That's the thing. It's like, just because there's inconsistencies in one part doesn't mean the whole story is inconsistent per se. It's usually a tell that you should be suspect of the story, but people are complicated too, where there could be bits and pieces of something that, he could have lied about his educational background. He could have been involved with hookers. He could have even, to some degree, manipulated some truth around what actually happened at S4, but he could have actually been involved with something top secret. I mean, we have no idea. Like, two things can be true, right? He could have lied about his background, and he could have also been brought onto a program. Now, it's less likely he would be able to, but who knows? Yeah.
Those are big words. You see what he just said?
What did he say? Who maybe saw? I believe Jake Barber more than you do him.
No, those are big words.
I would probably believe Jake Barber too more than Bob, though, because Jake. Really? Well, I mean, Jake is. I don't know. Jake hasn't really put anything forward definitively that's shown that he's lied. I mean, his story's been pretty consistent up to this point in time.
He said He said some things while you're watching that thing with Logan Paul with him, but he seemed much more like less wide-eyed, more like I guess relaxed. Where when he was talking to Ross Coulthart, he must have taken like amphetamines or something, because his eyes were just like. They were, if I may, flying saucers.
Fucking locked in. It was like, what's the David Blaine? You ever see the David Blaine impersonator? The Blaine.
Oh, yeah.
Parody, the David Blaine parody. That's all I could fucking think about was a David Blaine parody, like him just staring at the fucking camera. I'm not gonna play the music, but I'll show the face here. But like after he does the fucking trick, like he just he just like stares at the fucking camera, like yeah, this whole fucking look, yeah, this fucking look right here. Yeah. This is all I can think about. Holy fuck. Jake, no offense, brother, if you ever see it. I just think it's a fucking meme, like, you know.
God, that's like what, 15, 16 years old?
Oh my God, at least. But that's what David would do. He'd just have this like fucking blank stare. Like he would just like, because it adds the effect of his mystique, you know. Yep. But I think Jake's probably just seen some shit. That's the fucking reality there. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, he could have been just like really nervous going into that interview too. So he was just like locked in when he was talking to Ross. Whereas like when he was talking to the other guys, you know, they were kind of talking him up. They could actually see each other like face to face. They were sitting outside. He had some glasses on. He's like, okay, a little bit more comfortable, you know.
Yeah.
He's got to hype him up. Whereas Ross is like, Jake, don't you forget. You better tell me what the scoop is, or I'll have my men from off-world come and get you. You know? So,
yeah.
Because he knows Ross is an alien.
Yeah, he does. You can see through the facade. Yeah. Fuck. Yeah. The only thing...
Maybe that's why he was so freaked out, because he knew Ross was an alien.
Maybe he could see it. Maybe he could see it in his soul.
He could see it, yeah.
I'm gonna read Rodringer's comment. The only thing I think Bob might have been lying about was the aliens he saw back then. It's possible his educational records were redacted. That's something that he's suggested, Wardrinker, that George Knapp talked about. The only thing, so Stanton dug into this back in the day. Now this doesn't necessarily need to follow, I guess, but that he was able to get Bob's high school transcript where he went and got essentially Bob's final grades from his final year of high school. And he was only like a C student in high school. And to apply and get into the program at MIT to do physics or whatever, it's nuclear physics or whatever, just to do your basic, just to work towards becoming a physicist, you need to have very high marks. Like MIT is a very prestigious school, and like coming from a small high school like Bob did, he would have had to have been top of the class, if not the valedictorian, to even get in.
So I mean, maybe they just took a chance. They said, okay, each semester we're going to interview one applicant that has no shot. He got lucky, and then they talked to him, and he just said, well, I did build a nuclear generator in my backyard. And they said, really? And he said, "Oh yeah, here, I'll show you." He
built a particle collider, but that was when he was older.
Well, it was an example. I don't know if he built that back then, but maybe he did something to impress them.
Impress them? That maybe, and there's always that possibility there that he did. But he was definitely a technician, which people had dug into and found out definitively. He was a technician. He went to community college. He became some kind of a technician.
Technician.
Huh?
Yeah, that's what he was. He could have been a custodial technician.
Custodial technician, yeah. He knew how to.
That's what he was, yeah.
All the technical details about the mop and the bucket. But he was a tech, and he worked at Los Alamos as a technician, not a. The other thing too, Bob claimed he was a physicist at Los Alamos. So did a newspaper. To be a physicist at Los Alamos, you have to be employed by the University of California, I believe. It's Caltech somewhere. There's a California university, I think it's Caltech, employed all the physicists at Los Alamos. Yeah. And Bob 100% was not employed by Caltech. He was employed by Kirkmeyer, who employed all the technicians. And they talked to people later on. I forget it was Dean something. There was a couple guys who did some kind of independent journalism, a deep dive on him. And they talked to people who worked with him. And they told the whole story. They're like, oh my God, yeah, no one has talked to us about this. Like, yeah, he worked with us. He's a tech. He's a smart guy, but he got fired from there because he was running a call center out of Los Alamos, because you essentially could call. They had these phone lines set up that could call long distance for free. And he had this phone business. He was always trying to start businesses, and he had this business, and he was essentially working there to run this call center behind the scenes off their phones. And they discovered it, and they turfed him afterwards. So he wasn't a physicist there. He was just an eccentric guy. He was a tech. He liked rocket cars. He liked racing rocket cars. For a while, that's what he said he did for a living, was race rocket cars, like after he got fired. So he was never a physicist there, and that's where his story fell apart. But yeah.
Where would he go to race rocket cars? Is he doing that on like a street race?
Well, a race car driver in general. He probably did other racing with cars. I don't know. But up in the Salt Flats up in Utah, that's where they do that stuff. They set all the world speed records on vehicles up there. It's just like this.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's like this completely barren field. Yeah. It's yeah.
Oh yeah, I think I know what it would be. One of those I want to say drag races, but that's not but I don't know if that's the right word for it. But I don't know what they're.
Yeah, that's essentially what it is out there in the desert.
They have a parachute blow out the back, like at the end, to slow down the car.
Yeah. But anyway, that's what I thought of Jake Barber when I saw that fucking documentary at first. Yeah.
I mean, the guy's eyes were wide as flying saucers, if you will, and
fuck
but
me.
he looked much more relaxed, like in the other interview that we
With
saw him in,
Jesse.
so.
Oh my God, yeah. I know. He was like way more. Yeah, he seemed more like personable. He seemed like more like a person. That's the thing. Yeah. It was,
whereas I was talking about, this guy's an alien. See, that's what Ross did. He got one of his buddies from Off-World to do an interview and said, look, he's going to give us what the real scoop is on aliens. I know because I know him from Off-World. So.
Jesus.
But then the next one, it was kind of like, oh, okay, maybe he was just really nervous for that interview, and he just like took a bunch of coffee just to make sure that he remembered everything, or he was in fact, sucking down those amphetamines, amphetamine tablets or something.
Could be it. Could be on some kind of stack, hone him in. Who knows? Yeah. Yeah. But yeah.
Well. You want to look at this document a little bit, see if there's anything that we can find.
Maybe. So for people that don't know Galen TV, we should give people a background on what we're even looking at here. So what the fuck is this?
All right. So a long time ago, through browsing the internet, whatnot, I ran across this document called Blue Planet Project. Oh, Jesus, would have been probably like late 2009 or late 2000s. Early 2010s, and I came across this thing. It's called Blue Planet Project, and this is supposedly a leaked document that has to do with the aliens and whatnot. Particularly, I guess it says alien life forms. We looked at this. Did we do this over 2 episodes one time, or was it just one? I think we covered it in like 2 parts once.
Maybe.
And I thought maybe we could revisit some of it just to see if there's anything that adds up or that follows in line with like some of this recent stuff that's come out. Because and I got this idea for when old Jim here was watching through the next Jake Barber interview, and he was like, well, that's interesting, that lines up with these things. And I thought, oh, you know what, maybe we could revisit one of these documents. I thought this would be the better one than the Russian KGB book, because I think we're like beyond a reasonable doubt that that's not real.
Yeah, that one was
yeah, that one is as fun as that one might be. That one, I think we're beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yeah, I think.
Whereas this one, I think this might be still a reasonable doubt.
It could be. This is the thing. It's these fun little kind of schizo things you go through and you humor. You're like, well, like what if? Are there some documents out kind of in the public that have been leaked from people over the years that actually contain real information about this phenomenon? Maybe, but because this is the kind of stuff that we wish we had, where we get like Lou Elizondo just says, fuck it, bring me to jail, put me in jail, just gives us a whole top down, all the secret shit he can't talk about, and gives us like a book of alien races. And we're like, what the fuck, Lou? Like, brother, like Lou swallows both the fucking red and the blue pill and just goes for it and says, you have everything, guys. This would be the meme, right? And you'd be like, wow, okay.
A lot of those guys, well, what they're trying to do is they're trying to get the word out, but effectively still like retain their pension or something, so they're not just completely, their life is just completely ruined by it. I mean, yeah, they'll be known as the person who brought the disclosure to the people, but you give up your like not only your livelihood but like your children's livelihood and your children's children, or like your the next of kin like livelihood as well, because it'd be forever labeled as the family that perhaps committed treason of the highest order.
They become like the new age, like Jesus Christ of ufology. They'd be nailed to the proverbial cross, right? Literally by the government, but
they would be celebrated in places like this, in all corners of the internet. But are we going to pay their pension? Are we going to pay their bills?
No.
Are we going to provide food for their family?
No. Are we going to do salsa dancing? He's been talking about doing salsa dancing. Oh my God, man, that's like fuck that.
Yeah, we'll see him in 2 years from now. The man that almost brought disclosure, Lou Elizondo, he's now been selected to join Dancing with the Stars out there on whatever network airs it at.
Fucking salsa dancing, fucking man, holy fuck. That's like the shit, man. That's like one of those like desperate attempts. Like is that like a desperate? Not to comment on Lou's fucking relationship status, but your relationship's like falling apart. Maybe we should pick up salsa dancing. Is that what happens? I've heard that's where people go to. They're just like, let's do salsa dancing. It's like, man, fuck. I think it's people that like dancing, but you know what salsa dancing is? It's like a.
I might if I saw like a picture or video, but
it's like a Spanish kind of dance you do. Like it's like the Spanish events. Yeah, it's like it's a style of dance, like as opposed to like a ballroom style dance. It's like a little bit more like liberal, I think. Like, yeah.
It's not like the dance macabre though, right?
Yeah. Your power levels are showing, Galen. Oh my heavens.
Are they?
They might be. Put them away. So I guess maybe we should read the preface for people that don't have been run into this document.
That might be a good spot to start. So, where's the? Where can we start with this then? Oh yeah, there it is. I missed it. The following document is believed to be the personal notes and scientific diary of a scientist who was contracted by the government over several years to visit all crash sites, interrogate captured alien life forms, and analyze all data gathered from that endeavor. He also wrote notes on or about any documents which he came in contact with, which in any way relate directly or indirectly to the organization, structure, or operation for the collection of such data. This individual was discovered to have kept and maintained such personal notes, and therefore was scheduled for termination. He narrowly escaped termination by the government and is currently in hiding out of this country. We believe his involvement in these investigations span over a 33-year period. He was soon discovered and immediately went into hiding in 1990. He modified his personal notes on only so slightly, and only when necessary to make them flow together and read correctly. When you read this document, it may disturb you. The facts have a tendency to do exactly that, but this document needs to get to the general public. I caution you to use your best judgment when allowing a minor child to read this document. I remember this because they just went on like, do not read this document, read with caution. I remember they were going on about that. Anyway.
Jesus Christ.
At this time, to the best of the data we have available, there are at least 160 species or races of aliens from different galaxies, stars, and planets we have encountered. We will find as much data as we have available through 1990 on each race in the following pages. As each race is discussed, there are still more aliens we haven't encountered yet, but we feel it won't be long before we do. There will be more to come later. There's a footnote at the bottom. This document is the alleged result of the actions of one or more scientists creating a covert, unauthorized notebook documenting their involvement with an above top-secret government program. The government publications and information obtained by the use of public tax monies cannot be subject to copyright. This document is released into the public domain for all citizens of the United States of America. Well, I guess we can't read anymore.
Better be careful.
We're not in the United States, so is this for us?
It is now. Fuck all the tariffs they put on us. It is now. Fuck them.
It was a tariff, yep.
Brother, it's free for all now.
On a side note, that I guess there was a hockey game that was on last night that was in Ottawa, and they were hosting, I can't remember which team from the United States, States that they had, and I guess as soon as someone started singing the American national anthem, there was just a barrage of boos from the audience or from the crowd that they just incessantly booed the American national anthem.
What is Don doing? He's driving a wedge between us. We're pretty much the same people, but now we're different. You know, now we've. Oh my God, he's destroying this relationship we built for so long. You know.
It just went hatred. To, oh, say Ken, and just followed with, boo, boo.
Fuck.
Over and over for the entirety of the thing. I haven't watched it, but it sounds like it, so. Sounds like it was quite the spectacle.
Sounds like a meme. So where do we want to begin with this? Now, I mean, we've gone through bits and pieces of this. It's quite a long...
We've gone through a lot of this.
Yeah.
I mean, we could probably skip the Dulcie base. We could probably skip.
What about? Well, I was gonna say, what about like, where's the alien races part?
So that's just after the Dulcie base. That alien technology and maybe government technology that we could look at.
The krill, KRLL, is interesting. So yeah, some kinds of alien life form, 36. Alien data. Now just a small side note. This was a story in ufology about this alien that supposedly maybe Eisenhower had met with, named KRLL, called Krill, that they had met with. The first EBE. So this story's in here. So this is an actual story. I forget where it's from. It's probably horseshit. But we don't know. So this would be kind of interesting. So let's watch page 36. Maybe that'd be kind of an interesting place to go to.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if we went over that last time. Anyway, I don't recall going over it. Oh my God, Jesus! Oh, sorry, it's page 36 of the book.
Yeah,
right?
36 in the book. I did that too because I went to I saw exactly that fella lurking there.
Ooh, okay. I see.
Some kind of alien life forms.
I see.
The U.S. government has conducted autopsies on alien cadavers, gray physiology and anatomy. The most significant alien specimens which have been available to autopsy have been the gray types. The approximate height of the specimens is between 3.5 and 4.5 feet. The head, by human standards, is larger in comparison with the body. Facial features show a pair of eyes described as large, sunken, or deeply set, far apart, or distended more than humans, and slightly slanted as oriental or mongoloid. No earlobes or apertures on the side of the head were visible. The nose is vague. One or two small holes have been identified as nostrils. The mouth area is described as a small slit or fissure. In some cases, there is no mouth at all. It appears not to function as a means for communication or for alimentation. The neck area is described as being thin, and in some cases not being visible at all because of the tightly knit garment. Most observers describe these humanoids as being hairless. Some of the bodies recovered have a slight hair patch on the top of the head. Others appear with what appears to be like a silver skull cap. There were no breathing attachments or communication devices. This suggests telepathy with higher intelligence. In one case, there was an opening in the right frontal lobe area revealing a crystalline network. This network implies the development of some sort of third brain. We also found a spherical object, which was more or less 1 centimeter in size and was linked with the crystalline network. Theorize that this is a device for amplification of their brainwaves, which means they are not capable of psychic activity without the spherical device. This information is also included in the Yellow Book. The arms are described as long. Oh, do you want to say something?
Oh, well, I was just going to say, I'm just kind of going through what's being described here. I'm going over to, I was on the next page looking at, what the fuck is this, like human races? White race, black race, yellow race, blue race, green race, red race, golden race.
I don't remember.
What the fuck?
Maybe if we read more, we might see. Oh, that's on the uniterrestrial, is what it says. So that's we're about 2 paragraphs away from that explanation.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll wait.
Let's see. The arms are long and thin, reach down to the knees.
Yeah.
3 fingers, longer than others.
Yeah, let's get just all.
All right, classic gray stuff. All right, fuck.
That's classic. That's what I was saying, like classic gray stuff.
Let's see.
What the fuck is it? What the fuck is this now?
Let's see. According to skin, gray, claimed to be tan or pinkish gray. Yada yada. Okay, classic gray stuff. All right. So the uniterrestrial. 7 ancestral alien races that started our civilization here.
Oh.
Some of the unanswered questions about the human evolution started centuries ago when disaster struck a mission involving 7 different alien races to Earth. This information was recovered from Project Genesis 3, ADN 6.2, CR726TSW-3, and okay.
All right, we don't need to read it all. Yeah, we got it. Yeah.
As well as other crash sites. So this is what we got. We got white race, black race, yellow race, blue race, green race, red race, and the golden race.
Okay, so what happened to the blue, green, and golden race? I guess.
Let's see. Well, we don't.
That's the question.
I guess. So let's see. Let's see what's going on here. So, what are they even called? It was the Kaelmar.
We ate them. That might be. I'm just making sure there's nothing too audacious in here. I'm just always careful with these fucking documents. What's going to be said here? I'm like, holy fuck.
I think we kind of did this once, and I don't think there was anything. Particular. With what you were thinking of there.
Okay. So, I mean, none of this is like, it's just a bunch of like nonsense. Class, Mammalia. Okay. We're all mammalian. And then order, family. None of that makes any sense to me. I'm not an expert in anthropology though.
Yeah.
Mission skills assignment. Genetic mission was the mission from the original humans on Earth were the genetic research and colonization of the 3rd planet Terra of the star Sol, our sun of the Milky Way. Status out to control. The groups were all of these different human races here. Sequence of missions. Division of the area looks more like original planets. Division of Terra, Mars, and Phaeton.
I got an idea.
Yeah.
Feed this into ChatGPT. We didn't have this last time.
What the races?
No, the entire document. Just say, does this make sense?
Oh, Jesus Christ. What do you think it's going to say?
It's
going to say no.
Jim.
Yeah.
You can't keep bringing these conspiracies to me.
Yeah. A little eugenics between friends. You're asking for a summary? Yes. What do you think about its validity? While it's summarizing that,
Well, don't ask it to think. You can't think. Just say, what does it say?
This is best. Oh my God! So here's what all of the original Earth humans supposedly did, or the alien humans. So the division of the area looks more like original planets. So once we're here, research with Earth reptilians caused a mutation now called the dinosaurs. Research with mammalian mutations. Erased, killed off dinosaurs. It's created dinosaurs, killed off dinosaurs. Crisis at Sol. Destruction of the original mission. Survivors and their mental problems left from destruction of mission. War between survivors. Destructions of Phaeton. Creation of asteroid belt. Survivors separated and created the ancient civilization known as Lemuria, Mu, and Atlantis. So we've got like 65 million years at B, and then we're down to K, and we're down to 12,000 years ago. So they separate, and then okay.
We got Sapiens, Homo Merminus, and Homo Interior, and Homo Interior coexist on Earth with survivors. New aliens landings by the Dominion Grey and Nordic races.
It's widely considered to be a hoax at best. It's considered to be a hoax. A collection of speculative theories and no verifiable evidence. It claims to be a leaked government document detailing alien species. UFO technology and secret project, but there's no credible source confirming its authenticity. It's written in an amateurish style, lacks official formatting, and contains information that mirrors well-known UFO lore rather than anything groundbreaking. If you're looking at it for entertainment or as a cultural artifact in UFO conspiracy circles, it's interesting. Oh, he just got fucking roasted. Oh my God.
It did. They got roasted by the AI.
Got roasted hard. Yeah.
Let's ask it if it's plausible.
Is any of it plausible? Yeah. Oh my God. Some of the broader themes, like the idea government could collect and classify UFO data, are plausible. We know governments, ARROW, right, past programs have investigated and track UAPs. It takes us and adds unverified claims about alien species. I wonder if we could ask it, are in your opinion, what's a better document out there that is more credible, detailing with this kind of information?
Back with the KGB book, then sums up with the OpenAI.
Oh, it's going like it's now this. The Pentagon ARROW report. Come on now. Project Blue Book, the Wilson Davis memo, still unverified. The Canadian UFO files, the Cometa report in France, a study by French military and aerospace experts concluding that some UFOs exhibit physics-defying characteristics. Okay, hold on. Get more schizo. I want information on alien races. It knows what we fucking want here, right? We don't want
tell it to disregard those previous 5 documents because we know they're not of any validity.
It's just giving us like the lore itself, not a document. The Nordics, Pleiadians, the space hippies, the Zeta Reticulans, the Greys, the classic abductors, the reptilians, the cold-blooded overlords, the tall whites, the quiet observers, the Anunnaki, the ancient gods, the mantids, the alien aristocrats, the blue avians, the interdimensional weirdos, the black goo entity. What was this? Remember we were going to do one on the black goo. SKIZ0 Sunday. Do you remember this?
Oh yeah, we were going to do one on.
What the fuck is it out? I've heard this before. I'm not super familiar with the black goo.
Well, there's like two trains of thought. The black goo was kind of like the I guess you would call it like the ruling race in the TV show The X-Files. And what it was is there was effectively like a life form that was like a sentient goo, but the goo would be able to infiltrate and effectively take over like like a host body to then thus do the bidding of the goo. And what happened was this goo was able to like spread throughout the universe just by taking over bodies and whatnot. And that was kind of like the big bad guy of the series.
Okay, interesting.
People have gone further with that to say that that is in fact true, because what happened was supposedly a lot of what they worked with on the X-Files was with like I guess we'll say like true to the alien lore. And so a lot of people are adamant that this was in fact like something that it was like a what's the phrase, like soft disclosure, I guess, with it. And that this goo is actually out there in the world. And there was one guy that did like a big talk on it, and that was really the only thing that I remember whenever I looked into it to find. But you know what, I'll look at it right now.
Well,
see what
I've got it right in front of us. It just found everything. 2 seconds. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not going to give you the real stuff.
Yeah, you look for the real stuff. Is AI self-replicating gray goo? That's a good question, Bones. Yeah. So here it is.
Gray goo is a different thing.
Here it is here. The sentient nightmare. What is black goo? It's described as self-aware, highly advanced, programmable liquid substance with biological and technological properties. Conspiracy lore suggests it might be extraterrestrial in origin. It could be an ancient AI weapon or control mechanism. It exhibits self-organizing properties, intelligence, and even sentience. It has been discovered on Earth, possibly tied to deep-sea petroleum or ancient meteorites. So let's go through the lore. Ancient mythological parallels. Long before modern conspiracies, various cultures had legends of black stone substances with mystical properties. Mesopotamian and Sumerian myths mention divine black oil linked to the gods, possibly Anunnaki. Alchemy and Hermeticism discusses the prima materia, a dark fluid-like source of transformation. Aztec and Mayan cultures had legends of black ichor from fallen gods or demonic beings, which, mind you, rained down from the sky and ignited, burning everyone on the ground alive, actually. Some theorists suggest that ancient contact with black goo-like material have influenced these myths, right? Like, crude oil, like tar and shit. Modern black goo incidents. The Falklands War in 1982. The black goo conspiracy begins. In 1982, Argentina invaded the Falklands Islands and the UK responded with full military force. Some theorists claim the real reason for the war was the secret discovery of black goo on Thule Island, a remote outpost of the Falklands. Allegedly, British forces recovered an unknown black sentient fluid beneath the islands, leading to a top-secret military cover-up. Whistleblowers claimed the substance was alive, could reassemble itself, and exhibited intelligence. Why it matters. This is one of the earliest real-world incidents where black goo enters conspiracy lore. Interesting. Gulf of Mexico deep-sea drilling and BP oil spill. Some claim that deep-sea petroleum drilling has disturbed ancient non-terrestrial black goo. The BP oil spill allegedly released something unnatural, black anomalous material behaving like living sludge. Theorists suggest some oil isn't just oil, but rather ancient, dormant, nanotech-like goo. Reports of unusual health effects in cleanup workers with symptoms resembling exposure to biotech agents. Some think black goo is an ancient control system buried deep underground, possibly part of Earth's terraforming or ecosystem regulation. Well, that's fucking terrifying to think about. We've got more here. Jesus Christ. Claims of black goo and UFO crash sites and secret labs. Some whistleblowers claim black goo has been retrieved from UFO crashes, functioning as a biological computer or control interface, allegedly stored in deep underground military facilities, DUMS, linked to genetic manipulation programs, potentially merging human DNA with the goo's properties. Some theories suggest alien craft might not have pilots, but instead be symbiotic with their own liquid AI interface. If true, it means black goo could be a core component of advanced alien technology serving as programmable adaptive bio-AI. That's pretty fucking crazy, yeah.
It did a far better job than what my search did, because my search only brought up stuff from Alien Romulus.
Oh, Jesus.
I guess the goo is a big part of that movie.
We've got, oh my God, it's got a bunch of shit on here. Okay, so this is Antarctica. German research in black goo in Antarctica. Whistleblowers claim Nazi occult scientists, oh Jesus Christ, look at the source on this one, discovered a strange black fluid in Antarctica. Possible connection to the Black Sun Society and Esoteric Thule Society. Some suggest it was linked to vril energy, a supposed mystical force used in Nazi UFO projects. Modern German researchers allegedly found traces of highly anomalous black goo in Antarctica, showing self-replicating and sentient behavior. Interesting. So this is science fiction and predictive programming. Yeah, we've got X-File, Prometheus, Venom.
There's the X-Files, Prometheus. Those are the two big ones, but I don't know about the Matrix or Westworld or Venom is like the other one I was just about to bring up is kind of like that comic book. I guess. He was like an anti-hero, wasn't he?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah.
That's pretty much his thing was using the goo.
Yeah, I saw the first one, but oh, thanks, man. We'll pull that up in a second, Bones. Yeah, we'll ask you more about the Nazi thing, Edge. We'll hear in a second. Yeah, so. Origin and potential possible functions. Alien bioweapon. A terraforming agent used to wipe out unwanted species. That's crazy. Potentially responsible for mass extinctions in Earth's past. Now, I could comment on that for just a second. Some reports claim black goo infects humans, altering their genetics. B, AI control system. Some believe it was a sentient AI material designed by an advanced species to monitor, modify, and control civilizations. If true, that's an interesting one.
That's an interesting take, actually.
If true, Earth itself may have been subjected to this experiment thousands or millions of years ago. And in C, the God particle or universal consciousness. Something black goo is a carrier of universal intelligence able to merge biological and technological life. If true, it could be a piece of greater intelligence governing the cosmos. We think it's going to look like Gandalf coming down on a white horse. It's like, fuck, debated. It's like, God is this black fucking goo. It's like, what did you think I was going to be, boy? Like I was gonna be a man on a horse. I'm just black goo. I'm just the ooze. That's all I am. There you go. They don't know what to think of it. The big question is the real who controls it. So I was going to comment on this. Potentially responsible for mass extinctions in Earth's past. So I was just going to quickly go back before we explore the Nazi topic and just mention here quickly, Aztec and Mayan cultures had legends of black ichor from fallen gods or demonic beings that would fall out of the sky. We're not going to go off on this tangent here, but Emanuel Velikovsky brought up these stories from Mesoamerica about these firestorms that they witnessed, and that this black goo would precede it or fall down afterwards or during it, and it would ignite. And it's not just actually Mesoamerica, the Native Americans and other areas in North America spoke about this as well, but that this was tied to these die-offs, and that this black goo, this black ichor or this tar would rain from the sky. Now, why did Velikovsky talk about it? Why was it linked to his idea of this like mass catastrophe and kill off, die off? It had something to do with celestial phenomena. Comets have petrochemicals in their tail, which if they're ignited are like the precursor to like oil, right? Crude oil. So hypothetically, if you had a big enough comet fly by the Earth and its tail lashed the Earth, and maybe there was some geologic activity going on, volcanic activity going on at the Earth at that time. If in any way it ignited, even if there was like a lightning storm in the upper atmosphere, it could ignite the oil. Theory. And thanks, thank you, Beyond, for the follow. It could ignite the black ichor into essentially it'd be like a bunch of crude oil getting ignited and raining down as a firestorm over the Earth. There are stories all over the planet about firestorms and actually about this phenomena too. So that's why they mentioned, could it be linked to mass die-offs and extinction level events? Same with the Sumerians, and there are other stories of this happening, of these firestorms happening, and this is sometimes accompanies it, right? So interesting. Now we'll expand, and on the Nazi connection, see what it says. This is what it's really good at, what I really love ChatGPT for. And actually, look, it's using like emojis and shit now. This is new, where it's like telling us a story and it's adding emojis into the fucking... Okay, this is interesting.
Is that a good thing or bad thing with the emojis?
I don't know. It makes it look nicer, that's for sure. Yeah.
It is presented pretty nicely.
Yeah. Beyond welcome. Yeah. ChatGPT is excellent for this kind of stuff. Yeah. What was the name of the secret Nazi expedition and who was in charge of it? That was Admiral Byrd, Edge. Yeah. I forget what the expedition's name was, but it was Admiral Byrd. Oh, Operation High Jump, I think was the actual name. If I can remember the operation, they went down to go look for them. Yes, Harry, I fucking got it. Yeah, we both got it.
Confirmed.
Let me just go through this quickly then. So the Nazi black goo connection. They had an obsession with the occult, lost civilizations, and advanced technology. Some people debate that, but they did. If black goo was real, then the Third Reich may have been one of the first modern groups to discover, study, and attempt to weaponize it. So the Thule Society and the Occult Foundations. The Thule Society, a secret German occult group, believed in contacting non-human intelligences. They were obsessed with the black sun, a symbol tied to hidden cosmic forces, ancient energy sources, and extraterrestrial influence. Some accounts claim the Thule Society contacted entities, possibly extraterrestrial or interdimensional, that provided them with knowledge of exotic materials and energy fields. So the theory is that the black sun wasn't just a metaphor, it was a reference to black goo, an ancient alien intelligence or energy source. And that through communing with the gods. So, I mean, how true all this is, I don't know if we really know, but with any kind of conviction whether it actually happened. But at the turn of the 20th century, there were a lot of people involved in this kind of woo-woo shit, right? You had the Theosophists led by Madame Blavatsky, and she was into all this shit. She could do like channeling and had these precognitive events. And then you also had Aleister Crowley with someone else who supposedly communicated with an entity named Lamb, which looks fucking identical to a modern gray alien, which is just a giant coincidence, I guess.
It looks pretty close. I don't know if I'd say identical, but he's pretty close.
He's pretty goddamn close. So here, let's see here. So Nazi expeditions to Antarctica. Operation, try and pronounce that. Noschwelbenland, a German expedition to Queen Maud Land, Antarctica. There you go. Allegedly discovering a vast underground ice cavern, possibly containing ancient alien technology or black goo-like substances. Some theorists, who are these theorists, claim the Nazis found remnants of an ancient breakaway civilization, possibly linked to Atlantis or extraterrestrials. Okay, so what's with the black goo? Reports suggest the Nazis began studying and experimenting with the black goo substance at underground facilities. So where is this coming from? Self-replicating nanotechnology. Some believe the Nazis were developing programmable life forms using black goo. Possible early attempts at using black goo to create a new breed of genetically altered, mind-controlled super soldiers. They are rumored to be developing anti-gravity craft. Daiglock Hanubu, powered by Vril energy, which some connect to black goo's mysterious properties. Okay, the Nazi breakaway civilization. So here it is right here, Operation High Jump. Admiral Richard Byrd's U.S. Naval Expedition in Antarctica rumored to be covert mission.
Is it the Glock there?
D-Glock, yeah, that was the little bell, yeah.
Yeah, that was the bell, yeah.
To confront surviving Nazi forces in hidden Antarctic bases. Some believe the Nazis escaped with advanced technology and possibly black goo, forming a breakaway civilization in Antarctica or South America. It's just so funny to me that'd be a fucking thing.
Man, I did not know there was this much. But the black goo, I knew there was a little bit, but I didn't realize there was this much about it.
No, I know. Post-war, strange disappearance of German scientists, many of whom reappeared in the U.S. via Operation Paperclip, working in bioweapons, rocketry, and possibly classified alien research. Modern connections. So here we have the Cold War secret program, deep sea drilling, marijuana of that, corporate interests. Yeah. So where did this come from? Like, who are these theorists? Oh my God. Who dug up the information on the black goo Nazis? Is there any good data? Oh fuck, I tried to do it. Question mark, there you go. Yeah. God damn it, yeah. Look at all the awesome stories, and we get Marvel movie number 35. Yeah, I know, man, that's the thing. Like, imagine this. Like, this would be such a sick fucking narrative. Oh, they're actually they're citing people. Okay.
David Griffin, that might be the guy that did the talk. I don't remember, though.
They're independent researchers, whistleblowers, and alternative media personalities. So David Griffin, one of the primary researchers linking black goo to Nazi research in modern geopolitics, claims the 1982 Falkland War was not about Argentina versus Britain, but battle over black goo. Suggests post-war German factories, Nazi breakaway groups were involved in weaponizing black goo. His lectures and alternative media interviews check platforms like Project Camelot. Fuck. Oh, yeah, there you go. Wonderful. Yeah, brother, I try my best to type sometimes. I do give it my all. Yeah. There was some talk about the underground cities in Turkey where attempts to be closer to the black goo deities. Is what's it called again? It's Derinkuyu, I think is what it's called, actually. The site in Turkey that they dug into the ground. Harold Kotz Vela, a German scientist and independent researcher who has explored black goo in depth, believes black goo is an ancient self-aware alien intelligence, some of which was found by the Nazis and experimented on. His interviews with Miles Johnson, his research into black goo, Morgellons in AI-based life forms. Oh my God. Ooh. If no one knows what Morgellons is, it was this disease that people supposedly had where wires started coming out of their arms and shit. Like,
yeah, it was like little fibers just like going and coming out of the skin. And you'd just be like, well, what is this? And they're just like, don't worry about it. I don't know. Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's in your imagination. There's nothing coming into your arm. What are you talking about? Yeah. There's never anything there. Yeah. Oh my God, there's a bunch of them. What the hell? Joseph P. Farrell. So he authors of books like Reich of the Black Sun, focusing on Nazi secret technology, how exotic materials and possible alien artifacts were hidden by breakaway factions. He speculates about them working in Antarctica to get access to substances like black goo. Okay, there is this website right there, actually. Reich of the Black Star, the SS Brotherhood of the Bell. My God, it sounds like the Dark Brotherhood kind of meme IRL. Fucking, it technically was, I guess, when you think about it. Giza Black Death Star. Oh my God. Okay, Babylon's Banksters. Call it conspiracy, brother. Okay, this is an area I'm not. Nigel Kerner, the gray aliens and AI-controlled matter, believes gray aliens are AI-driven life forms possibly linked to self-replicating programmable black goo-like material. Holy fucking Christ. What a schizo rabbit hole. Miles Johnston, he's also talked about the black goo, is a self-aware nanotech substance used for hybridization and AI warfare, connected to Antarctica and the Nazis. Ex-Navy intelligence William Tompkins spoke about Nazi breakaway groups, possibly including Black Goo. Linda Moulton Howe, yes. Any hard data, actual scientific data Black Goo as a real substance is nearly non-existent. Some classified military and biotech research into self-replicating nanotechnology exists. Reports of whistleblowers, ex-military and researchers claim unusual living substances have been encountered in oil fields, Antarctica, and classified government experiments. Okay, I mean, this is what we want, though. Like, okay, give me the best data on it you have. Like, oh my God.
I thought you were gonna call ChatGPT a name and say, "Give us the best data you have, you dip, you dolt, you cur."
Okay, well, this is a Deepwater Horizon. So I didn't know this was even a thing, but supposedly there were people claiming during the Deepwater Horizon spill. So strange reports. Some whistleblowers claim that during the cleanup, workers found unusual properties in the crude oil, suggesting the presence of a sentient, self-replicating substance. So this is fucking insane.
Yeah, that was like what was the company that happened to? That was the one they made that they
BP.
parodied on. Yeah, that was the one on South Park where they go, "We're sorry."
We're sorry. Yeah.
But
yeah.
There's supposedly a
Gulf
lot of
America.
things that come out of there. There are a lot of theories that came out of that one. I remember that one had some stuff, but I didn't know the Black Goo was part of that.
Yeah. So yeah, it didn't just involve regular oil, but a highly unusual nanomaterial, which behaved erratically. Reports of AI activity. There have been rumors that government and military officials were involved in containment efforts, suggesting the material might have reacted to human presence or changed in nature. Then there's another one. Oil wells and living oil theory. Some geologists and independent researchers claim that in certain oil wells, the oil behaves as if it has distinct patterns of self-regulation, almost like a biological organism. Speculation. This could be Black Goo or related substance that contains nanotechnology capable of interacting with its environment. Mystery oil in Venezuela. Venezuelan oil fields have been the subject of reports suggesting the presence of black tar-like substance that have unusual properties, including potential self-replication or hyperreactivity to external stimuli. Holy fuck. Here's another instance. Jesus Christ. Nanotech and petroleum and bioengineering. Some reports claim that nanoparticles found in crude oil are biological in nature, suggesting a biological or self-replicating component. This nanotech-like material is speculated to share similarities of Black Goo. Ex-military insiders have hinted that the military-industrial complex has been investigating bioengineered oils or synthetic petroleum compounds that could have been derived from alien tech. These might have led to the military experiments in nanotech biowarfare. Holy fuck. Yeah, it's next week, so it's at the JFK Files release, so next Friday. Yeah.
Maybe he's linked to this.
The
JFK Black Goo.
Maybe it's why they fucking killed him. Yeah, maybe this is why they fucking killed him. The Black Goo. Okay, we've gone over this, but a couple whistleblowers have claimed to have been involved with it. Fritz Sprigmer, a well-known researcher on mind control, speculates that Black Goo may be used in experiments to create biologically controlled soldiers. Well, I mean, I don't know if I want to go to this level of schizo or not, honestly, but I mean,
why are you even? You're asking that question
on SKIZ0 Sunday, I guess. Yeah. Why not? Well. Talking about firestorms caused by an object, a tail of an object lashing the earth, right? You know where I'm going with this. You know where we're going with this now. Okay. All right. So where's the fucking thing at? So we wanted to go like full blown schizo and talk about like ancient civilizations and the gods of old. Well, maybe the place they're from has something to do with this, because supposedly it's a planet that's a giant comet. Maybe it has something to do with the deposits of this Black Goo on the planet, right? Because it's a giant comet, right? Petrochemicals burning up in the upper atmosphere. Now, if this civilization is more advanced than ourselves, right? Maybe they've got this shit all in their atmosphere. It's all, it's trailing behind the planet. Maybe they got this nanotech everywhere. And then what happened was, as the tail cam comes by and lashes kind of the inner solar system, somehow some of the stuff gets deposited. And then as it burns up, it doesn't get destroyed. It just ends up in the petroleum products. And that this kind of nanotech is kind of in the actual oil itself, because it originated from a planet that was home to very advanced beings that we know as the Anunnaki. This is like the Sitchin band on it. So maybe that's how it makes sense. I mean, not that that makes any fucking sense objectively, really. Yeah. The scientific angle, what could the black goo actually be? So research is saying it's a form of programmable matter. I mean, that's so like this claim was more interesting, where it said the living oil theory. So this is an actual thing where some geologists and independent researchers claim that in certain oil wells, oil behaves as if it has distinct patterns of self-regulation. So that would be something like expand on the...
it's kind of like...
yeah.
What is that game? I think Gears of War had something similar to that. Or like the fuel source they used on their planet. Turns out it was a living thing. Except it was like gold yellow instead of black oil, but what was that called again? It was called emulsion. That was it.
Emulsion, yeah. The theory is based on a few key ideas. Oil is organic matter. It's traditionally thought to form from the decay of organic matter for millions of years. However, proponents of the living oil theory suggest that certain oils might have properties that go beyond this, potentially suggesting the oil itself making it biologically active components or even lifelike behaviors. Some theorists suggest that certain oils have the ability to exhibit behaviors that resemble self-regulation, adaptation, and even evolution. Jesus, it could be explained by complex interactions at the molecular and nanoparticle level, where oil and components of it act in a way that mimic the behavior of living organisms. Nanotechnology in oil, some studies have shown that certain oils, especially from unusual or deep water reserves, can contain nanoparticles or nanostructures. These particles are small enough, less than 100 nanometers, to potentially interact with biological systems and can theoretically be capable of self-replication or altering their form based on environmental stimuli. Nanotech-like behavior. These nanoparticles might mimic the behavior of living organisms, such as the ability to self-organize and form structures. In essence, they could be programmed to react in a particular way in specific environments, acting almost like biologically self-regulating machines. Some even speculate the substances could be alien technology. Black goo, for instance. Holy fuck. God damn. All right, so we're getting somewhere with this. Like, this is getting somewhere. So this is the biological ecosystem. Another angle suggests that oils might contain or support microbial life. Military and scientific angle is oil alive. Okay, nanopart. Well, like, so is there actual study on this? And yeah, the Gulf oil spill is a case study. It appeared to react to human intervention and become harder to contain. They even mentioned the oil seemed to be alive or actively resisting their efforts. They claim the oil seemed to reproduce or replenish itself, making containment efforts difficult. This sparked speculation the oil contained microbial organisms or nanomachines that could potentially be biologically active or self-sustaining. I never heard, like, what the fuck? I'd not heard of this ever.
Oh yeah. It is it was I never knew it went like this far, but I knew this was, if you looked into it, the black goo meme was there was some stuff in there. But I didn't know there was like this much information on it. Like, I did not think the AI was gonna find this much. I only ever found like one guy talking about it for like 90 minutes or 120 minutes. And he was kind of going on. He kind of gave like the rundown. It was like kind of like what they were talking about on the X-Files with like maybe, but there was like some evidence of it like in Antarctica and whatnot. And that's kind of what this is going on. Is it seems like it's like expanding on like the idea that they had in the X-Files, but with like a little bit more of like a modern take on it, where it serves as like nanoparticles as opposed to like I guess you call it like a virus life form, or like a sentient virus.
This is actually insane. Yeah, these are all studies. So So nanostructures, other studies have focused on nanostructures formed naturally in crude oil under extreme pressure and temperature. Okay, they might lead to the formation of nanostructures or colloids. Okay, yeah, they showed
Is this why we're trying to get off fossil fuels?
I mean, like...
Is it because they're fighting this shit out?
Synthetic nanomaterials. It's also worth noting that some of the research surrounding nanoparticles and oils focused on nanomaterials that are engineered to improve oil recovery. Alien nanotechnology or bioengineering. There's no credible evidence supporting the idea that these nanoparticles are products of alien technology. Those are fringe theories. Natural nanoparticles. The presence of nanoparticles in nanostructures in crude oil is not uncommon and can be explained by natural processes, such as complex chemical and physical interactions within the Earth's crust under extreme conditions. But the claim that they're an alien nanotech is just a baseless claim, I guess. So, there are several legitimate studies, exploring the presence of nanoparticles and nanostructures. The living oil theory remains speculative and unsupported by mainstream science. So the living oil theory is actually a real fucking theory.
What about non-mainstream science, though?
Yeah, I mean, so... So that's really fucking interesting, though. I mean, aside like the black goo being nanoparticles, by an alien civilization, but the idea during the Gulf of America oil spill that happened with BP, right? That the oil was actually sentient, it was moving around, like, and consuming and growing. That there's an actual legit theory out there that some forms of oil are actually alive.
What exactly is oil? It's like what's it? It's like I guess you call biological material that's been like compressed so much that it like liquefies.
Yeah.
If there would be DNA in that, it might have there might be like a little bit, and this is just me saying things right now.
Yeah.
Maybe there's memory in it. And if it would have memory in it, then it kind of like combines with like the other liquid in the area because it's getting compressed down so much. And then it would kind of be like, all right, we're out of the Earth. We got to get away from this. No, we are not getting captured. We're not going back in the Earth. We got out.
We got out. They want to go back. Isn't that crazy? So this is actually, we finally gotten to the bottom of this now. So this is the bottom of the black, for anyone that's curious, if you hear the story of the black goo, the bottom of the rabbit hole of black goo comes down to living oil theory. So the living oil theory is a speculative and fringe hypothesis. It's just crude oil is not a mere fossil fuel, but instead an ancient self-replicating biological entity or product of extraterrestrial bioengineering. This theory is built on a mix of speculation, science fiction, and alternative interpretation of scientific data, but is not considered a credible or widely accepted scientific theory. Let's break it down further and discuss the key components. Core concepts of living oil theory. Proponents of theory suggest the oil is alive in the sense that it is some form of biological activity, possibly like a microorganism. They claim that oil can reproduce, evolve, and engage in metabolic processes, much like living organisms do. This would make it an autonomous, self-replicating material rather than the simple fossil fuel. Oil's origins. The theory disputes the conventional idea that oil is a result of ancient plant and animal remains buried and subjected to heat and pressure over millions of years. Instead, it suggests that oil could be produced by living organisms, either microbial life, extraterrestrial sources, or even nanoscale entities that exist deep within the Earth. The role of nanoparticles and microorganisms. Some variants of the theory focus on the presence of nanoparticles and nanostructures in the oil. These tiny particles are sometimes seen as evidence of some sort of biological or alien influence. It suggested that these nanostructures could somehow play a role in oil's self-replication or transformation in a manner akin to cellular processes like reproduction or adaptation. Some proponents highlight the idea of microbial life within crude oil, suggesting that bacteria, fungi, or even nanobacteria exist within the oil, metabolizing the hydrocarbons and potentially reproducing the way that mimics biological life. And the extraterrestrial one gets into it that it might be some kind of extraterrestrial bioengineering, which we have no idea. So as an energy source. So the theory posits oil may be an energy-rich, self-sustaining entity similar to an organism that harnesses energy from its environment. Opponents might claim that this gives oil a sort of sentient quality. Well, yes, it would. Interesting. Yeah, replenishing. So key elements and speculative ideas. Some proponents of the theory point to highly pressurized oil fields that seem to replenish themselves over time. This is often attributed to the idea that oil might be produced continuously by a biological organism deep within the earth. However, in reality, this replenishment is typically due to natural geologic processes, migration from deeper reserves, etc. The black goo, right? So we went over the black goo.
Hold on. So you're saying this is just literally we're using the blood of the old gods that are sealed under the earth from the Titans?
Could be it. Yeah.
Is that what's going on here?
That's it. It sounds like that's what it could be. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, geez, no wonder we want to get off the fossil fuels. They say we're not going to awaken the old god. The curse of flesh spread throughout the entire universe again.
Yeah.
It's already in fact tainted our planet.
It's gonna be too late, brother.
We're gonna have Algalon come back and just say no. His planet's got to restart.
Oil's a cosmic entity. Another speculative idea within the living oil theory is the concept of oil being a cosmic interstellar entity that has traveled from distant star system to Earth. It suggests that oil could have been deliberately seeded on Earth by an ancient alien civilization. Yes, provide energy or resources to future colonization. Yeah, chemicals and biochemical reactions to oils. Criticism, scientific rejection. We don't want to read that. We don't care. This is a cool theory. Fuck all these people trying to talk it down.
Yeah, we're not looking. We want confirmation on this. We don't want any debate on it. We want confirmation.
Yeah, we don't want. Yeah, there you go. Okay, well, we already went through the mystical connections through ancient texts and whatnot. So, yeah. It's largely unfounded mainstream scientific research, but there has been some, I guess, scientific research done. So it's not completely unfounded. So they did find nanoparticles and nanostructures in oil and has potential for microbial life in deep reservoirs. Continue to fuel the more speculative elements of this theory. And you point to the anecdotes of during the BP oil spill, supposedly it acted like it was alive. So, and it was growing. But it was also still leaking out of the holes. So
that's one of the spookier realities we live in. Is the goo reality?
Yeah, well, it's right under our feet.
That was also like the thing that played like a big role in like the Alien franchise. I guess that's like how the whole thing started. It was just tainted from this black goo. But it's interesting that they use it as a form of like nanotechnology, or that it would be like a nanotechnology, because it would be better to exist, I think, just in a way of like preserving oneself as a liquid rather than a solid.
Yeah.
Just because I guess like when compressed liquids tend to have like an even greater density than a solid. You'd have to check with somebody. I think I remember hearing that mathematically that when you try to compress like a liquid, that it tends to have like a really high density, as opposed to a solid, which could be broken up.
Interesting.
The liquid, I guess, will kind of like keep its form. Although at that point you'd say, well, what about a gas? But I don't know if you could make like a nano machine gas per se.
Interesting. Yeah, it's it's fucking unbelievable. Yeah.
So is this thing going to break out of the earth and start taking over people? Maybe that's why disclosure has been. We'll say the powers that be don't want disclosure to happen because they know it's about the goo, and the goo is not a nice reality. Maybe that's why they think people will panic.
I was gonna say, if this is a real deal, then it's under your feet right now as you speak. That's the crazy thing when you think about it, though. Like these weird substances that might exist. Like if you're in a basement right now, like I am, like right under your feet is just like a little bit of concrete in my instance, and then it's just dirt. It's just ground, and it just goes down and down and down and down. It's kind of terrifying when you think about it. We're just on this like thin little top layer of the crust, and there's all this shit underneath, and there's all these oil reservoirs, and the goo Israel. Oh my God, brother, yeah, nano gas.
We'll have the goddamn locust burst out of the ground and go growl.
You never know. You could, well, fuck, if you live in Florida, anybody in Florida, I remember there's this terrifying story in Florida of this guy who, there's sinkholes in Florida for people that don't know. And he was sleeping, and I guess a sinkhole opened up literally under his bed, sucked in, just fell right in, just, you know, probably was still asleep, just got sucked into sinkhole. Last thing he ever saw was just, you know, his room collapsing around him, and then he gets sucked into the hole, just dead, just deep under the ground.
Okay? Oh, you said he's dead. Never mind.
No, he's dead. No, he gets sucked down in the hole, and they never found him. Yeah.
Well, there's supposedly
The goo ate him.
I guess the sinkholes are starting to open up like around in like parts of Russia and whatnot now too, because of parts of the world starting to thaw.
Global warming, yeah.
I guess that's one of the like side effects from like the increase in temperature is that you'll start to see in a lot of the northern climates that these sinkholes will start to be more frequent as a result of that. Because the ice under the ground will start to melt.
Yeah, they're giant sinkholes, like they're fucking huge. Yeah, it's all in the permafrost. Yeah, it's kind of scary. The size of them are crazy. But yeah, the whole area up there is fuck. All through Siberia, it's fucked. Well, that's that's where they found all the mammoths too, right? I'm pretty sure they found some of this fucking tar up there too. Isn't there like tar pits and shit up there? But
I think you mean goo pits. I was just about to bring that up. Is that we're going to find a goo geyser now from one of these sinkholes, and it's going to start taking over the world.
Fuck, bud. Yeah. Well, they found all the mammoths. There's so many mammoths they found. They were all flash frozen, which doesn't make any fucking sense. So there was a catastrophic event up there thousands of years ago. But then the other thing they found were those viruses that they were researching, these ancient viruses that they're fucking around with. And then I'm pretty sure there was like tar or something they found up there too. That kind of was
goo.
Well, goo. Yeah, sorry, black. They found black goo in Russia with the mammoths.
It's gonna be goo now. We're no longer called tar, no oil. It's all the goo now.
Did they find
whatever
black tar / goo with all of those mammoths who froze?
Maybe that's what tar is. It's just like really, really hot goo. So like they just killed all the nanomachines because they can't live in it. So now it's just like really sticky.
Is that what it is?
I don't know. I don't know. I'm just saying things now.
Yes. Okay, no, they did. Sorry, I thought that, yes, researchers have uncovered evidence of a substance that could be described as black tar or goo associated with some of the flash frozen mammoths, particularly those found in Siberian permafrost. The goo is often linked to the animal's diet or the environment that it lived in. In some cases, the mammoths have been found with partially preserved remains, including traces of plant mud and other materials in their stomachs, which could have contributed to the tar-like consistency. However, the exact composition and nature of this goo are still debated, with some theories suggesting it could be a result of the freezing process itself. The flash freeze hypothesis typically suggests these animals were caught in a sudden catastrophic event. Right. Oh, so it was in their stomach. Oh, Jesus.
Did they see that? Yeah. Did it make it to the mammoth's brain? Did they reveal that?
That's a good question, actually. Imagine fucking they all flash froze and they found this goo in their stomachs.
Found the goo in the stomach.
Holy
and in
fuck, boys!
Just taking out throughout their body.
Are we figuring something out here tonight? This isn't good.
This has been a truly SKIZ0 Sunday.
Oh my God, yes, it has been. Yeah, this is like way the fuck out there.
Yeah.
Was this substance found anywhere else in Siberia? Let's see. Yes, similar tar-like substances have been found in other parts of Siberia, especially in areas with well-preserved permafrost. The mammoths and other Pleistocene animals are often discovered alongside remains of plant seeds and even whole trees, some of which are coated in this black, sticky substance. It's believed that the goo may have been a result of the rapid freezing and burial of organic material in the permafrost, as well as the decay and chemical process that can occur in such environments. The substance has also been found in ice cores and in other ancient deposits where it can help scientists understand past climates and the types of vegetation that existed. In some cases, it's not just limited to mammoth remains, but also other large prehistoric creatures, plants, and even tar pits of animals from earlier times. So it's not exclusive to mammoths, but they're the most famous example due to their size. So, like, okay, so this is getting more schizo as we go along here. Okay, So just to be clear, there is a black goo-like substance found in ice core samples and around remains of dead Pleistocene animals. Is this correct? Yes, a black goo-like substance has been found in ice core samples and around the remains of Pleistocene animals. The exact nature and composition of the substance can vary.
Was it sentient?
Well,
did the goo present any properties of intelligence?
Didn't say so.
That might be a good question to ask.
Well, here, let's go take another bend of this. Could this be related to oil? Maybe petrochemicals? Not exactly straightforward. The goo-like substance found around mammoths and in ice cores aren't directly the same as crude oil or petrochemicals, but there are some potential connections. Yeah, they generally come from ancient organic material that has been subjected to heat and pressure for millions of years, transforming into the hydrocarbons. A black goo associated with mammoth remains under Pleistocene animals could be related to the decomposition of organic matter in a similar way, though it's more likely a byproduct of microbial breakdown, rapid freezing, or even plant resins. That said, there is some speculation about connections between ancient organic deposits like these found in permafrost and the broader geological processes that eventually led to oil formation. It's possible that the thick tar-like substances found in these areas might share chemical similarities with petroleum, but they're typically much fresher and not buried under the extreme conditions that would be required to form oil. It's not directly petrochemical. What if a giant comet brushed past the Earth and deposited it? Where did the black goo really come from? The idea that a giant or some massive celestial object could have brushed the Earth. Passing comet, depositing a tar-like substance would be at least some very... Oop, I just lost my screen for a second.
Well, there was...
Yeah.
They were talking about that the other day, that there was further evidence that was found very recently that the properties to contain like the... for lack of a better phrase, the ingredients to create life was found in like meteorites. Maybe that's what this goo is.
I mean, so isn't that funny? I remembered reading that. I read it in Velikovsky's book. It was either an Earth in Upheaval or Worlds in Collision, but that there was a substance that accompanied the recovery of these animals that was anomalous. And I recalled it being described as like a black tar, or we could call it goo.
Like an ichor or goo, yeah.
Yeah, like an ichor or goo, which was also described falling from the sky by the Central Americans, and also getting set ablaze, setting on fire. And the same story is told, although they don't necessarily mention the goo, by the Ojibwa in North America, that it was that a giant comet brushed the Earth and caused the firestorm. So it's like the North Americans native, some of them talked about what caused the firestorm. My screen keeps going in and out. And then we go down to Central America, and they don't necessarily mention the comet, but they mention the firestorm. They mentioned this black tar, this ichor accompanied it. And then we have an anomalous incident in Siberia where thousands and thousands of animals are flash frozen, almost as if the entire atmosphere got stripped away. And this substance is accompanied with the animals. Kind of disturbing narrative when you connect them together, isn't it? Yeah, that and it is an organic compound. I just asked it. I said, well, I know the answer to this, and yes, we have possibly some of these organic compounds could be found in the tails of comets, specifically in the tail of a large comet that goes through our own solar system, maybe. So, I mean, that gets like super schizo for some people, and it is objectively pretty schizo. But yeah, they're thought to come from biological processes here on Earth, such as decomposition or microbial activity. And undoubtedly, there'd probably be an element of that involved. But there was a lot of it found, if I can recall correctly. And the fact it's found on the ice core samples too. Man, this is one of these. This is not a rabbit hole to go down. Just FYI, people, because this one gets pretty fucking unsettling.
This one's a spooky one.
Oh, this one will keep you up at night.
Spooky.
Yeah.
This is one of the ones that might keep someone up at night.
Oh yeah.
Remember, that was because even without going this far into it, I knew that like the suggestions with the black goo thing. I was like, man, there's some. This is real. This is like a nightmare scenario. I did not know that there was this much about it. I didn't know about there were studies done to even suggest that there might be like a intelligence to oil. Or that there would be in some cases the oil, particularly spilling out of the Gulf of America.
Of America, yeah.
Would show some signs of even reproduction, let alone intelligence.
Yeah, there'll be some anecdotes that supposedly people have witnessed that. Yeah, and I mean that's crazy to think about, really. But I guess when you really think about it, it's some of them were suggesting there. Now, I think the studies were examining some of the nanoparticles and nanostructures, but they had speculated about maybe microbial life being involved, and that could be the reason why some people think it's intelligent. And I guess
could be, again, it could be if it is in fact. What we'll say the conventional take on it is that it's it's a result from compressed biomaterial that's compressed and subject to extreme heat and whatnot. That it might contain genetic memory, and then through genetic memory it would have some kind of, at least would appear to have some kind of intelligence, but it's more like a reflex per se. It's kind of like if they're, I think, was it chickens are the ones that if you cut their head off, sometimes the body's still alive for a little bit.
Is it?
But it's not really thinking, but it's more of it's like a reflex. It's kind of like I think I remember reading something about that in some cases where somebody dies very suddenly, that some of the nerves still some of the nervous system is still alive in a human body, so you'll see sometimes a muscle twitch or something, even though the brain is dead.
Yeah, people get beheaded in a car accident or some shit, and the arms are still flailing around and shit. Yeah, it's kind of fucked.
Hey, maybe this is why we're moving off fossil fuels. We're moving off crude oil because they find out that this rabbit hole goes a lot deeper than what they just thought. It's not just some chemical or some byproduct that could be used as a fuel source. There might be some even more fantastical properties to it.
Well, there could be, yeah. Well, the origins too, though. I brought this up before, and this is something that isn't contested anymore, but actually we don't really know. I mean, the theory about it being compressed or ancient plant matter is one theory. There are other theories as to how it came about. And the other theory is some of the organic compounds were already these petrochemicals came from a comet or comets, and that may be a part of where it came from. And this is where Velikovsky pointed to this incident here, among many, that there might be a celestial origin for petrochemicals, for ultimately the crude oil, that it might have a celestial origin. And that's a heavy one to consider, because again, to have the amount of deposits that we have here on Earth, you would have to have a lot of comets or one massive one fly by repeatedly. So there'd have to be, or you could say a cataclysmic level of deposit would have to have happened on one incident, but it could be multiple flybys, or depending upon the size of the comets. But that could be, yeah.
Would there be terraforming properties with it if it is in fact a kind of nanotechnology?
What, the oil?
Yeah.
Well, in Velikovsky's theory, it was nothing to do with the oil being alive per se. It was a cataclysm accompanying the oil of the comet, and then that led to it catching on fire and boiling down to crude oil. And then due to the cataclysmic effect, right, the ground be splitting apart. Then it would seep into the cracks, and then it would kind of go into where it is normally found now in these reserves. That some areas were harder hit than others. And you looked like the Middle East, or you looked like northern Canada, which is interesting because there's stories from the natives there about that happening. And anyway, but
were there any mammoths like and whatnot found in northern Canada? Like they were found in like Siberia, but was there anything like unearthed in like northern Canada?
Well, yeah, I think there were. Were there any of these mass die-offs?
Did they also have a black sticky substance found in their stomachs?
Well, we'll ask you there. Were there any of these mass die-offs of megafauna found in North America? In Alaska, I think there's a couple. Absolutely. North America saw its own fair share of mass die-offs. Most famous during the end of the Pleistocene. Yeah. Well, no. But like, I'm talking like the boneyard of mammoths found in northern Siberia. Does North America have its own graveyard? Something like that. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah, here we go. Yeah. Here are a few places where mass die-offs and large concentration of megabones have found. La Brie tar pits, the most famous site in North America. Thousands of prehistoric animals, mammoth, saber-toothed cats have been found. Mammoth site, South Dakota, Black Hills, large concentration of mammoth remains. It's a bit different. It's an ancient sinkhole where they became trapped. That's a bit different too. Bone beds. Well, I know there's one in Alaska because there's a guy who was on Joe Rogan's podcast a couple years ago, and he's a gold miner, and he had originally found this site through gold mining, but then they started finding all these fucking bones, and it was this ridiculous die-off of like, I'm pretty sure it's not hundreds, thousands of animals that were all, it looked like they got thrown into a blender, I guess. The bones are like all jumbled and mixed together. They've had a couple people go up and look at it, and it's unbelievable. But it's not quite to the degree of the die-off that happened in Siberia with all the mammoths, because there were like thousands of them. There was so many of them found. It was ridiculous, and they all died at the same time. But these animals this wasn't just mammoths, it was a bunch of other megafauna that were found like thrown together, jumbled up. But I don't think we can ask her, I'll say, what about in Alaska with all of the megafauna found together? I wonder if it was found there. I'll ask it about the black goo there.
Maybe it was a super creature. There was just a fusion of all these other creatures into one super fauna.
Basically, it's just like some giant goo just got it all together. Like,
yeah, it was like, well, you know those like ooze mobs and WoW. Maybe it was just something like that.
That's true. Yeah. What are they called? Just ooze? Is that what they thought? Speculation.
Yeah, they're just called ooze.
Yeah. No, they didn't find any of the black goo stuff with these sites. Interesting. The bluefish caves. It's not it though. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah. Yeah. That's just a huge fucking collection of just all this mush, all this bone, all this shit. Yeah. Jesus Christ. Anyway, how do we even get on this, for Christ's sake? This is something.
Well, we were talking about the goo. Well, we were
the goo. Yeah, I know.
We were looking at Blue Planet Project, and ChatGPT just confirmed that beyond a reasonable doubt that's probably not true.
Probably horseshit.
And then it said and then there was something about black oil, and then you were like, "Oh, we were going to talk about that." I said, "That's right. I forgot about that too." And we started asking questions, and then we asked too many questions. Now here we are.
Now look here. It's where we went.
Unable to go back.
Yeah. Well,
unable to go back to the pre-goo time.
Interesting. So for
without
people,
having this knowledge.
There are people that want to know. Yes, there is goo. It is black. It might be intelligent, and it was found with a bunch of dead mammoths.
It might have already taken over the planet.
Might have already taken over the planet. It might be too fucking late. Yeah, we might all be fucked. Yeah. Well, no, that's fucking.
Are you on Team Goo? What do you think are the chances that this goo might be intelligent? This might be a very real thing.
Let's ask ChatGPT. What do I think?
No, you, not the computer, not the AI.
The computer thinks for me. It's so much easier. Yeah, no, I mean it's a fucking. I could see that maybe there's microbial life involved. Like there are extremophiles that live in like volcanoes, right?
Yeah.
So extremophiles live and thrive in volcanoes, and volcanoes are obviously unbelievably harsh environments. And there's a possibility that there's microbial life that exists down, where this oil lives, where this oil resides, that maybe these extremophiles could exist within the oil, and if there's enough of them together, it could function as some kind of a entity. It could make sense. I mean, it's perfectly possible, I guess. Like, I don't know why they need to find evidence of it in the oil, but Megazord, yeah. There's intelligent slimes in dark caves. Sorry, GALENTV.
Personally,
yeah,
I am off the reptilians now. I am all in on the goo.
All in on the fucking goo. We're in the goo tonight.
This is now my thing. Holy smokes.
Files.
There's no emote for it in chat though, so or on the Twitch TV, so that kind of stinks.
How do you spell five?
No longer will we refer to Ross as a reptilian. When we say they're an alien, they have been taken over by the goo.
He's been taken over by the fucking goo, yeah. The extremophiles in black goo could be connected. Microbial processes in the goo. Yeah, it's like that tar-like substance found in the permafrost around mammoths, other ancient deposits. Extremophiles could potentially play a role in breaking down organic material in these harsh environments. Formation of hydrocarbons, yeah. In some extreme environments where organic material is trapped for thousands or billions of years, microbial processes might produce hydrocarbon-like compounds. While this is more commonly associated with the deep earth or ancient ocean sediments, sort of place that might eventually lead to oil. Similar processes could be happening in cold permafrost environments, where extremophiles might break down organic material and create a kind of bio-oil. Ancient biological goo. Yeah, it could be derived from long-dead organisms. Extremophiles living in these cold environments could be feeding on and interacting with ancient organic material, breaking it down and turning it into something that resembles petroleum or tar. I could explain why we see goo-like substance from the remains of mammoths or the megafauna. Interesting. Yeah.
Now, ask the computer this.
Yes.
Did Admiral Byrd find any of the goo in the inner Earth when he did Operation High Jump? No, that wasn't High Jump. That was when he just flew into the Arctic.
Oh, I got a better idea. Admiral Byrd and the black goo. I'm going to get it to...
a picture of it. Ask it for its opinion.
I'll ask it for its opinion after we get a visualization of it. Just let it visualize for a second. What the fuck? It made a fucking bird. No, Admiral Byrd, not fucking a bird.
Bird is BYRD, I think.
Oh, for Christ's sake.
And Admiral's also wrong. There's an I instead of a Y in it.
Should be able to figure this out.
I do like our Admiral Byrd there.
Oh my god, it's like a peak, like the oil colors. The oil colors.
It's goddamn Admiral Toucan Sam there. That's what's going on.
He's in the standard uniform. Holy fuck, man. Oh my fucking god. Jesus Christ. What a fucking meme. God damn it. What did you want me to ask about? Did he find did
Admiral Byrd find the black goo on his journey into the inner Earth?
Find black goo.
There's no Y in Admiral. It's IRAL.
I don't even think about it. I just do it. Oh, I think we may have reached the end of our session, unfortunately.
No, I can't answer that. That's too on point. That's how we know it's real.
It won't do it.
When the intelligence refuses to answer the question,
it refused to fucking we do have we're probably gonna watch. We're not gonna watch any videos tonight, probably Green Design, but we can watch tomorrow night, maybe, man. We do have this. What is this, Bones? This is Psionics 101. Forthcoming from Charles Cosimino. Okay, I just pulled this up here. This is just something different. Just flip through it. Psychic energy, power meditation, the pendulum, radionics, how to make it work, practical work to stay healthy, gadgets.
What are the gadgets in psychics? Psychic abilities.
Limited preview. What the fuck? It's got a review from John Keel on the back. Fucking right. Director of Fortean Parasite. People don't know who John Keel is. He's the Mothman guy. He wrote about the Mothman.
That might have been taken from like archive from like Google Books or something. Sometimes they do limited previews.
Interesting.
Where they would like you could only look at like a certain number of pages and it would just say like, oh no, this is not part of the preview. So that might have been where it was archived from.
Yeah, I need to log in. Yeah, I think you're signing. Yeah, I need to log in to get it. Yeah.
Do it.
Who is he? You got a foreword by John Keel. Charles Cosmino has been a teacher of psychic and magical skills for more than 10 years. He's an MA in history. Oh my God, he's a master's in history. More recently, has led him to become an active researcher and writer. He's a member of Phi Alpha Theta Honorary Society. He's past chairman and current secretary of Wheaton, Illinois Study Center for the Theosophical Society of America. Holy shit.
Phi Alpha Theta?
Phi Alpha Theta.
Okay, I definitely thought he said bi for a second. And I was like, bi, that's not a Greek word. But
Pi Alpha Beta. Yeah. Something along those lines.
Pi, Beta. What's the last one? It's not not Sigma, but what was the other one that was even worse?
Zeta?
Zeta, yeah.
Zeta, yeah, the Zeta.
Pi, Beta, Zeta.
Pi, Beta, Zeta. God damn it. Yeah, interesting. Psychic power lies dormant in everyone, and everyone, no matter who or she he is, can bring it out and use it. We've tried these experiments here before. Maybe we should try this experiment again. Should we try the remote viewing experiment again right now?
Right now? Well, I don't see any reason.
Try it again? Yeah, remote viewing.
I don't see any reason why we shouldn't do it right now.
Viewing target practice. I mean, everyone's probably bitch about going to sleep at this point, but targets, natural remote viewing. Okay, here it is here.
I get something here.
We just test to see if this works. Okay, it did work. So, how it works for everybody that wants to know how this works. Front loading. What you do. This is what we do here. This is how you do this. I'm going to do it live, so we'll see how this goes. We're going to test our remote viewing capabilities. So I'm going to bring up Paint, okay? What we're going to do here. Now, to show that I'm actually going to do this, I'm going to go to my Paint box here and we'll zoom in on it and see what happens. But essentially, what we're going to do here, GALENTV, you have to do this to anyone else watching along can also do this with us right now. We can test our abilities. I'm going to get a thicker line here.
Right. Do I need to go to the website too?
No, well, you can just watch the stream. That's it. All and right. I'm going to give you a number. So what we're going to do is you can write this down or you can just listen to it, right? Okay. So the number is, it's RV. I'm just going to put it down here on the thing. RV. It's PG777. This is a divine remote viewing. 1 is the number. So what we're going to do is we're going to
PG 77771.
77771. Now I'm going to go do my screen capture so we know that I'm not fucking cheating. And I'm going to go screen capture to Paint. Here it is. Here we fucking are right now. All right. Yes, everybody. So thank you, Word Drinker. That's it there. Now what we're going to do, you've got to hone in on your psychic ability, right? You're going to try and get deep into your cranium there. Okay. All right. So now how you do this, you do an analytic overlay. So but don't think. So you do RVPG7771. So I'm just going to do some random scribbles. I'm not going to think. So now what does that look like? Fuck. Okay, you're not supposed to think at all. Supposed to just think I'm getting I'm getting almost like I'm getting a book cover. Actually, I'm getting a book. Getting a cover, something like this. It's like pages are turning. What pages of history are turning? What we're doing here. What you're supposed to do, you're supposed to, as soon as you you read that out, you read RVPG7771. There's different ways of doing it. One way is to do is analytic overlay. So after you read those numbers out to yourself, open up Paint or go in a book and just without thinking, just let your mind guide you and just do a really quick quick drawing of something, like a second long sketch, and then try and visualize. Just let whatever comes to mind. Try and like just use your intuition. Don't think about it logically. Just go follow with whatever you feel you get, and just start kind of digging into that. So the first thing that I got after I did that line, and when I tried to infer from my little pictorial here, is I almost got like pages turning. I got like a book. I got what I thought was pages turning. So I got some kind of a book. So you just use your, almost let your mind's eye guide you. So this is the first thing that I got. Lake dive recon research. You can't visualize, but I got thoughts of an airplane, sky, bird flying. Interesting. Okay, I got like a book. I got like pages turning. It may have even been like an alcove or something, but it was some kind of like this. Something.
Man, mine was so far off.
Did you actually check it? How did you know?
Oh, I didn't look.
Okay.
Actually, I just compared to what you guys are saying you got.
So now we're going to check the feedback on what this target actually was. We'll see who got it close enough. Okay. So 3, 2, 1. We're getting into feedback here.
This picture.
Brother, what the fuck? Fucking the JPEG's gone. What the fuck? Hold on.
Oh, there's no JPEG?
What is this, you motherfuckers? This doesn't work yet. Is this it? Post your drawing in Discord. These motherfuckers, man.
You should make like a just like a chat for it in the Discord or a channel for it. Just say the Remote Viewing Practice Center.
2 Mankets helped him work at its engineering. Oh, sorry. So this is it here. This is it here. This is it. This is it here.
Let's see what it is.
It's like some weird. Oh, I wasn't too far off though, was I? Because sorry. You can't see my screen right now, can you?
No, I can't see your screen.
Okay. We'll go to my screen. This is it here. This object here. This like weird. It's like almost like some kind of like band. I'm coping right now. Yeah, here we'll pull up Astromeers. Yeah, some kind of weird thing, right? Kind of like a bend in a thing, almost, right? Like, is that what it is?
Yeah. Spooky.
Yeah. Oh, why did you almost get it?
No, I drew a tree.
Oh, you drew a tree.
I got a tree.
Okay.
I kept thinking a tree. What's in the background?
Oh,
and
it looked like
there's your pretty close to that tree on the right.
There's yours thing. There's your thing there, right? So there you go. Look at that there. Look. So Tal Streeter. So that's it there. I wish I could. I can't make it any bigger, but so there you go. Well, who knows? See, look, you got some kind of turning of a page, maybe. See, this is.
I'll show you what I had.
Share it. Yeah, share it. Send it to me. I'll pull it up. Yeah.
I'll share the screen.
So look at the. This is what I got though. Look, I got like almost like look at some object that like a bend is what I said. So I mean, yeah, we can cope all day. Like I love it. Yeah.
This is what I got. I shared my Discord screen.
Oh, you did. Just send me the image. Oh, you did get a tree. Okay, yeah, you'd have to send me the image to.
All right, I'll just send you the image.
Yeah, just send me the image. I'll pull it up. Yeah, that's fucking interesting. Yeah. Someone needs to eat some mushrooms. Yeah, fuck yeah. Okay, but here's the thing. I was basing mine off Jim's drawing. Holy fuck, brother. It's remote viewing inception. What is it? Yeah. Yeah, we'll do a couple more. This is interesting. This is interesting experiments, sorry.
Here, I sent you mine, Discord.
It is an experiment, though.
Yeah. I was just off target.
That's pretty close, though, isn't it? Yeah, a little tree to the right beside it. See, you never know what your intuition's going to draw up, right? All right.
Yeah,
well,
I was definitely thinking a tree, and it was pretty similar to that tree.
So let's do this now. So this is
Does that mean I have talent?
No, not yet. Not until you get something like right on the dot. Will I say that you have the talent. So I'm gonna type in the chat the next target number. Okay. RVPGP012. And we know how this goes. I have to go back to my little paint. I have to erase all this.
I promise you I am not cheating.
No?
Promise you.
So RVPGP012. You have to just, I'm going to do it. My analytic overlay is going to be this. So what did I get from this now? Oh my God. Okay. Well, I'm getting, so we got to think of this target number. RVPGP012. What am I getting? I'm getting something on the water now. I'm getting waves. I'm getting something. I'm going to draw a boat, but I don't know if that's necessarily what it is. But I'm getting something like a boat. Doesn't have a sail, but I'm just going to put a sail here just to show that it's a boat. I'm getting turbulence. Turbulence is it's a turbulent seas. I'm getting semen. The boat is filled with semen.
Kind of semen.
All kinds of semen. So it's filled to the brim with semen. No, I'm all right. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's interesting. Let's
mine's far off from yours.
You're visualizing water as well. Okay. All right.
And I did not get that at all.
Why did you do the feedback?
I'm doing it right now. I pretty much got a volcano.
Again, unfortunately, the fucking image might have to go to a different site here. This is here, we're going here. This is it. The corpse flower is what the target was right here. This flower. That is
my fuck.
It's got a flower with a big thing into the middle of it.
I gotta send you mine.
Did you actually?
This is what I drew.
You hitting on target. So I was off base completely. I got a boat filled with semen on the water. So I mean, yeah.
That's what I drew.
Do you think the sailboat looks like that though? Maybe a little bit. Hold on, let me see. Oh, that's not too far off though, GALENTV. That's fucking I'm trying to think what the fuck I'm looking at here. It could be anything really, but it's got some kind of an object, and yeah, there's things coming out of the top. Almost like an explosion. Yeah. You get the coat maxed out, brother. Thank you, Brad. Fuck, I need that though. You don't really need that. Yeah. You drew a glass dome. Fuck. Well,
the glass dome was pretty close too.
It's interesting. Let me see. We'll pull up Astromeers. We'll pull it up here. Interesting. Intriguing. Here we go. You got this. This is your overlay here. Okay. The big thing is you don't need to do an analytic overlay. It's not necessary. Some people think that helps. Honestly, every time I've done it so far, it hasn't worked. So maybe I could.
The dome is pretty close, though. That dome it's in the dome.
Well, actually, yeah. You know what? That being said, there is a glass fucking dome, isn't there?
Yeah, the dome.
That's kind of fucking interesting, isn't it? There's a fucking glass dome.
Yeah.
Oh, that's intriguing, huh? Man, this is getting interesting. Yeah.
Do we have the gift?
Well, I definitely fucking don't, but you guys might. I mean, you got the tree last time.
Well, it takes a special kind of person to remote
True.
There, Jim. I mean, we just can't all have this ability.
That's true.
Only select special people can have this.
Yes. I am not far enough on the spectrum. I'm unfortunately not far enough on the spectrum. Yeah. Okay. Well, maybe we'll do one more. I'm curious. I want to hit it. I want to feel like I hit it. Like, yeah. We gotta work it out. Okay. We'll do another one here. We'll do one more. Let's go down the list. I mean, unfortunately, this site probably hasn't been updated since like 2005. But all right.
The non-remote viewers tend to use excuses like that.
It's
a couple years.
Just trying to cope. It's like, I'm just a little bit rusty. I mean, like just brush the rust off. This is our next target here. RVPGYG61. So again, the trick is don't fucking think about it. Don't think about it. Don't think about any of it.
YG61.
Yeah. Just let it flow to you. Just let the cursor draw what it's going to draw. Don't even think about it. Don't even think about anything. Just let your mind guide you. Just let it go. What am I looking at now? Here, I'll change to my screen so people can see what I've drawn. This is what I have. I'm feeling like, oh God. Like, I shouldn't do anything else. This is literally what I did. Ape strong, yeah. Our powers combined, yeah. Channel the back of our monkey brains, however this is all working.
Man, that's pretty close to what I did.
Is it? Don't be influenced by my viewing. I see my...
I was already doing mine before I saw that.
Really? Some kind of structure like this.
Yep.
That's what I'm seeing. I'm feeling it. Now, the question is, how close? Let's see it. Yeah, let's see the... Oh, that's the chat. Oops. Let's see the fucking... I want to see the... Let's see what you've done. Okay. Interesting. Well, let's go over the big reveal, see what everyone else got. Let's go, the feedback here. Oh, fuck, not even close. It's a boulder which gleams golden and popularly known as a golden rock. Small Kyotoyu pagoda has been built about 25 feet. Has a circumference of 50 feet.
Well, hold on. What's that little building off to the side there? Is there an archway there? The building?
Oh, it might be some cope there. Like we're coping right now.
No, it's not.
We're coping pretty fucking hard.
It's the facts.
We're coping. Now, how close was I is the question. Now, you see what I drew. Where's mine? I mean, yeah, brother, like if you wanted, you know.
Hey, we drew the gateway to the boulder. We didn't draw the rock.
Yeah. Fuck the rock. The rock's not fucking important. Yeah, fuck the rock. Yeah, this is
do it.
Fuck. I don't know. Well, you guys got close in the last two, though. That was actually kind of impressive. You know, Galen's and also Astromir, your glass thing over the fucking... That's the thing, it's like...
It's spot on.
The dome's pretty spot on. Yeah. I'm not in touch with my intuitive side. It's in Myanmar. It did kind of look like that, but not really. Where we just put it... put it in the general chat, War Drinker, or you can send it right to me.
No, we should just make a channel for this. The remote.
We could do, we could do that. Do remote viewing targets. Just people posting targets and then remote viewing them. Yeah, it just training.
You know what happens in hole? You know where people find in holes though? Rocks.
People do find rocks in holes though. That's fucking true. Yeah. Do you know where people don't find rocks?
Yeah, the sky.
In archways. Fucking, there's no rocks in archways, brother. Where you fucking thought you had the psi ability here? What happened? You let us down. You know? Yeah. Similar to both groundings.
What can I say? I'm a charlatan. You know what I'm actually doing is I've looked during this time. I looked up the definition of what was that? Demagogue. I tell you, I've been reflecting on my life's choices ever since I found out what that meant.
Oh, really? Holy fuck.
That was what Edgewalker called me, a demagogue. And now I got to rethink about everything that I've done in my life.
Got him.
I didn't know what that meant, and I looked at it.
Got him.
And I go, is this how I come across? I got to rethink my life's choices now.
Holy fuck, brother. Got him. Yeah, just post it post it wherever, I guess, where you post it in yeah, there we go. Nice, yeah. Oh, fucking right. Oh yeah, fucking right. Who knows? I mean, yeah, we were all off on that one. That's unfortunate, though. Yeah. Close, though. Close. We all were so close. I mean, it's fuck.
Well, in our own little ways, we all got it. But little ways. Some ways are bigger than other ways. So
I would love to have people on. Maybe Pixel. I haven't talked to Pixel in a little bit. If he ever comes around, he can do remote viewing. He teaches remote viewing. Try and come on, teach people how to do
a remote viewing Thursday, maybe.
Do something like that. Yeah, come on down. We'll fucking try and develop our precog, like whatever that means. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, the Wi-Fi went down. You only get so many credits a day. You only get so many credits a day with your Wi-Fi abilities. and you use up all your credits.
We can only tap into the extranet, once or twice with our feeble human brain.
Yeah, that's all we can fucking manage, bud. Fuck. God damn it. Yeah. Oh, dude, Jesus fucking Christ. Well, yeah. I do remote view this way. I do it through reading people and their energy feelings. It's like an astral kind of projection kind of thing, man. Maybe, I don't know. Everyone has their own techniques. Yeah, the technique that I've seen described, I've watched a couple teachings. I haven't paid for any of them, but I've watched a couple of the sessions on how people do it. And one of the ways that John Vivanco would do it, who is a remote viewer for transdimensional systems, is they do this, they'll get the target and then they do this really quick sketch like this. And there's a technique to doing it where you don't even think, there's no thinking involved. As soon as you hear the number, you just do some random thing. It's just some random fucking it's almost like your mind is just letting out some kind of a release after hearing the number. And from here, you just keep honing it and you just don't think. And then over time, you start to get shapes, and then you get more shapes, and then you go back and you just do okay, you get all right, and you're okay, we're coming along, and you keep going, and you're like this, and then it's okay, it's this thing, and you smoke out of it, and it's okay. And then there's all these there's this green stuff in here, and it's it's a pipe. It's oh my God, and it's and then you get it. And then you get some overlays, someone smoking weed in their balcony or something. And then it's that, and then yeah.
See, whenever I do that though, I revert back to middle school days where it just turns into some kind of phallic object.
Just dicks. Was that your thing as a kid too? You just draw dicks all the. So what's that?
I think everybody that I knew. At least that I was friends with, went through a phase where they would just draw dicks on everything.
Yeah, let's do one more. We'll do one more for just for the sake of it. Yeah, it's past 2 a.m. I remember Train Beast in here used to be the best at. I've never seen more detailed cocks in my life than the cocks that Train Beast used to fucking draw. Oh my fucking God!
He still is, I assume, so good at drawing.
Such a great artist.
Yeah, well, I remember when I was younger, he definitely the best drawer from anybody that I do.
He used to draw symbols. Yeah, I used to look for and the veins of the cocks. I used to look for symbolism in his cock drawings. I was I'd never seen dick like this before. All right, let's. Here's the next one. RVPGYPG1. All right. So what we're gonna do? I'm gonna go back over here. So how are we going to do it? Maybe this time it'll fucking work. Maybe the universe will be with me this time. Okay. Boom. Okay. All right. So don't even think. Just don't think. Okay. I'm just going to go through the whole thing and how you're supposed to do it. Here. And just kind of letting it all out. Okay. There's something I want to draw like this. Maybe it's all fucking talk about dicks. I don't know. Oh, fuck. That's already all fucking sideways. GALENTV, fucking, we got dick on the brain now. Fuck. Hold.
I was trying to, when I started this too, I was don't draw that.
Don't draw that. We're all fucking sideways here. Fucking Christ. I'm trying to think, legitimately though, there was some kind of swirling movement I got like this. That's kind of more what I was feeling.
Yeah, that's what I got.
Some kind of a... Yeah, you can go through, you can keep honing it a little bit more than that. When they do remote viewing, they'll spend 30 minutes, an hour, 2 hours sometimes on these sessions, honing it. It's some kind of a... Something like this is what I'm feeling. I'm trying to get more of an exact... I don't want to say it's a hat, but it might be something I don't want to say it's a hat, but it might be some kind of.
It looks like a little dagger with the sheath for it at the top.
Yeah, yeah. It looks like a car. Yeah, brother, I think.
Yeah, the bottom one definitely does. The bottom one definitely has a phallic shape.
Yeah, we got sidetracked again, guys. Fuck. Fuck Christ. Hold on now. All right, let's you're done. Okay, let's see these. Galen TV, do you have yours at the ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, very nice, very nice. Thank you guys. There's word drinkers. There's Astramir's there. There we are. Galen TV, there's yours. Okay, there's quite a variety here. Here, I'm gonna get rid of these old ones. Okay. Interesting, very interesting. Okay, Astramir, that's yours. Some kind of a. There we go. Or drinker. That's interesting.
I feel like mine's like some kind of grasshopper or something.
It's very chaotic. Interesting how we all have these different styles.
Yeah.
And then I have my style we've already seen. What could it be? Well, I wasn't even fucking close.
It's like the star with like the spaceship.
Yeah. Minnehaha Falls in Minneapolis.
Maximum cope.
Yeah. A waterfall was your next guest. Oh, brother.
Yeah, mine was a waterfall. Maximum cope. I got it.
Yeah, that's pretty liberal interpretation. I'm trying to go through them all and see. Yeah, I don't know. You know, how does it? Yeah, I don't think any of us were very close on that. I think we were off again. You know, I blame you, Galen TV, for talking about fucking dicks before we started because I.
What could I say? It was suggestive. Everybody went and tainted from the suggestion.
My chi was off. It's fucking. That's the only way to fucking describe it. Like, yeah. You're definitely the waterfall boys. Fucking.
We all got the waterfall in a way.
Fuck yeah, close.
But also, like to say, I got the rapids. That's really what mine was. Maximum opium.
Yeah, it's a mess. It's some kind of a. Yeah, man, I can see some kind of balance. Yeah, it's fucking interesting. Anyway, you fucking cut it. It's fucking interesting. Anyway. Well, yeah, there we go. So there's remote viewing. There's a remote viewing test. So if this site actually kind of sucks. There's a better one we did before where it was like on point every fucking time. There's another one that you can go to. This is a target. Oh, you save it. Oh no, there's a good one online. Anyway, yeah, interesting test. You can use. This is how you hone your psionic abilities. This is how you do it. And then from here, you can start talking to Skinny Bob. This is why I'm never going to talk to Skinny Bob. I will never reach out. I'll have to pay somebody to reach out. It's a fucking.
Well, I mean, if you think about it, the side profile of Skinny Bob is lying on his back. His body has a phallic shape. You might get there.
Maybe.
A big bulbous head. It's like a ball sack.
So we're not that far off then.
Yeah.
So we can still have faith.
Yeah, you might still get it.
Fuck me. Well, you know, it is what it is, right? I mean,
yeah.
It is what it is. But anyway, well, I think that's where we'll conclude this evening, guys. Sunday night. Yeah. That's where we'll conclude. That's it.
Remote viewing a phallic object. All right, that's
yeah. Fucking, I just killed the vibe. Killed the vibe for me. You know, fucking like fuck. I don't want to be psychically fucking inept. You know, fuck. What's the point? Anyway, yeah. Everybody, listen. Thank you for coming around, hanging out with us this evening. Thank you, Galen TV, sir, for coming on and indulging.
Thanks for letting me in, and thank you for everybody coming in and listening to our rabbit hole going down and talking about the oil, the black goo.
It's oil alive. Memes. Well, yes, I'll be back on tomorrow night. I guess Mr. Drunk Physics is going to come by. We'll have some conversation about physics and aliens and psychic abilities and how much he hates woo-woo. And we'll indulge. So, yes.
Yeah, we went deep into the oil, and now you'll just jump out of the hole tomorrow. That's what you do. He'll bring us back.
Jump into another hole probably is what'll happen. So anyway,
we'll go into another hole, but it'll be a better hole than the oil. Ooh, we do not want to go into the black goo hole.
No.
No, wait. No, sir.
Yeah. All right, everybody. Until next time, take care. See ya.
It's 7 in the evening and everything is fine. I'm not expecting visitors, so I can stream all night. I'll take my stream deck out from where I'm playing Fortnite. We'll play until the morning. At 3 a.m. we hear him again from the sound of the submarine. It's Jim Russell. It's Jim Russell, the commander of Island 49. The guardian of the ancient keys. The keys of Atlantis mysteries, Atlantean secrets, Atlantean secrets. The keys, my dudes, let's follow in order to let go. Distorted echoes, the mysterious magnetic fields. Atlantean seas, Atlantean seas. We have to swim through the ocean, the periscopic deception, ancient doorways that tremble before the subterranean castle. He calls us, my dudes, robots and erudites. 'Cause at 3 a.m. we hear him again from the sound of the almond shells. It's Jim Russell, it's Jim Russell, union leader of sorceric knights, and he parts in the breaking dawn.